The girl is an empress. Her life was incredibly difficult, which inevitably affected everything around her. Name Dante Renatus, age unknown. It all didn't start out as well as she would have liked. The girl never had a family because she was left all alone to the mercy of fate, without the right to choose. The beauty's father was the crown prince, who turned out to be a scoundrel. The young man was not going to take responsibility for his promiscuous relationship, which happened not so long ago. After his departure, the girl's mother could not make ends meet, constantly complaining about life. The woman, who works as a musician, abandoned her daughter in another city, hoping that it would be much easier and better. As a result, the girl grew up on her own, constantly wandering among the city's beggars and street children who, just like her, did not know where to go. Childhood was indeed extremely difficult. Renatus had to eat discarded food, and then, after she grew up, she could steal from the markets to get food for the next days. The year the main character turned 12, everything changed dramatically. There was a turning point in her life that managed to change everything for her. The little girl was interested in one academy, which she would never be able to get into anyway. She dreamed about it, but in the end, all she could do was come to the gate every day and watch the classes. The man, who apparently was the owner, notices the girl, bends down and asks if she would like to try to hold a sword at least once. Judging by her interest, she would do everything in the best possible way. The beauty was too enchanted by what was offered to her. It seemed that her wishes would be fulfilled, but getting it was not so easy. Turning out her pockets, the brunette notices the fact that she has no money at all because she lives on the street. The teacher, of course, knew this. Smiling, the teacher holds out a wooden sword. No one knows how things will turn out. If Dante succeeds, she might even be accepted as a student to continue teaching the art. Taking the thing, the maiden sighs. For some reason, there is a certainty that the old master said this as a joke, but if you can't try, then it's impossible to know anything in advance. In order for everything to really be a joke, all that was needed was to join in, which the heroine did with joy, following every instruction given to her. Everything really turned out for the best. The beauty's abilities were amazing, blinding everyone around her. She managed to defeat everyone on the battlefield. Realizing that something is wrong, the brunette turns to the master in horror. She does not know how this happened because she did not even intend to reveal her talents. The man was serious, so he placed his hand on the child's shoulder and asked if the lady would like to learn the art of the sword for real. The only thoughts that flashed through her head were that the nasty life on the street was over. Squatting down, the teacher asks the student's name, to which she receives the answer that she has no name. This turned out to be no problem. The guy decided that from that moment on he would call his companion Dante. Now it was necessary that if someone asked who the master of this miracle was, she would say the right name. After that very day, the brunette became the adopted daughter of an old art teacher who, having shown kindness, decided to take this important and big step. Then everything went exactly as expected. The teacher tried his best to teach the girl, putting all his efforts into it, and she in turn tried her best. At first glance, the situation may seem sweet, but in the end, the days of grueling training were no different from the trials and tribulations that had always haunted the poor guy. Dante considered running away, but decided not to take that risk. It was much easier to overcome all the trials than to fight hunger and cold every day, which the ladies intended to drag into their tenacious clutches. The year the main character turned 19, the old master died from how hard he had trained all his life. This was quite expected. The entire inheritance went to his biological children, and the old man did not leave a single penny to his adopted daughter, probably considering that she did not even quite deserve it. The man really pissed the lady off by doing it exactly like that, hoping that he would get away with it. At the end of his life, only the princess looked after him, while everyone else didn't care. After all that had happened, money became the most important thing in the heroine's life. She studied where she could get it, and one day she came across an ad for a gladiator fight. There seemed to be an endless stream of people who wanted to fight, replacing the crowd. Everyone around who was able to fight was interested in easy money. The beauty, of course, was one of them, the very first person who was able to sign up for training, and then for a real fight with bets. The girl promised herself that she would never return to that same horrible life that she had to endure before. Money became the best thing that could replace everyone and everything around. With such an outstanding attitude, Renatus managed to accomplish many great deeds. One of them was participating in gladiator fights, where the maiden invariably defeated opponents one after another. The next thing the brunette went on was hunting monsters, which also fell at her hands, helping the heroine get a good monetary reward. Everything continued as best as possible, because the lady also managed to join a mercenary squad and take part in the war, performing many incredible feats that certainly left their mark on human history. The most important act was the last one. Dante managed to seal the golden dragon in a cave, thus saving the inhabitants of the planet from the dragon's eternal destruction. At this rate, the girl realized that everything was getting better after she became known as more than just a heroine. Titles were raining down like hail in the middle of the day. The offers really poured in, just like a mountain. Many proposed to marry their sons or themselves. Some asked to work with them, even offering to pay more than their competitors, and some just wanted the lady to shake their hand. The girl did not expect gratitude, because she did all this only to earn money for food and survival. However, fans followed her everywhere. At this rate, she could create her own country. It seems that it wasn't just the main character who thought in this vein and wanted to make it her signature. The emperor apparently saw something in the girl who had managed to achieve too much. In the year when the lady turned 23, the king, who was her father, invited her to the palace for important negotiations. It was clear from him that he was extremely serious, hoping to get some benefit from it. The man promised to allow his daughter to bear the surname Renatus, and also to become a member of the imperial family, only on one condition, which would be announced later. Initially, the beauty did not expect gratitude, but kept the sign of the leading family, which seemed like an ordinary trinket. After becoming popular, Dante revealed the secret of her origin. It was necessary to throw away the pendant from the very beginning. Nothing could be changed, so all she could do was stand there and think about what to say. The heroine wanted a reward that could somehow help her get back on her feet. The father, who clearly had not expected such a turn of events, seemed speechless. Such ignorance towards him was the first time, which he had noticed. As was known, the emperor was a lover of different girls, so as a result, 15 children were born from different ladies. The quantity was huge, and the quality was average, which made the man remain dissatisfied. When the young man learned that one of his daughters, growing up on the street, had achieved greatness, becoming a hero of the continent, he probably started dancing, lifting his spirits. The girl needed to think carefully before making any decision about the proposal, even if, according to the king, it was a great honor. The heroine still wanted to receive some kind of reward. She had already made a rough list in her head, so when the man asked what she wanted, everything became as easy as pie. The emperor seemed mad at the moment because he thought the ragamuffin would want him to call her crown princess. The choice was already difficult, so another child did not make it easier. Smiling, the brunette points out the fact that she has no interest in the throne at all. Her other siblings have much better chances, so it should be left for them. To begin with, the woman would like to receive separate lands and an estate, as well as a huge amount of coins. The next condition was to receive 10 horses and soldiers. His Majesty is the girl's father, after all, so she names an extremely small price, despite how much she wants. It is necessary to calculate the profit in order to give the opportunity to borrow the name to the imperial couple. Bringing his finger very close to the man's nose, Dante reminds him in a low, threatening tone that he needs to choose what to do quickly, or the deal will be off. To this day, the girl dreams of a face that tries to swallow curses, slowly agreeing, trying as much as possible not to stutter from indignation. Everything was decided, so the lady agreed to lend her name. This is how a deal was made that will remain in history for a long time, where, of course, the support of the Renatus family was not mentioned. It so happened that if the father had refused, the lady would still have lived a wonderful life, but the man had no choice, because over time their family began to lose popular support. No one could simply ignore such a drama, because the brunette was the best swordswoman at the peak of her popularity, who suddenly turned out to be from the imperial family. The woman had done her job, so she hoped that everything would go much more smoothly from now on, since she would no longer have to think about food and clothing. But everything is not that simple. It seemed that the existence of a person like her was a thorn in the side of the brothers and sisters who did absolutely nothing all day long, relaxing. The girl gave up the throne in order to live in peace, but it seemed to have no effect. Every other Monday, new hired killers came for her soul. This was incredibly annoying to the young lady, who did not understand at all what the meaning of such behavior was. They were simply annoying Dante with their pathetic attempts. The beauty became angry and eventually made herself empress, pushing all her relatives, who had become quite angry shortly before this happened. This is how a girl who was unremarkable as a homeless girl became the best, staying to live a luxurious and beautiful life, which seemed to be the best choice for her. This story is like a tale with a happy ending. Such a life certainly resembled a happy ballad that remained in the hearts of readers, even if the girl died at the age of 33, ending her reign. It was a good life, given by God. Every moment of it the lady remained free and furious, overcoming all difficulties, gaining a lot of experience along the way, and taking possession of everything she wanted. The beauty believed that she had reached her peak, because it seemed that no one had ever managed to live such bright moments created by their own hands. Even if Dante were to start living again, she is sure that she could not be more diligent than she was then, although everything was just beginning. There was no residue left in her soul because of unpleasant things. Having done everything she wanted, the heroine decided to try to disappear into oblivion, realizing that she would never be forgotten, but after 500 years, an incredible thing happened. Renatus was reborn as a young girl with silver hair and beautiful blue eyes. The woman did not expect such a turn of events, hoping to finally have a proper rest. The blonde's new name is Helena Fresca. She changed the entire reality, completely different from her past self. The baby is the precious daughter of the Fresca Duchy, receiving the love of her entire family and subjects. Life seemed interesting, given the new circumstances, despite the fact that one single fact spoiled the whole existence. The beauty remembered all the details from her past life, trying not to go crazy, just like an adult. The heroine heard this phrase more often than anything else in the last 10 years of her second life after reincarnation. She had time to get used to it. The little girl never caused any trouble at all, remaining a much quieter and smarter child among the rest of her peers who behaved according to their age. In addition to other honors, the blonde taught herself to read, write, and ride horses. Complex tasks that were a challenge even for people twice her age became a special entertainment. That's how everyone started to think of Helena as the pride of the family. She seemed like a wonderful heiress and daughter who tried to help everyone around her. A girl should be the best, but sometimes the independent warrior nature comes out on its own. Sitting on the bed, Fresca sighs, talking about how bored she is. Whatever the girl did, everything became boring very quickly, stopping her halfway. It seemed that nothing made sense anymore, which made Helena's father and mother fall into horror. Leaning closer to his daughter, the father reminds her that it is better for little children not to think about something so strange. They should enjoy time with their families. The couple, as usual, overreacted, suggesting to look for something interesting that could be discovered at any moment. If the beauty wanted to do something, she could always ask her parents for help. This speech did not cause any tenderness or emotion in the body of the young lady, who looked at everything with an extremely skeptical point of view. She did not want to do anything. The girl still felt incredibly awkward because of the boundless love that was given to her despite what had happened in her past life. Sometimes she wanted to ask the couple to leave her alone, but in her head the lady understood that they would be even more upset. Squatting down next to her daughter, the mother tries to convince the little one to hold her head up. Life is long, and in that time you can try a lot. No one leaves in order, but remembering the age at which the heroine cowered in her past life makes you want to laugh. You need to try to find something interesting for yourself. The couple nods in agreement as they turn and head for the exit. They were confident that their daughter would be able to find something, and if not, she could always turn to her parents for help. Unfortunately, their worries will not disappear even in this case, but nothing can be done. It is worth at least trying to take the first steps that can ease the situation a little. In her past life, Dante was a hard worker, so it won't be any better now. She was reborn, so no one can blame her for being bored with all her activities. Falling on the bed, the beauty exhales furiously. She has absolutely no idea what to do, even if she had already promised in advance to find something that would suit her taste. Looking at the ceiling, the heroine admits that this task is one of the most difficult she has received in recent times. She cannot understand why she suddenly found herself in the body of a baby. In the morning, the brother came into the room. Leonard Foresca was the heroine's best friend, who always tried to support her despite the fact that he understood the least due to his 13 years of age. The young man sits down next to her, asking what she is going to do, to which she only receives a quiet moan. The girl will pretend that she is looking because there is no such desire at all. Smiling, the boy promises that he will then be responsible for Helena until she becomes a grandmother. If she never likes anything, they will simply have no other options. The little girl chuckles sarcastically because the blonde seems too confident. The confidence of a 13-year-old is cute, even if it doesn't help matters. It is worth admitting that Foresca's virtue is not wealth or power, but Leonard's cuteness. The elder brother is the cutest creature on the planet, even if he tries to seem more serious. Stopping laughing, the heroine turns her head to the side, noticing one interesting detail in the room. She asks the young man about the sword that stands in the corner. Turning towards the thing, the boy sighs. This sword is intended for fencing training, which will take place today, right on schedule. Asking again about the lessons, the beauty chuckles with interest. It turns out that the teacher recommended by her father came. He graduated from a famous capital academy, which is located far from here. It's time to learn how to handle weapons, so the blonde asks a lot of questions that interest her, which seem to never end. Looking down at the floor, the brother admits that he hasn't quite grasped the point of this lesson yet. It all started not so long ago, thus not giving any clue as to what's what and why. This answer stirs something in Helena's heart. Leonard is quite understanding and diligent. He can even be praised for his independent study, which has been going well for several years now. The boy doesn't know how far they've reached. The teacher said he needs to find out for himself, so they just continue sparring, which began at the very beginning of the day. The question looms large in my mind because no master would teach a beginner starting with sparring. Times have clearly changed, but this seems like too hopeless a way to get what you need. The blonde can't leave everything as it is. Now, retreating quickly, she asks Foresca for permission to attend the lesson. The boy freezes, not expecting something like this. It seemed to him that such things would be of no interest to someone like Helena, even if everything was fine in some ways. Without even thinking about the answer, the young man smiles, nodding his head vigorously. He was never able to refuse his younger sister, who knew how to persuade. Only a few hours had passed, but they seemed incredibly long. The couple descended to the second-floor hall of the estate sometime in the afternoon. The day was still ahead, promising to be interesting. Leonard's smile seemed strangely unusual. The blonde seemed to glow with happiness the whole way, clearly hoping that everything would go as it should. No longer able to keep silent, the girl asks why the boy is so eager for the lesson. He denies it, saying only that it is all because his sister is clearly interested. Raising his weapon into the air, the boy smiled even more than before. If Helena was interested in swords, then they could train together, which would be even more beneficial for both of them. Trying not to show hidden emotions, the blonde just nods. Her brother completely misunderstood what she was trying to say, despite the fact that the girl tried to explain her point of view. Swords had indeed once interested the heroine, who felt pure delight when she was near them. Now they were terribly boring after all the years of handling weapons. Helena came here only out of curiosity about the teacher, who had chosen a strange technique to teach lessons that were supposed to be completely different. Hearing a voice from the door, the blonde smiles, greeting the teacher. The lady promises herself that she will punish the scoundrel who made fun of Leonard, teaching the techniques incorrectly. The man, who looks like he stepped out of a magazine cover, puts his fingers to his temple in greeting. His name is Vitor. His last name was not given because it seemed the guy didn't want to say anything. Introducing his little sister, the boy points out the fact that she won't be training because she wanted to watch the training that will take place there. The girl exhales slowly, keeping her patience. The impression the brunette makes remains strange, so despite the fact that he is a swindler, which he seems to be, the beauty is going to teach him a lesson. Grasping the hem of her dress, the girl tries to force herself to endure, curtsying and greeting. She cannot start to resent prematurely when it is absolutely not necessary. Lowering her head down, the little girl introduces herself. I would really like to watch how the lesson will go, even if, according to those around her, she understands absolutely nothing about it. Chuckling, the brunette notes that observation is everyone's choice. However, if she is interested in the weapon itself, it is worth immediately warning her about some details. The girl freezes, raising her eyebrows, trying to understand what exactly the man means. His statements are incredibly disturbing to the beauty, who is finding it increasingly difficult to remain calm. A sword is a dangerous object. As strange as the following words may sound, this is not an occupation for women, who remain fragile creatures incapable of fighting. Without expressing any emotions, the princess continues to look at her interlocutor with a stony expression. She wants to say a lot of things, but she doesn't have the strength to do so. The girl remembers Empress Dante Renatus, who turns out to be a man, according to the boy's stories. Bursting into laughter, the boy declares that the queen was a mutant. Obviously, the woman was bluffing, and all this was made up to glorify her. The little girl frowned and tried to keep her face. There was no strength left to help a man who was already so deeply mired in what had happened to him. This bag of bones simply insulted the princess, turning all the suffering into a bluff. I don't want to be angry at a baby born 500 years too late, but it's difficult. Looking at the thing, the young man examines the sword with a loving look, saying that it was created for men who are strong and always ready for all difficulties. Clenching her hand into a fist, the blonde thinks about how she can hit someone so that she feels better. This needs to stop before it goes too far. The brother seems to understand everything from the first emotion, so he interrupts the man by stepping forward. Whatever Helena is interested in, no one should interfere with it so as not to scare away the interest. Turning away, the brunette looks at the couple in shock. He quietly asks again what happened to the young man who suddenly decided to stand up for the princess. The girl standing behind him looks away. She is incredibly touched by how brave Leonard is. It's not like anyone else would try to resist, so she praises the boy. Smiling, the man notes the fact that the prince has become overconfident. Being around his sister has given him a strength he never had before, no matter how hard he tries to hide it. Pointing his sword forward, the man stops a few steps away from the boy, who freezes, his eyes wide. Tears are held back, remaining somewhere in the corners of his eyes, which have grown larger. The teacher smirked as he threw the thing over his shoulder. If the boy wanted to have the right to object, he had to beat him at least once in the whole time. Looking down at the floor, the young man blushes in embarrassment. Silence is considered as surrender without a fight, so the master finally suggests starting the lesson, which has already begun. Turning around and heading towards the middle of the room, the brunette notes that they have absolutely no time for idle chatter like this. There are still many things that need to be done ahead. Sighing, the girl tries to contain the uncontrollable anger that will soon break through the dam of reason. A teacher should never say such things to a newcomer who has only been training for a month. This scoundrel shamed not someone incomprehensible, but Helena's brother, who promised to take care of her until she became a grandmother, being in some business that would be interesting to her. Folding her arms across her chest, the blonde looks coldly at the sparring pair. She thinks about how much anger she has at the scoundrel from the academy. The man does not watch his language at all, as well as his movements, which can bring trouble upon himself. It is worth teaching a puppy that does not behave quite appropriately. There were no goals in sparring except one. The master wanted to break Leonard's pride, so he won time after time, being on the highest rung of this chain. Lowering the boy to the floor once again, the brunette giggles disgustingly, forcing the young man to follow instructions that seem endless. He must rise more smoothly and follow everything they say. The teacher begins to laugh strangely, mocking the prince. He fell because his steps were tangled. He should be careful because the princess is looking at them, which could lead to shame. The boy tries to get up as quickly as possible, finding the last of his strength to lean on the sword that stands next to him. His cheeks are covered in a blush from shame and fatigue, showing his true emotions. It seems as if the teacher is simply amused by the child's clumsiness, who, instead of learning, receives a lot of ridicule, which is absolutely not worth the attention of others. At first, observing such a picture, it may seem that a superior teacher is diligently teaching a beginner who does not understand at all how to do most of the elements. However, this is not so. You can't fool a trained fighter's eyes. The girl sees everything herself, becoming more and more convinced that the man is simply trying to make the situation as bad as possible. Stepping aside, the boy suggests a break. The prince must be tired even if the teacher himself could continue, which of course is not true. He is only pretending not to be tired. This man has terrible sword skills. The man had been trained somewhere, but he strangely uses techniques that go haphazardly, all the time masterfully turning the easiest of them accessible even to a child. If he had gone out on the battlefield, he would have died long ago because of his own problems. If he had the ability, the Duchess would scold him in a quiet place, but it can be done even here with the help of his brother, who, most likely, is also thirsty for revenge, which will be carried out very soon. Coming closer to Leonard, the blonde gently places her hand on his shoulder. She quietly asks him if he believes her and the actions that will need to be taken very soon to teach someone a lesson. Smiling, the young man slaps his hand to show that, of course, he believes everything that is said to him. He would never doubt his sister, who always has only the best plans. Leaning closer to his ear, the little girl begins to whisper the necessary steps of the instructions. During the next sparring, the blonde will need to look at the teacher's feet, because this is what will help him a lot. The boy looks back at the teacher, who seems completely unaware that an assassination attempt is being prepared against him. Quietly asking again, he tries to understand what the meaning is. Dante noticed one important thing that could very well serve her purpose. During a fight, a man puts his left leg out strongly in order to ensure a clear position for himself. When the fight starts, the brother should aim right there. Don't be afraid to do something wrong, because in any case it won't end badly, so just poke him in the leg. The blonde seemed taken aback. His huge eyes widened in surprise, and he looked intently at the girl, who continued to explain the rules of the game. Finishing her speech, Helena confidently says that he can do anything, which means he can try. She will always believe in her loved ones, no matter what. Still not understanding what this is all about, Leonard retreats and smiles to reassure that everything is fine. He will believe his sister no matter what. Interrupting them, the brunette asks if they are done with their useless chatter. The rest time is over, which means that the second round of sparring, which was just beginning, has begun. Extending his sword forward, the man takes a stance that, as Fresca predicted, was an advantageous position for his opponent. This time, the boy is determined. While mocking the student, the master notes that the sister has clearly encouraged the boy because his manly face expresses all the emotions. It would be good if this had an effect. The young man angrily clenches his teeth until they make that soft crunching sound. He tries not to let his emotions out, but at the same time stay ready for the battle. Dante sits back down on the couch, folding his arms across his chest. This effect will be more than excellent. The swindler will get what he deserves because he clearly deserves it. The battle begins. The man rushes into battle, raising his wooden sword straight above his head, only to jump back the next second, allowing his opponent to miss. Leonard tries to defend himself before doing what was originally intended. It's hard to keep trying to keep up when the teacher is dragging the child down. Laughing in a voice that wasn't his own, the brunette lifts his head even higher. These kids are asking for trouble by continuing to disrespect adults, so this fight will temper their ardor. Jumping back, the blonde tries to fight back, realizing that it is becoming more difficult each time. The master swings his sword more calmly, leaving no time to look at his feet. Looking down, the boy notices what Helena told him. The leg is again forward, making it clear that his sister was clearly not mistaken in her calculations. The girl watches the events closely. Right now, the teacher has given her much more chances than before because of how actively he jumps from side to side, putting his feet forward. Leonard must continue to advance until he achieves complete success and victory. Leaping forward, the boy strikes the left limb, which turned up just in time. Jumping up from her seat, the blonde tries to contain the inner delight that is bursting out. The boy got it right the first time, hoping not to disappoint the princess looking at them. The man can't concentrate, feeling incredible pain. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he doesn't understand how this could have happened. Rushing forward, the boy looks at his master with concern. It seems he has punched what he wanted and received exactly what he wanted. This feeling will remain irreplaceable. The boy did exactly what Renatus told him to do, and she was incredibly proud. The teacher lies injured on the floor, probably feeling ashamed. Standing up and heading towards the people in the hall, the blonde happily congratulates her brother. Today he showed himself, thereby winning the victory. Standing up and leaning on his elbows, the brunette screams furiously, claiming that these were not the methods that are so cowardly that they cannot be taken into account. This sparring was not valid. Sitting down next to her, the stone-faced blonde says that she knows nothing about swords, and her brother is a newbie. He didn't have much choice in techniques. The man must admit his defeat. Without allowing her to finish the last sentence, the brunette jumps up, shouting that the princess has no right to interfere in men's affairs, which should remain only between them. A quiet laugh fills the room which you want to escape from. He is non-recyclable garbage, who has no future in this world. It seems that he has lost the battle with his mind. Without thinking twice, the girl asks her brother to lend her the sword, reaching out for the thing in order to immediately intercept it into her possession. Now the game will be played by different rules. Not allowing the man to move forward, the blonde points the weapon at him, ordering him to attack or defend himself. It will be up to him. The girl remains persistent, ordering him to attack so that she can show why the teacher lost. Laughing, he says that if he is injured, he will have nothing to do with it. Standing up, the brunette takes a pose that proves that he is about to lose. It is impossible to forgive someone so terrible. He got overexcited, hoping that he would win against the child. By attacking, he hopes that he has at least some chance, which is a pure misunderstanding. This degenerate is a complete flaw, which is simply visible as an eyesore. Carefully dodging, Dante asks his brother to pay attention. By blocking an attack to the face, it is easy to miss it, allowing the enemy to tire much faster than it should. Leonard freezes, unable to say anything. He watches in amazement as the fight seems to only gain momentum with each passing second. With her sword thrust forward, the blonde deftly makes her opponent feel strange about everything that is happening. Victory is already very close. The man jumps back in horror, still trying to fight. He tries to make sure the child loses this time too, but this time the outcome will be completely different. The teacher underestimated the princess because she was just a child. Intending to ask her about his useless abilities, the young man chose not the best method of those proposed. You have to be quick and sure. As Dante gives his next instructions, he turns his hand, letting the other sword slide. The anticipation is too sweet, because the stance is shaken. Still trying to dodge, the brunette straightens his shoulders. He receives a blow to the stomach, which makes him double over and start coughing. There will be no more mercy, and this was the final step. Raising her leg up, Faresca pushes her body down, causing it to fall onto the cold tiles, remaining there after all the tricks of a 10-year-old child. This mediocrity simply wanted to show off to the newbies by pretending to be strong, not teach them fencing. He taught his student, who was a prince, absurdity. Sighing, the princess says that it was so simple that she wanted to yawn. Standing up, the master tries to put two words together into a sentence, not understanding how it happened. As in the previous life, everyone who touched the family suffered a collapse at the hands of the knight. Smiling, the girl repeats the words of the guy, saying that the sword is not suitable for him. The best solution would be not to touch such a terrible and dangerous object, but to start embroidering. Crawling back, the enemy still won't calm down, trying to object to everything that has been said to him lately. He doesn't want to just accept it. Raising her hand in the air, the blonde makes the master shrink and start shaking from the fear that has been present in the room for the last few dozen minutes. Throwing the wooden weapon into the air, the heroine turns around, no longer feeling any satisfaction or any desire to be in this place. Seeing the sword approaching his body, the man screams in horror, trying to get up as quickly as possible. The pain gets in the way, so he remains sitting on the cold tiles. As she approaches the door, the blonde stops only to say that the teachers are no longer welcome in the palace along with his strange teaching methods. The weapon hits his head, causing the boy to fall and cower. He got what he deserved today, even if he was hoping for the usual favorable outcome, which was not destined to happen. Approaching Leonard, who is still standing with his mouth open, the girl puts her hand on his shoulder, trying to assure him that everything will be fine, because he will no longer see the one who humiliated him. From today onwards, the girl will take over the training of the young man. So, just like that, Helena, who turned 10, found what she wanted to do after a long search. Arriving at her parents', the girl tries to express her point of view as gently as possible. She wants to teach her brother the art of swordsmanship, which will obviously help her not to be bored anymore. The girl decided to tell this news to the married couple, who promised that they would support their daughter in absolutely any endeavors that she liked. It could be said that they were not completely delighted. However, it was more like a veil that covered their eyes. After all, after everything that had happened, they seemed extremely surprised. There were many questions that one wanted to ask. The couple, despite their words, refused the children purely for their safety, without even explaining the exact reason, hoping that they would figure it out themselves. A week passed that seemed to last forever. Duke Fresca's office was, as usual, completely silent despite the arrival of his daughter. Turning to Helena, who was interested in reading the book, the father informs her that he sent a man and found out about the teacher she fired. They needed more information. It turned out that due to the lack of points, the guy often stayed for the second year at the academy, which affected his career. The friend who recommended him apologized for a long time after what happened. This swindler didn't even surprise the princess because his insides were immediately visible. The father believed the reputation of that academy and his biography and was deceived. Fresca is not a family of swordsmen who try to fulfill their task. That is why the Duke trusted his acquaintance in this matter without verifying the information. The man couldn't even imagine that the teacher would be useless, that he was even defeated by a 10-year-old girl. Of course, this only happened because she was the main character, but it was also worth paying attention to. Smiling, the blonde is glad that she fired the scoundrel before it was too late. If Leonard had continued to learn the ropes from him, he might have simply gotten used to the wrong approach that was used. The blonde turns away once again, trying to come up with an excuse. There is some sense in her daughter's words, and she never throws words to the wind. However, common sense must be present as well. She says that she will teach someone fencing, although she has never learned it in her life, exposing herself and those around her to unnecessary risk. Getting up from his chair, the father offers to make a deal. The girl has never been interested in anything, and now that she has the desired thing, nothing can be missed. Next week, there will be a guest arriving in the ducal lands, and he is the same age as Leonard, which allows for some interesting things to happen. The proposal was that Helena try to train her brother to a level where they could fight without any problems. To clarify, the lady understands that they want her brother to defeat that guest. Judging by Leonard's understanding and diligent attempts, this will be quite possible. The boy smiles. The daughter agreed because she thought she could do it. However, she realized that the offer was more of a provocation. Continuing his speech, the father announced that this summer, Prince Kaisar would arrive and stay at their estate for a not very long time. The young lady freezes in shock at what she just heard. She can't believe that she is being asked to defeat a well-known prince, thereby proving her abilities. I want to run away and forget about the deal, because after the rebirth, this is the first situation in 10 years that has deprived the princess of the gift of speech, which promised to return not so soon. Many say that Kaisar is an incredibly talented child. In the imperial palace, he was trained as a future head of state, and of course, he studied the art of the sword. This would most likely be incredibly difficult since Leonard and the prince had a huge gap in their training. The young man was an excellent swordsman, while the blonde was just beginning his journey. Thus, the father hinted that it was better to give up. Her thoughts are distracted by her brother, who grabs her sister's shoulder. He asks if she can see the color of the crown prince's eyes, to which she shakes her head. Turning around, the girl notices a boy. It is said that all people of the Grey clan have scarlet eyes, which seems surprising considering how rare it is among the others. The blonde sighs, casting a skeptical glance at those around her. She doesn't understand this, so she always thought it was nothing special. Reflecting on the past, the Empress remembers how, before her death, she passed the title to her best friend, Duke Elez Grey. He was a wonderful man who always served with his heart and soul. Now it brings back memories, because the girl is sure that it was red eyes with a kind, devoted gleam in the pupils that were looking at her then. The blonde bows to greet His Highness. Introducing his name, he says that it is a great honor to meet one of the royal couple who has arrived. Helena decides to do the same, so she curtsies, closing her eyes, saying her first and last name, which is already known to everyone because of the duchy. Looking at the boy so closely, Dante notices strange similarities between the prince and Ales. They are too similar, but it makes sense because the boy is his descendant. Without letting anyone finish their sentence, the brunette turns away. If these were empty greetings, then he certainly didn't need them, even if they were supposed to somehow soften the situation. The boy had a nasty character, which was known to everyone around him. Even if that was true, Kaisar was right in some ways, because those were really empty greetings. Normally, the blonde would have pretended not to hear anything. However, due to the prince's resemblance to her best friend, the girl asks what greeting His Majesty wanted then. Gray turns back sharply, his eyes wide. Looking at his interlocutor, he quietly asks what she said, realizing that he most likely misheard. By extending her hand forward, the lady suggests shaking hands instead of unnecessary greetings, which for some reason he did not like at all, although it was accepted in high society. The people around looked at the outstretched palm in surprise, which was still very close to the guy, who seemed as amazed as everyone else. Jumping aside, the brunette screams that this is absolutely unthinkable. The girl dared to behave inappropriately, thereby exposing herself to danger. The guy who arrived with the prince grabs his hand and starts shaking it. The princess is incredible because she decided to go to meet His Highness, despite all the obstacles. The man apologizes for daring to touch the body of the imperial family, but while they are here, everyone must live together, even if someone does not want to. Tears roll down his cheeks on their own. Clicking his tongue in disdain, the boy no longer resists the greeting that made him want to sink into the ground. Turning to the princess, he nods. They will try to live these few months on good terms, without ruining each other's entire vacation here. Without showing any emotion, the blonde just nods. He immediately became so soft, even if it seemed that he would become even more arrogant. The hand squeezes the woman's palm with force, causing a slight pain. It seems that the prince has already been informed that the girl knows how to use a sword a little, so he decided to defeat her by force. Having to fight a kid who was born 500 years later, thus putting herself in an unpleasant situation. In this case, she can't lose, even if it happens. Grinning, the blue-eyed girl understands that it would be best to teach this guy how to shake hands properly, since it is impossible to win with strength alone. It is important to put pressure on the joint, so by lifting the thumb, the beauty puts pressure, thereby forcing the bones to compress, sending endless pain into the body. The young man jumps back, screaming across the room at the amount of force put into him that seemed strange for a 10-year-old. He lost, even if the fight hadn't even started yet. The servant runs up to His Highness, trying to find out what happened, because the reaction was clearly unusual for those who surrounded Kaisar. Frowning, the boy tries to recover, claiming that nothing happened, even though just a minute ago he let out a loud scream that everyone heard. Smiling, the blonde follows the brunette with her eyes. After all, this kid is a descendant of Elez, because just like his ancestor, he is not going to snitch on anyone. Waving her hand after him, the girl promises that this summer will be unforgettable for both of them, even if it is not worth hoping for. Now the prince realized that if he goes against the enemy, he will die immediately. Smiling crookedly in response, the brunette is happily awaiting this moment, even if it is clear from his face that he just wants to get revenge for everything that happened as soon as possible. This couple will arrange many more fights between themselves, thus making everyone else nervous. This is the way to make everyone believe in their strength. Now they are simply in a confrontation that cannot be stopped. They are drilling each other with their eyes, incinerating each other with their gaze. Mother brought Helena to her office to talk to her about what had happened. Even if the emperor was the same age as the little girl, she should always try to behave appropriately. The boy must be having a hard time with the loss. He and Leonard are the only ones his age on the estate, so they should try to treat him kindly. Deciding not to argue so as not to waste extra energy, the blonde nods in agreement, realizing that this will be the only way out. She will remember all the instructions given. The girl thought that the first meeting with Kaisar had gone well, but apparently the adults did not think so. They were like cats who had gotten into a fight. It wasn't all that bad, because thanks to this, the princess learned the reason for the future emperor's visit to their estate. The empress died last winter, so the prince sank into despair, no longer finding any reason to be happy. It was something unnecessary. Thanks to his father's care, the boy left the imperial castle and came here to have some fun. This was the real reason why the leading family was here. The situation allowed her to feel at least a little sorry for the guy who had lost too much. She understood that his arrival was too sudden, but she never inquired about the reason. After the empress died, everything turned upside down. There was probably no one in the castle who could protect Kaisar, which was a direct threat. His father brought him here to get rid of the opposition forces at this time. Now in this situation it seems even more annoying, because if you are in someone else's house, you should show at least a drop of respect. As she walked out into the corridor, the girl waved her arms in different directions. If this behavior continued, Helena would definitely beat him up in some quiet corner. A cough from the side made Dante freeze. Her eyes fluttered innocently because she was in an extremely funny position that could not be explained. The person who interrupted her was, of course, the prince, who asked what the girl was talking about with her mother. Many say that the blonde was scolded for what happened earlier. It's strange that the boy waited here all this time. Mom lectured for over an hour, which was recorded immediately after it was over. The words were true, so Renatus nods. Sighing, the young man says that this is the right decision. Dante's behavior was a little tactless, but it doesn't bother him, so there is nothing to worry about. Nodding, the blonde promises that she will do so. She is not too bothered by what happened, which once again proves that she does not care at all. The reaction is only a quiet sigh. By pointing his finger forward, the young man is saying that she had better worry. There will be a lot of problems if the girl does not behave appropriately with those who are higher in status than her. He has imperial blood in him. But now, if there is no duchy, he will be the one in a difficult situation, because he was sent here for safekeeping. A victorious smile is reflected on Renatus's face. This young man himself came running here to save his blood, shouting in this position about his status as a prince. He cannot put himself above others. Gritting his teeth, the guy tries to restrain himself so as not to say even more nasty things, which will surely come back to haunt him later. The boy lowers his head and sighs heavily. He wants to start a conversation about something important, but he has no idea what exactly to say in this situation. Gathering his strength, he announces that he wanted to wait for the princess to clear up the misunderstanding. Everything that happened before was weighing on his psyche, so it was worth doing it even earlier. Looking contemptuously at her interlocutor, the heroine sighs. The guy is pretending to be an innocent lamb, despite the fact that with that handshake they themselves promised each other to tear the enemy to pieces. Without giving a chance to get a word in, the young man continues his speech. His person always causes a lot of trouble, so even this time he is not the most welcome guest in this estate. The fact that the family accepted the boy proves that they opposed the Balor family, the family of the first empress. For Faresca, who left the front, His Highness is just ballast. With those words, the brunette tried to tell them not to show false hospitality to him. He didn't intend to ruin anyone's mood or do anything bad. The blonde froze, trying to understand and digest all the information she had just been given. It turned out that she was the only person who had acted inappropriately. It turns out that the girl was torturing an innocent man who was truly suffering because of what was happening in the castle. This was the first mistake in Helena Fareschi's life. The guy seemed like someone who was cornered but still trying to do something about his situation, which made it clear that everything was bad. He wanted everything to be like before. The beauty failed, thinking that the stupid prince was too arrogant, but he was already feeling a lot of pressure, so he responded accordingly. Turning to leave, the girl makes no further attempt to explain. It is too late to regret, especially since it was true, because the child was not happy with visitors. In any case, there were more important problems now. It was necessary to think about how to break the boy, which meant that the girl would think that he had begun a strategic psychological attack in advance. For the last time, allowing herself to turn towards the corridor, Helena realizes that she is surrounded by complete emptiness and silence. The prince has long since gone to his room. Heading towards her brother, the beauty simply wanted to talk, but from the doorway, she received a question about whether she had made peace with the prince. Obviously, everyone expected that this was exactly what would happen. The girl may have forgotten, but this incident happened in the hall a week ago. There was a bad atmosphere in the air, making everyone uneasy. Putting the sword down, the lady notes that this was a psychological duel between two children. After that, no one is obliged to make peace. There is no need to worry about that boy, unless his father said something about this incident. No one said anything, but they both wanted to live in harmony with the prince. It must have been hard for him to make friends in the imperial palace, considering how bad things had become lately. His brother wanted to be friends with him. Such innocent and kind people still exist, and proof of this was Leonard, who still had to make 298 sword swings to complete the training. After defeating that vile teacher, Fareska did not ask anything about the training, realizing that it would be easier. The student's results were visible to the naked eye. The boy trains day after day, so the master should gradually learn the enemy's strength. Nodding her head, the girl agrees to make peace with His Highness. Literally glowing with happiness, the blonde nods vigorously. He doesn't know that it's not true, so he can't help but rejoice. While she's away, he can complete the 295 swings that remain on the list. After several days of observation, the princess learned that Hamilton and Kaisar were practicing swordsmanship on the second floor of the hall, which could be reached in a few minutes. It is obvious that reconciliation is an excuse. First, secret surveillance is needed to understand whether the enemy has strengths and weaknesses. Dante must do everything to ensure that Leonard wins. Knocking on the door, the princess opens the oak doors, carefully looking inside. She is in no hurry to enter without permission. Hamilton, noticing the girl, lowers his weapon, looking at the beauty with interest. He wonders what happened that she suddenly decided to come here. Still standing in the aisle, the blonde awkwardly scratches the back of her head, saying that she would like to watch the training session that is about to begin. The teacher smiles, remembering that she also studies fencing with Prince Leonard. She is probably interested in the techniques taught in the palace. She teaches, but it would take too long to explain now. Coming closer to the guest, the guy asks the prince if he wants to see the lady next to them. They can't refuse the princess, who won't interfere. Without showing any interest, the boy just sighs, agreeing to this proposal. Hamilton can do whatever he wants because it will not affect the course of training. Trying to clarify whether it is definitely possible, the teacher almost bursts into tears. Kaisar really has a terrible character. If he was going to allow it, he better do it in a good mood. Sitting down on the chair that was kindly provided, the girl watches the battle begin. In any case, thanks to this, she got a chance to see his weaknesses. This chance cannot be missed, so you can try to come to training more than once. Dante promises to study the enemy's abilities so that he knows his every move. By extending his sword and taking a stance, the brunette announces the start of the fight. The prince gets a total of 30 seconds to prepare before he rushes into battle, trying to fight back and attack. Watching the progress of the duel, the beauty tries not to show that she is completely in shock. It seems as if everything did not go as planned. The young man tried to make the duel more varied. Quietly admitting her mistake, the blonde lowers herself down. The prince is too good at what he does, even though he tries not to show it. Surprisingly, for his age, he has a very high concentration and quick reaction. If Leonard is getting better through effort, then here it is completely different. Kaisar was born with abilities that could not be interrupted. One could say that the young man was somewhat similar to the main character because she was exactly the same. In shock, the girl understands that they now have huge problems. Leonard cannot be compared with the prince, who does everything in the best possible way. The blonde tries to do all the moves he promised to do for his sister, not yet suspecting what kind of mess they got themselves into. It will take much more effort than expected. Hamilton pauses, exhaling. His Majesty is in good shape today, so they can continue after the teacher has had a little rest. Nodding slightly, the brunette lowers the wooden sword to hide it in the sheath intended for the item. He was also quite tired, so he needed at least a 5-minute rest. Running up, the girl hands over a towel, noting the fact that the young man has simply incredible abilities. She is truly surprised that he has revealed such a side. Frowning, the boy takes the thing, asking which side of it was seen before. He had always been one of the brightest children studying art, so there was no reason to doubt his abilities. Smiling, the girl nods, trying to change the subject. After watching the sparring, no matter how she looked at this boy, no flaws were noticeable. There is no other option but to engage him personally and find at least one weakness. If the prince is not too tired, they could engage in battle. Kaisar freezes, trying to find the right words, which disappeared somewhere at that very second. Hamilton also could not find the words, not understanding how the princess decided to do this. The young man starts shouting. He heard that the girl had only recently begun to learn fencing, which meant she could get hurt. The answer is that one must learn to wield a sword by getting hurt. This is true, but if the girl gets hurt, he will be ashamed in front of the duke. The teacher agrees because even if the princess were to spar with someone more outstanding than her, she would still not be able to learn anything. It's cute how the couple worries about the girl, but she needs to find Kaisar's weaknesses by any means necessary, otherwise it's all over. Assuming that he is not very interested in sparring with the young lady, the girl sighs. It is not a matter of interest, but perhaps the reward for winning can be outstripped. Something material wouldn't really fit the description, so all that's left is to come up with something like fulfilling the wish of the sparring winner. The silence stretches as Hamilton tries to get His Highness to back down. If anything goes wrong, the price will be too high. Grabbing the handle, the brunette frowns, asking if it would be absolutely any wish he wishes to come true. It seems the bait worked as it should. The blonde nods, holding out her hand. The winner can get ahead of absolutely any wish he wants, regardless of the age of the combatants. Warning that later it will be impossible to back down. Only accepting the conditions of the game, the young man nods, because it turns out that this is the best choice that could have been made. The blonde chuckles. Looking into her opponent's eyes, she anticipates how she will understand his weaknesses, which will give her the strength to train Leonard. Hamilton, who seemed resigned to the future, calls the fight to begin, looking at the young men who have taken up their stance, waiting to get into action. Almost crying, the man begs that none of them get hurt. They must try to do everything as carefully as possible, without any bad consequences. The young man does not answer, only thinking that now it is all over. He would like to win without being wounded, but everything will be seen very soon. When choosing a strategy, the princess reminds herself that this is a battle of weaknesses, which means she needs to try to attack the enemy in a variety of ways. The servant announces the start, which means that the next second the couple rushes at each other, starting to move to the side, fighting back with swords. The first way to get what you deserve is a tactic that comes naturally. The side of the thigh is the part that is difficult to protect, which makes it clear that it will be easier this way. Noticing the attempts being made to hit his leg, the boy quickly dodges to avoid ending up on the ground the next second. Deciding on a step that helped bring victory closer, the brunette counterattacks his opponent, who almost manages to jump back. It becomes clear that the duel will not end so quickly. This kid defends himself incredibly quickly, while trying to counterattack his opponent, who is unable to do anything about him. From his scarlet eyes, which are ablaze with the fire of victory, one can understand that the young man is thirsty for victory no less than his rival, who still cannot concentrate on what she is doing. Swinging his weapon, the prince attacks from the side, forcing the princess to defend herself at the speed of light, while moving in for another blow. Stepping aside, the pair lower their swords, giving themselves a truce of a few seconds to gather their strength and enter the second round. The prince chuckled and noted that Helena was clearly no novice, even though she had said she was just learning fencing. Of course, she wouldn't have placed a bet if she intended to lose. The brunette nods, grinning. The girl is right. It wouldn't have been that interesting if she hadn't even intended to try to do what she had planned. The blonde said she was not a newbie, but still, the child's body lacked the physical training that the old body had. She thought that recently, while training Leonard, everything had gotten better. But it turned out to be untrue. Reflecting another attack, the girl tried to strike another blow as quickly as possible, which was still in vain. The princess brought the attacks to places that were difficult to block, but each time the guy instinctively reflected them. To resist such a genius, you need to put in much more effort. She simply had no choice but to apply the knowledge gained in battle rather than the knowledge learned in class. The next attack would definitely be impossible to repel, so the young man would simply have to quietly accept the defeat that had come to him. The sword rushes at great speed straight towards the prince, who freezes for a second, obviously trying to figure out what to do in such a situation. Instead of being confused, the young man covers himself with his elbow. You can't repel an attack by blocking it with your hand, because that can be incredibly dangerous. Still holding his elbow at the ready, not allowing the object to pass, the brunette swings his sword, which soars into the air next to the heroine. This guy is clearly crazy, trying to look better by using techniques like this. They stand ready to finish each other off, but Hamilton interrupts the fight. Jumping up from his seat, the man runs to His Majesty, asking if he is okay after what just happened to him, even though he brought all the problems on himself. Sighing angrily, the brunette states that he almost won, but was stopped at the most inopportune moment, which ruined everything. By interfering in the conversation, the girl points out the fact that it was a draw, to which she receives a bunch of objections. If the teacher had not intervened, the guy would have definitely won, thereby helping himself to win desire. If the sword had been real, the prince would have lost his hand long ago. This fact was generally accepted, despite the fact that the man tried his best to deny his involvement. Instinctively clutching his shoulder, the young man refuses to take the remark into account. It is obvious that the one whose head is cut off loses. Hamilton, clearly giving in to panic, tries to make Kaisar stop saying such terrible things, but no one listens to him. Turning to his interlocutor, he says that he hasn't had such an interesting sparring match for a long time. Pushing his charge towards the entrance, the master asks what he meant by that. It is impossible to say such a thing because he was asked not to get hurt, a mission which the young man successfully failed. The door slams shut, leaving the blonde completely alone in the huge hall, looking skeptically at those leaving behind. Laughing abnormally, the girl looks down at her shaking hands, which still can't calm down. This guy is really something. While training Leonard, the heroine feels that it was not in vain. Even if he did not achieve success now, in the future, her brother is guaranteed to become a worthy warrior. There was no doubt about it. Kaisar's whole charm was that he was incredibly unpredictable, always trying to make sure that his opponent did not understand his next steps. The brunette made a monster out of himself. Perhaps this is exactly what the master felt in his past life when he first saw Dante. The girl never asked him anything, knowing that she would not be answered. There was a certain confidence in the actions that if you keep going, something will work out after training that will last for a certain amount of time. That evening, a dinner was held in the main hall, attended by the entire family and guests in almost full force. The Duchess asks where His Highness is now. Hamilton, trying to somehow smooth over the situation that happened earlier, simply says that the prince is quite tired, so he decided to stay in his room today. The blonde sitting at the table is clearly tense. The new friend didn't show up for dinner, and that couldn't help but worry her. Most likely it was because of what happened earlier. Kaisar did feel a lot of pain when he tried to block the sword strike. He didn't show it, so she thought it might just be a bruise, but as it turned out, it was much worse. Slowly exhaling in an attempt to calm herself, the princess realizes that it was also her fault, although the young man should have been calmer or at least more careful. This situation seemed unpleasant for everyone involved. Approaching the door of the prince's room, the Duchess quietly knocked on the wood. A normal, familiar voice is heard behind the door. The heroine promised herself that she would return for lunch immediately after checking on his condition. It seemed that everything was in perfect order. Helena Foresca is worried about another person's well-being for the second time, even if she has never been so worried before. As she walks inside, she notices a boy sitting on a chair. Dante freezes, trying to find the right words to describe what she is feeling now, or at least ask about the prince's well-being. The horror is reflected on the heroine's face. Her arm was broken, so there was no talk of a bruise. She did something terrible to the child, and even if he himself put his elbow in, it meant nothing. The brunette grinned and noticed that his interlocutor had a funny expression on her face. It seemed that she was experiencing horror and confusion at the same time. Sitting down next to him, Renatus asks if the treatment was done properly. Hamilton invited a doctor to help the wound heal as quickly as possible. Folding her arms across her chest, the lady begins to grumble about how one cannot be so frivolous about such things. She knows what it is like because she too has broken a finger, after which the place hurt and ached when it rained and when the weather changed. Memories come to mind. In order to protect herself and save her life, the knight tried to do everything as best as possible, but when she failed, she grabbed her sword to stop him. Turning away, Dante says that she wasn't trying to stop the attack, she was just messing around. The best solution was to change the subject, because without noticing it, the princess almost told about an incident from her past life. Asking a few more questions, Helena wonders if Kaisar will snitch that he broke his arm because of the heroine. There is no point in him doing this because he is not a child. He would never act in such a shameful way, but he does not even deny that he does not like the girl at all. She is the same, because the guy knows perfectly well that the beauty does not like him. Forcing a smile, the Duchess says that for her, it's just the opposite. In fact, she likes His Highness because she would like to raise such a genius for future victories in battles. Clearly embarrassed, the guy jumps up from his seat, starting to talk about sparring. At the end of the fight, the girl finally relaxed and almost lost. Not at all surprised, the blonde nods lightly. She will not deny the truth, because when the lady saw that Kaisar was blocking the blow with his hand, she was afraid that she could hurt someone. At that moment, the lady could not change the course of the attack, but it was necessary to avoid breaking his arm, so, having tried her best, the girl almost lost. It turns out that the prince knew what could happen and knew the consequences, but he still crossed the line and put up a block, exposing himself as a masochist. The only excuse is that the guy had no idea what wish the lady could make. He asks what the girl wanted to ask for. With an innocent expression on her face, the lady announces that she simply wanted to acquire a servant who obeys her. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. Almost exploding, the brunette shouts that the emperor of an entire country cannot become a servant of an aristocrat who is lower in status than him. The answer is a ringing laugh. The girl asks what the young man wanted to ask, who shudders after the question was asked. He did not expect that someone in their right mind would ask him about this. Turning away, the brunette pretends that everything is fine, because the fight ended in a draw long ago. It was unfair because the princess told about her desire. Deciding to take the prince weakly, the lady grabs his hand, saying that she understood what exactly they wanted from her. The man wanted to make the girl do something daring and inappropriate. Turning away, the young man sighs. It is unclear who he is being taken for, although the brunette only wanted to suggest calling each other by name in order to possibly become friends in the future. Not understanding what the problem is, the blonde asks why make a whole wish out of it. Perhaps she was not destined to understand what the whole problem is. For the guy, this is a very serious matter because even when His Highness asks to address him informally, people feel uncomfortable, which leads to misunderstandings. When the young man asked Hamilton to call him by his name, he fell to the floor in a bow. He begged him to forgive him if he had done anything wrong and not to do anything like that to him, continuing to sob. Looking at the interlocutor, the heroine understands what he is leading to. The same thing happened to her before because in her past life she was an empress. Now everything continued despite the changes. In her past life, the queen also almost begged Elez to do what she asked, but in the end she got nothing but a refusal that was difficult to accept. Although everyone exalted the empress and trembled in awe, in reality they only wanted the power that the princess could give them. No one wanted to get close to her. It was precisely because the others wanted nothing to do with the queen that she simply took this step, asking Elez to address her informally when they were alone. Instead of agreeing, the man told Her Highness not to say anything like that, even in jest, thereby rejecting the offer. Breaking herself out of her own thoughts, the beauty nods, promising that she will call the prince by his name, even if it is not what she should do. Asking in surprise, the prince cannot believe that everything will be exactly as he wants. The princess promises to talk to him as a friend in an informal setting. Smiling, the beauty nods again, as if confirming her words. She asks the prince to spar with her sometimes, so that training will help her remember what she has forgotten. The brunette freezes, mindlessly looking at his interlocutor, who no longer offers anything, only waiting for a specific answer, which she should receive very soon. The guy's cheeks blushed a little from such a sudden change, despite the fact that he was incredibly happy that the girl so easily agreed to everything that was offered to her. If Kaisar had known that this would happen, he would have definitely come up with a more complicated wish in order to win and then make it. The girl simply started calling the guy by his first name, and he was already so happy. It seems that for the full picture only such small details are needed, in the form of at least one friend. If Elez had done the same back then, perhaps the Duchess would have felt the same way. Laughing lightly, Dante imagined her face in the past, which would have expressed joy. Bursting into uncontrollable laughter, the heroine tries to calm down, hearing reproaches from the prince, who became even more flushed, which does not leave her face. Kaisar decided to take a break from training until his arm healed. He seemed quite complete without training because he now had friends. The three of them got together almost every day to play cards. It was Leonard's suggestion, who clearly cared for Kaisar as if he were his own brother, but after a few days everyone got fed up. As usual, lying on the carpet, the friends complained about everything, because in addition to all the problems, trouble did not come alone, forcing them to sit at home due to the rainy season, which began just recently. The boredom is interrupted by a voice that says that on days like these, something unusual usually appears in the duchy. Waiting for the children to ask about it, the man pauses. The brunette clasps his hands together, saying that on summer nights like today, a woman in blue clothes usually appears in the basement, looking for a new victim. The boys try to make their interlocutor change his mind and say that he simply lied about everything, but he remains silent. Sighing indifferently, the beauty with a stony expression says that ghosts do not exist. This was clear even to little children, who were 5 years old. By pointing his finger forward, the man assures that there are not 1 or 2 witnesses, which adds credibility. It is for this reason that the Duke restricts entry to the basement. The prince quietly turns to Leonard, asking if this is true. Almost crying, the boy says that the entrance to the forbidden room is indeed closed, so that no one can go there. Of course, the father does not allow to go down and go there, because no one knows what will happen to the one who is caught by the ghost. The person can get into very bad trouble. It is clear that the corners of the guy's lips are raised, which means he is joking. However, without stopping, the man asks to remain calm, so as not to catch the eye of the woman in blue. The friends start screaming and grab each other, hoping that this will somehow save them. Obviously, they are children, so they believed another story. Knocking on the door, thus causing panic, the brunette enters, asking that Monsieur Viscount discuss with him the details of the carriage repairs, which must be started today. Sighing, the blonde escorts Hamilton out. Apparently, the guy is relieving stress after work. Asking those in the room why they were so scared, the girl looks at them skeptically because it's not true. Jumping up from his seat, the prince vehemently assures that ghosts are not a myth and that they exist. They are even in the imperial castle, not to mention the duke's estate. They say that on days when the sun disappears, there is complete silence, from which you want to hide. A ghost wanders in the castle, thirsting for revenge. Sealed by Empress Dante Renatus in her youth, the dragon Crusage flies through the corridor and searches for her reborn body. She has long since left the world, but he still does not want to forgive what the woman did. This is even harder to believe than what they were talking about before. It seems like no one cares about her opinion or why it happened, because she knows this dragon. It is unclear why it is necessary to fly in the castle if everything has burned down and disappeared. The prince decides to take an important step and suggests that instead of cards, they go to the basement tonight and see for themselves whether there is a ghost there. A quarrel begins between the friends. The princess is not going anywhere, while the prince tries to make her get up and go with them. No one pays attention to Leonard. Falling to the ground, the girl rolls onto her back. It seems terrible to do what you don't want to do on such a hot, sultry day. If a couple wants, they can go together. Already switching to threats, the girl breaks into a scream. She does not want to go anywhere, regardless of what they can offer her. She just wants to get some peace and quiet. Still, no one left a choice. So the beauty stands in front of the door to the basement, holding a candle to light the road, which is completely covered in darkness. Stopping near the doors, the guys check the door, realizing that it is locked, which is quite logical after all the stories. I don't want to believe that the heroine fell for such a simple trick that was thrown as bait. They wanted to take her on a dare, saying that the princess was simply afraid. This character trait did not go away even after rebirth, so the Virgin is skeptical about such fun. No one knows where the key is that would help open the door. Taking out his sword, Leonard swings. They realize that there is nothing left to do but break the lock that closed the passage to that very cherished place. Realizing that she has no choice, the girl rushes forward. There is no need to create unnecessary noise, which would surely wake up all the inhabitants. She can handle this matter herself. The maiden, of course, does not have a key, but this is not even necessary because there is always a hairpin in her hair that will help her cope with a closed room, letting her friends in. During her time as a street child, she often did something similar, but to deflect suspicion, the beauty says that she only read about it in a book that talked about everything. The door opens with a dull sound, letting everyone in. Once inside, the young people still can't gather the strength to go inside. Taking the candle from her brother's hands, the girl orders them to watch their feet. From here, she will go first in order to prevent any problems that might arise. The opinion changed because Leonard took the blow, being the oldest. Carefully descending the steps, he looks around to see what awaits them. The atmosphere in the basement was even worse than she had imagined. The dampness and dust were of no help, but she had to pull herself together because if one of them got hurt, only the heroine could take care of her friends. There was nothing scary here, even if at first it seemed like there was a ghost. In the depths of this tunnel there is a canal, because everyone hears the murmur of water, which makes it clear what exactly it means. There are definitely no ghosts here, but the temperature has dropped dramatically. At the beginning of the stairs, the temperature almost took your breath away, and now your body literally freezes. The couple finally realized that everything was okay, and the story about the woman in blue was a lie, which meant that it was time for them all to head upstairs to return. The iron door slowly rises, revealing itself, allowing the boys to see something in the distance. A little nervous, the blonde carefully examines the darkness, in which something is visible. In the distance, a strange silhouette appeared in a blue dress that looked suspiciously like the girl Hamilton had described before leaving the children alone to repair the carriage. The boys run in different directions, breaking into a frantic scream. Their eyes widen in a split second, thus making it clear that they are experiencing shock. The blonde, who didn't expect to see anything like this in the basement, heading here just to prove to her friends that all this is not true, looks away intently. She can't believe that there is a person there. Grabbing the lady by the arms, the friends drag her away from the basement, continuing to shout about the ghost they had just seen. There was no point in resisting any longer. All that remains is to say thank you for the fact that the guys, despite their fear, brought the girl with them, because now they could remember what happened for the rest of the time on a permanent basis. Father, as usual, was sleeping peacefully in his bed with his wife, but the screams from the corridors made him wake up. He wanted to get some sleep, but that's exactly what happened now. The servants, like all the other inhabitants of the estate, were also sleeping at such a late hour, but even for them the noise seemed too annoying, which was incredibly irritating. That's how the whole house woke up right in the middle of the night. Thanks to what happened, the adults learned that the kids had broken into the basement to check for ghosts. The boys sit on their knees with their hands stretched into the air. Caesar cannot stretch his left hand, so he sits looking at the floor, displeased. This punishment seemed deserved. Dante frowned. She didn't understand why she was put there too, if she had no intention of going, much less believing in ghosts that didn't exist. No matter how much the lady thought about the man who appeared to them, it was just a mirage that turned out to be fake. She did not want to believe in such nonsense. When asking about the mirage, the prince points out that it is usually seen only in deserts, but the princess refutes this myth. They say that if there is a big difference in air temperatures in a place, you can see something like that. Hoping that it was just as his sister said, the blonde sighed heavily. He didn't want to encounter anything like that again. Turning to his interlocutor, the guy notices that the girl has missed something, thereby forgetting about what happened. A mirage, due to the refraction of light, reflects objects in the air that are in another place. Most likely it was a reflection of some portrait, but the brunette did not see any paintings in the basement. Everything seemed even more confusing than before. The young man smiles triumphantly, although he himself is now wildly frightened. There was nothing that could be reflected in the air, thereby creating a shadow. Smiling her characteristic mocking smile, the blonde nods. Goosebumps run down her arms from the fear that has enveloped her entire body like a slight chill. In her second life, Renatus met a ghost, held hands with the kids, and now spent the entire night apologizing to whoever they disturbed with their arrival. Interrupting the suffering of the young heirs, Hamilton clarifies whether they mean the very same ghost in the basement that so diligently haunted them. Smiling, the brunette says that he heard about the tiles that are laid out in white and blue colors on the bottom of the canal. Almost all members of the ducal family know that it is these that give such a strange reflection. Asking again, the prince almost stutters to clarify whether it is definitely not a ghost. The servant cannot believe that the children believed this story, so he laughs lightly. While saying that his friends at least had a happy memory, the man notices strange expressions on their faces. They show contempt and anger at the same time. This is how the friendship story of three young people who had nothing in common began. An unspoken rule emerged, never, under any circumstances, to tell anyone about that story. Later, after people asked how they met, the couple always remembered that day. Even after the questions, the friends stood firm, not going to divulge what they had agreed never to tell anyone. It was forbidden. This idea came to Kaisar, who understood that adults would constantly laugh at what had happened. No more mistakes could be made. Over time, the prince's left arm almost healed, returning to normal. Around the same time, in Alpentus, where the duchy was located, the summer solstice festival began, which everyone wanted to attend. Turning to Ferescu, the young man asks if they have already been to the festival. If so, he would like to know if they liked it, or if it is all empty advertising. Turning away, the blonde asks the guy to leave her alone, not to interfere with her doing what she wants. The constant questions sometimes irritated her more than anything else. Quickly jumping down from the thick tree on which the hero had been sitting all this time, he asks why the girl doesn't want to go anywhere, to which he simply receives the answer, "I don't want to." Sighing, the beauty realizes that at the festival people are divided into only two types. One of them is more harmless because they are children, and the other is pickpockets who can take anything from pockets. There is also a third type, little kid pickpockets who are even more agile than adult thieves who are not so nimble. Jumping up and down, the brunette reminds the princess that she is also a child because she is one of the youngest. Interrupting the squabble, Leonard says that the village has absolutely nothing to see. The boy has never seen a middle-class festival, and Hamilton forbids him to go alone, so he needs to find some company the next evening, which hits the nail on the head. Perhaps the teacher will allow all three of them to go there, so Leonard, in proposing his candidacy, is, as usual, right. Dante should be excluded from their plans because she is simply too lazy. Apart from teaching Leonard, Helena is too lazy to do anything in this life. No one knows that she worked hard while trying to achieve the status of empress in her past life. The prince sincerely feels sorry for Leonard because his sister is his mentor. It turns out that everything is not so at all because Feresca teaches all the arts perfectly. The blonde does not know how to lie, thereby proving that this is true. Pointing her sword forward, the girl assures them that they had better not joke with her. She will not go to any festivals, even if they send her by force. Turning to his sister, Leonard smiles his innocent smile that makes the heroine's heart melt. This look, as usual, makes you change your mind. Sighing heavily, the girl realizes that everything is lost. The boy really had an incredible gift of persuasion, despite the fact that he didn't even open his mouth to say anything. While at the market, a couple looks at another stall with vases, saying that the saleswoman has good skills in creating works of art. Coming closer to the guys, the girl asks why they dragged the Viscount here, and then suddenly ran away from him. It was mean, but at the same time quite funny. It turns out that if the innocent Hamilton is accused of losing his charges, he too will be left helpless, just like they once were after his stories. It seems that the prince's head can only come up with something so bad that it seems like he has no heart. Perhaps he just doesn't feel sorry for the teacher at all. In fact, Renatus doesn't even realize how bad their relationship is. He grumbles even about simple things and is very annoying, making you want to hide all the time. One can understand the emperor's feelings, but the Viscount is also right in some ways. He is doing all this because someone has been following his friends for the last hour, hiding in the corners. After the boys part ways with Hamilton, the princess continues to feel a strange presence. It was clear from the start that well-dressed children walking around unsupervised would be bait for the bad guys. Either it will be a pickpocket or a kidnapper who will turn out to be someone who will demand a ransom. The girl is more than sure that she will be able to resist, but no one knows how it will end. The blonde man is completely invisible to the point that it is clear that he is dressed quite richly, and therefore is neither the first nor the second category. The next second, the couple's eyes met. The girl froze, trying to understand how she could have made such a terrible mistake. The young man openly looks at the beauty, who understands that the energy belonged to him. Noticing the princess's concentrated gaze, the figure immediately disappears around the corner. As Dante runs away, she thinks only about how she can't lose sight of the man. Her future will depend on it, so she asks the couple to stay alone, promising that she will return soon. Running around the corner, Helena brakes sharply, hoping that she will understand where the young man who was just there and then simply disappeared has suddenly gone. Walking down the alley, the blonde looks around. The figure really did seem to have evaporated, despite the fact that the alley was quite long. A male voice is heard from behind. The young man introduces Noe, kneeling before greeting the princess, who does not immediately understand who is speaking to her. Jumping back sharply and turning sideways, the beauty tries to get as far away as possible. This guy is pretty nimble since he ended up somewhere behind so quickly. The man straightens his hair. He really wanted to meet the girl. His comment seems surprising, but he notices that his acquaintance has grown up incredibly beautiful. His cheeks flush. Taking a few more steps, the girl squints. She doesn't know this man, and even though he has no reason to attack, the heroine will still have a strange premonition. The blonde man starts to cry, talking about how he was only waiting for the birth of his empress, who would be his savior in the future. Without her, he was in a really bad way. Still sobbing, the man wonders out loud why time seems to be moving so slowly. He mentions a third person, but Helena's questions prevent him from finishing his sentence. Screams are heard from the street because the friends are obviously looking for Faresk. Getting up from his knee, the boy wipes his face, saying that very soon he will come to the princess again. Turning around, he is about to leave, promising once again that before everything ends, he will be able to visit the Empress to tell her the necessary story of his life. Breaking into a run, the girl tries to catch up with the stranger so that he can explain more clearly without any problems. The guy called her Queen, which means he knows that in a past life, the girl was Dante. The prince, who arrived almost on time, grabs Helena's hand, trying to pull her friend back. Everything she was doing was incredibly dangerous, which the girl did not pay attention to at all. Breaking free, the blonde is about to run away, but they won't let her go. Kaisar seems crazy at the moment because he is upsetting the plans of the girl, who doesn't seem to understand why it is impossible to talk to that person. Looking around, Renatus realizes that the man has once again disappeared into thin air, seemingly in a second, leaving behind only dust that slowly settles to the ground. The beauty stares at one point, unable to find the strength to believe what is happening. It seems that something is threatening her existence without letting her understand what exactly is wrong. Asking what the man did, the brunette starts shouting because the answer, nothing, did not satisfy him. The atmosphere was completely different, making it clear that the guy was going to cause harm. Grabbing the princess's wrist, the young man pulls her closer to himself, stopping absolutely any attempts to escape. Trying to justify herself, Renatus says that she was only asked for directions, and she gave them to them. The beauty understands that they are worried about her, but there is no need to be angry. Frowning, Kaisar nods. What was said still does not seem convincing, but there is simply no strength left to argue any further. It seems that the girl was not believed. Even the heroine herself understands that such an excuse seems funny, but there was no time to find a plausible legend. Asking to let go of her hand, Helena understands that it will leave a bruise. After instructions, the young man can do whatever he wants. Grabbing his wrist, the blonde pretends to stroke the place where she was being held, continuing to assure that the stranger did not tell her anything. Leonard suggests going further to the fair, to which the prince asks to find Hamilton because it is time to unite. The boy himself recently ran away from him and now suggests looking for the Viscount, not even guessing where he is. Sighing, the young man talks about the carriage. Every time Kaisar does this, the teacher waits for him near the carriage, exactly where they parted. So the boy has already run away more than once. The brother suggests going to call the man, but the brunette interrupts him. If he is left alone with the princess, they will definitely quarrel. By suggesting that they go together, the girl tries to ignore the questions on Leonard's face. If Noe is still around, she can't miss her chance. The young man sighs, twitching with anger. She is going to wait all alone, and obviously, when the stranger offered her candy, to follow him immediately to her certain death. Reminding her again that the man was just asking for directions, the heroine realizes that she is not being listened to. The guy promises that he will quickly run there and back, because the carriage is not far from here. When His Highness disappears from sight, he leaves his brother and sister completely alone. It turns out that they simply used him for their own purposes. Turning to Helena, the blonde one last time, clarifies whether everything is all right. Stroking her head, the young man understands that there was no threat to her health or life. Hugging his sister, Leonard agrees, because words always have meaning, but this does not change the fact that he is incredibly worried. He thought that the girl was hurt because she did not come here of her own free will. Sighing quietly, the girl admits that her brother is the best in the world. He is sweet and calm, unlike the one who, although the same age, starts to get angry when something does not go according to his plan. Cuddling up to the guy, the beauty thanks him for the care that he tirelessly gives, while never asking for anything in return. Empress or not, it doesn't matter. Surely yesterday's man was another madman who couldn't control himself. You can simply forget about what happened to continue living a calm life. Still in the arms, the girl relaxes. Now even the energy that followed the girl has disappeared. It was there from the very beginning, and only now it seemed to evaporate somewhere. If the boy had been hanging around, intending to approach, now would have been the time to do so. But if he had disappeared since Kaisar had separated, it was a bad sign. Tearing herself away from her brother, the blonde looks into his eyes with horror. The realization came too late, despite everything that had happened so recently. She should have guessed. The prince found himself in danger without even knowing it, heading towards certain death, which would most likely await him unless someone decided to save him. The girl was too frivolous. People had a choice, either a princess who was worthless or a prince who had lost his power but was still in line for the throne, who would certainly be attacked. They don't see His Highness, but the girl is more than sure that he was dragged into the den. There is no one there during the day, so it is easy to hide someone. Breaking into a run, the beauty heads towards the very house that was being discussed. The girl was not just confident, she knew for sure that the guy would be there. Giving instructions, the girl asks her brother to go find the Viscount while Helena heads to the den. It could be dangerous, but there is no way out. Trying to convince his sister, Leonard offers his candidacy to go to the place where his friend is being held. Still remaining unshakable, the beauty refuses another offer. The boy runs much faster than she does, which means he will be more useful elsewhere. Fresca sighs. He can't say, given the real arguments given, sister never lied or talked nonsense, so it was worth believing. Helena promises that she will do nothing wrong, knowing full well that she will have no choice but to attack first and risk her life. The blonde listens, so she is not going to get into trouble. If something happens to Kaisar, the Duke's family will be destroyed. It would be best to just calmly check the location and wait for the Viscount. The girl is tormented by the remorse that haunts her. If her friend is not okay, she will not leave it so easily, even if she has to swing a sword. Passing by the houses, the beauty carefully examines each one for a closed room where the prince could be. Her attention is drawn to something very close. As Dante runs toward one of the alleys, he realizes that the sound is coming from one of the houses. The front door will remain incredibly dangerous, so he must quietly go through the back. Sneaking further and stopping near the door, the girl listens intently to the sounds coming from the house. It seems that there is someone there. Running her hand through her hair, the beauty feels the hairpin that has saved her life more than once. It helps her get inside the building. Carefully making her way into the corridor, the maiden slowly moves forward, trying to make as few sounds as possible, which were heard because of the creaking floor. Voices are heard in the nearest room, offering options for dealing with the prince. A knife definitely won't do, because then everyone will understand that he was killed. The girl freezes, listening to the horror that is coming from very close. They want to make it look like an accident, so they are going to throw the guy into the river. The man grins and leans toward the prince, who tries to move as far away as possible. After the rainy season, there is enough water to stage the whole thing as if the boy was playing on the shore and accidentally fell. Peering through the crack between the door and the wall, the beauty examines the room. Kaisar is very close, which means everything is in perfect order. Most likely, this is not just a kidnapping, and even if it is not entirely clear on whose orders they are acting, it is clear that there is still time. Intending to throw the young man into the river, the killers will wait until nightfall. It seems that the boy has not yet come to his senses, so he tries to resist. Apparently, the young man still has not realized that he will soon be killed. One of the attackers throws a nightstand at the wall next to the prince. The plan doesn't seem so good anymore because Kaisar keeps screaming. If they throw him in the river and he gets out alive, then it's going to be bad for everyone, especially whoever ordered this hit. There are no other options left except to kill the brunette, who retreats even further in horror, unable to do anything because his hands are tied. With his audacity, the prince allowed Helena to determine his location, but at this rate they would not be able to wait for the Viscount. They needed to lure one out, and at that moment, get rid of the other. Approaching the wall in search of the necessary furniture, the girl grabs the legs of a chair, which she then swings at one of her rivals. The men clearly did not expect anything like this, so without having time to react, they turn away in order to examine the person attacking them. A sound in the hallway makes the boys cower. They didn't need witnesses, so one of them was sent to check the situation. Someone threw a stool on the floor with all his might. The blonde sighs, baring his teeth in anger. Something happened too suddenly, making it impossible to understand who exactly appeared here and how. It looks strange. Grabbing the leg that was torn off the chair, the girl moves forward with force. Due to the difference in height, it will be very difficult to hit the vital organs, thereby buying herself time. Still, there is no point in giving up, so Helena hits the knees from the other side, which causes incredible pain to the opponent, which bursts out along with screams. Turning around, the blonde tries to spot the one who dealt the killing blow, forcing him to fall to his knees, breaking all his knuckles and skin. The prince moves to the side, freezing because he already understood that his end had come, but the stranger saved him, giving him another chance. With another blow, the girl makes the opponent fall to the ground face down, which has probably received a lot of damage that will be impossible to heal. The boy is almost there, crying quietly, calling Helena's name. She somehow got into the house, located on the outskirts of the city, saving her friend. Without answering any questions, the blonde runs closer and lifts the guy up, saying that they need to leave as soon as possible. Another young man will arrive here very soon, who will cause a lot of problems. Without wasting a minute, the couple runs out into the hallway, quickly realizing that their journey is becoming something with obstacles. In the distance, the brunette can be seen, who just recently went to check the other rooms. There is no time to think, so Renatus turns in the other direction. She has foreseen everything, so she left the back door open. It is worth staying as far away from the enemy as possible. As the children begin the race, they head for the exit, hoping that it will help them escape. They say that if a person is brought into the dragon's lair, one must think sensibly to carry away their bones. The gaze is directed to the door, which is only a few meters away. If they can just get out of there, it will be the biggest victory. Already about to let go of the stick in order to speed up, the girl suddenly changes her mind about this. A strange stomping is heard behind the door. Freezing for a split second, the blonde sighs quietly. It could be Leonard and the Viscount, or they could be in danger of a misfortune that would ruin everything. The doors swing open and a huge hulk appears in the passage, who is not going to enter. His head does not fit in the doorway, precisely because of his height, which once again proves his strength. Jumping back, the girl realizes in horror that there was another person here all this time, who was now making it clear that they were not going anywhere anymore. The man standing behind them asks why the couple had such high hopes of being rescued. The servant must stop them at all costs. Grinning, the big guy overloads the exit. Grabbing the sheath, the man slowly takes out the sword, which this time is no longer wooden, but a real one, which can inflict many wounds. The hand itself clutches the chair leg, which now seems like a completely useless thing, even if 5 minutes ago it helped to neutralize one of the opponents. Throwing himself into battle, the boy shouts that they are going to die now. He will teach them a lesson so that the Duchess will not even think about escaping and saving her worthless friend, who is not capable of anything. Dodging, the brunette hits Kaisar straight on, leaving a long gash on his back. It seems too painful to even watch, let alone experience. Gritting his teeth, the young man tries to remain courageous, so he orders Helena to run away from here as quickly as possible to save at least her own life. The girl doesn't have time to answer because the guy's body bends over and falls on her, forcing her to step back. The prince falls to his knees and then into the Duchess's arms. There is a commotion all around due to the altercation that is just beginning. The leader accuses his subordinate of wounding His Highness with a sword, since it does not look like an accident. All this time the girl hugged her friend, but now, raising her hand, she notices that a scarlet spot is visible on her snow-white skin, which comes from her clothes. The pupils shrink and the eyes reflect an unmistakable horror. The princess realized too late how bad things were for them. The guy who had been following the couple all this time catches up with them, grabbing the girl's hair. The whole thing went down the drain because of a stranger who literally came out of nowhere. No longer willing to put up with the kidnappers, who seemed to be indifferent to what they did to anyone, Dante swings his hand, thereby tearing his hair out of his hands. Throwing the man back with the sharp corner of the stick, the girl only hears his cries about how much pain he is in. He is no longer able to withstand such abuse. The brunette, who had almost passed out, tries to look straight at his girlfriend, who seems furious. She, as expected, was not going to put up with such an attitude. At least in this life, the blonde wanted to be peaceful, but even here some strange people ruined everything, forcing her to change her mind. Grabbing her weapon, the girl glares menacingly at those who dared to touch one of her relatives. Now they must prepare for the worst outcome. Leonard did indeed do everything in his power. He ran as fast as he could to find the Viscount, but everything ended very unfavorably. Hamilton hoped that they would make it in time, but the girl was much faster. There was no choice, so she got rid of the trash that had attempted the assassination much faster. The man clutches his head in horror. The girl stood up to all these people alone, considering that one of them was 3 times her size and had a real sword. Looking around to make sure once again that his eyes are not deceiving him, the Viscount looks into the princess's eyes, asking who she is anyway. Helena silently wipes her face from the blood that runs down her cheek. She can no longer make out which of the dead left their imprint, but it doesn't matter. Renatus did it all without any effort. After the incident, the beauty was sick for more than 3 days. The load was too much, but it was worth it. Fortunately, the kidnappers remained alive, but they were sent to the capital, so nothing good promises them. Those people would pay a price for daring to touch a member of the imperial family. The king was not going to let the matter go unpunished. That day was still incredibly exhausting, forcing the girl to forget about everything around her, but most importantly, Kaisar remained alive. There is no longer any threat. At first it seemed that there would be no more problems, but Faresca had to listen to a long lecture from her father, who was shocked by how everything ended. Inviting the girl into the office, the father sits her down on a chair opposite him, asking if she knows why she was called. From the expression on her face, one could tell that everything was obvious. The silence in the office is heavy on the ears. The girl has no answer, even if deep down she knows the reason. Smiling, the blonde jokes that they just want to thank her for the fact that His Highness returned home safely. The man doesn't seem to share his youngest daughter's sense of humor. He frowns and sighs, hoping that the girl won't joke around with him like that anymore, instead of being in a serious mood. Humor was never Dante's strong point because, in the end, the prince did not return completely unscathed. His back was crippled, so there was no point in making jokes. Resting his head on his hand, the blonde sighs. They are worried not at all because of how she is behaving at the moment, but because it seems that Helena is an unusual child who has abilities. Snorting, the blonde says that she understands all the worries. Perhaps the Duke is afraid that because of the unusualness, the princess will suppress her brother and seize the duchy, to which she has answered with only one no. This man knows his child too well. In fact, Helena just stands out too much. Once more people find out about it, the Virgo could get involved in some very dangerous things that will come back to haunt her. Even if a smart girl is heading towards something, hoping that she will be able to save her friend, her parents still cannot be delighted that the beauty herself ran to the kidnappers who wanted to kill her. Unfortunately, the father's words were true. He was just, like the mother, worried about his daughter, protecting her in every possible way from misfortunes and adversity, but there was nothing to say here. In his past life, the story that my father found most interesting was about a woman sealing away an evil dragon that was terrorizing everyone around her, which was quite normal for him. It turns out that Viscount Noct now also wants to take the girl with him to the capital. It seems that another person has appeared, similar to the master in the past, because he wants to hire a teacher and properly train the princess. The man didn't find anything special, but after seeing the girl in action, he changed his mind. She could become an outstanding knight and protector. The Duke never wanted to put pressure on his daughter, making her feel worse than usual. If she agreed to this, then everyone around would definitely recognize her as a special child. As a parent, the man is not sure whether this is right or not. There are too many pros and cons in his head that need to be overcome. The blonde is only interested in how the guy is going to act. The beauty is sure that the life of the special child that the interlocutor talks about will be far from the quiet life that the princess has been dreaming about for many years. She has had enough experiences in the past. Everything would be simpler, but the girl has not been able to find anything interesting for a long time. A quiet life still remains a dream, but this does not affect her in any way. Whatever the beauty did over the years, it did not bring her any joy. Only the way Leonard began to swing his sword after their lessons became that very pearl of joy in her second life. After thinking a little about how she could respond to the offer, the main character asks to be allowed to teach her brother how to use a sword, which will become her outlet. Nodding, the Duke agreed. He had realized what his daughter wanted, even if he hadn't intended to give her anything like that right away. The girl almost jumps up from her chair, frozen in anticipation. In her eyes, sparks of joy can be seen, splashing next to each other. Now, after a long time, the woman will be able to do what she wants. In her past life, such a choice was not given, because in order to survive, she had to overcome a lot. Fighting had become her outlet, but now life promised to be much more comfortable and quiet while using the sword, which was her best friend. Father gave permission, so any reason to defeat Kaisar was gone. Things were much more complicated before, but that was something to forget. It was time to visit the prince after what had happened. The maiden still feels a lump of guilt that won't go away, even if she wants to. The boy was injured because the knight doubted. The girl does not understand where the boy with his hands tied got the courage to cover his friend with his body, thereby saving her from being wounded in the stomach. Sighing heavily, the girl leans her hands against the door. Nothing will come of what she has planned, so she should just go back and not disturb her friend. She did not notice the prince next to her at all. Announcing his presence, the boy asks where she is going. He does not quite understand what happened and why his friend is so upset. Without letting her anger out, the blonde asks why Kaisar is wandering the corridors so late instead of sleeping. He just couldn't fall asleep and ended up catching his friend doing some important nighttime business. Walking into the room, the guy sits down on the couch. Grinning, he assumes that the girl was going to do something daring to him while he was sleeping, thus giving himself a chance, which is nonsense. The young man turns over, leaning back on the bed. His wound is almost all right, despite the great loss of blood. The place feels like it's burning, but he can move freely, helping himself in his actions. Sighing, the girl says that the young man will probably not be able to marry now. There has long been a legend that the groom must have a docile character and smooth skin. Getting out of bed, the blonde walks from side to side, pretending to lament that now the young man will not be able to get married. She could say that she is very sorry, but this is absolutely not true. Trying to resist, the prince assures that his friend won't be able to marry either, to which she nods her head. She doesn't have to choose because her brother has promised to take care of her until she's old. Turning away, the boy almost screams in horror because he does not want to accept such rules of the game. If everything turns out exactly like this, the heroine will have to take full responsibility for what happened. The refusal is not long in coming because the girl would have a headache, even though she has a headache from everything she does. Smiling, the blonde sighs. After all, Teasing the emperor is a lot of fun, so she needs to quickly come up with something else to cheer herself up. Sitting back down on the bed, the girl calls out to Kaisar. Lately, something has been bothering her, and it is all because of the patient's too exhausted face, which looks too bad. Approaching the boy, the heroine asks how he sleeps. It seems that the old problem has returned, bringing with it a lot of trouble, so the young man cannot sleep. The guy mumbled something under his breath, nodding quietly, hoping that he would eventually be heard. Things really were in a bad way, even if the hero was trying to sleep. The real problem was that the prince was afraid. Every night he was tormented by nightmares that prevented him from thinking about anything. He was afraid to return to the imperial palace. Kaisar curls up into a ball and hugs himself with his arms, saying that all people intend to kill him. This is not true, but there was still a grain of truth because the assassination attempt was made very recently. The blonde carefully examines the young man, who has started to shake. His nerves are starting to give in, and if he doesn't get help, the whole situation can only get worse after everything that happened. Gently tugging the blanket, the beauty reminds him that there are people in the world who want to protect him. The Viscount and the Duke are among those who definitely care. Jumping up, the young man lights up his face, tears streaming down it. He does not want any throne, because a quiet and peaceful life would be much better and more valuable than anything else in this world. Sighing, the heroine admits that it was expected. He's only 14 years old, which makes you worry about everything around you, especially when the guy doesn't know the future. The hand clutches the blanket with fury, while the owner, trying to calm down, breathes heavily. He never gave in to pressure and all this time tried to be what was expected of him. Time passed and the fortress fell, because the brunette was just a child. He simply broke down because of those who wanted to get rid of the prince. Realizing that support is the only truly important thing to do now, the girl quietly calls Kaisar by name, hoping to attract his attention. It certainly won't get any easier because even if the young man renounces the throne, the attackers will still have reasons to worry. They will try to kill the prince at any cost. Shuddering, the brunette stares at his interlocutor in horror. He doesn't want to believe in the horror that could happen, but as long as Kaisar remains the crown prince, there are those who intend to protect the master at any cost. This is exactly what the princess learned in her past life. Every action was taken from reality, because this is how the girl got rid of her half-siblings. Sitting up on the bed, the brunette grabs his head with his hands. It seems that he is now cornered and in the most hopeless position imaginable. Smiling, the girl assures that there is nothing complicated about it. Kaisar is first in line for the throne, which means he should just become emperor. No one knows that Dante was already empress. By shouting, the boy says that it is much more complicated. The friend reasons exactly this way because it does not apply to her, but she knows what to talk about and knows how to help. You need to show your opponents that if they touch the prince in any way, their lives will end too. The more they push you into a corner, the more you need to step forward to show everyone around you what you're worth. The boy won't be able to do what he's asked to do. He's not as strong as the master, so he has no idea how to stand up to others. One only has to object because the future emperor is much stronger. He saved his friend, risking his life, even knowing that it could not end well. Helena holds out her hand, interlacing her fingers. The boys are indeed much stronger, so he simply must become the emperor without running away to hide away from the others. Deciding to encourage his friend even more, Foresca promises that she will never leave him, striving for him to become emperor in the future. Memories of the day when the maiden sitting opposite him deftly dealt with everyone around her, snatching the sword from her opponent's hands and then taking his life, came flooding back to him. He could definitely rest easy. Still holding the girl's hand as if this were his last salvation, the young man nods, saying, "Thank you." All that remains is to sincerely rejoice and hope for a good future. After everything that had happened, the couple went to sleep next to each other in the same bed. Dante didn't want to leave her friend in such a sad state, especially knowing that he wouldn't be able to sleep without someone next to him. That night was long and scary, but being alone, they were able to overcome everything in the world. The wound Kaisar received on his back faded over time and became an invisible scar. He was clearly self-conscious about how he looked now, but his girlfriend was always there to cheer him up. Hamilton tried to persuade the princess to go with them to the capital until the very last moment, but the girl's father firmly refused, forcing the Viscount to fall behind. Saying goodbye to His Highness, the brother and sister bowed, asking that the boy return home without any problems. They really hoped to see each other very soon. Looking at the young man with a warm gaze, the girl seemed to promise that everything would be fine, even without any words, which in this case turned out to be useless. Kaisar smiles back, realizing that he now needs to be more careful and at the same time persistent in order to achieve his goals and not let Dante down. Coming closer to Helena, the brunette asks her about the students, even if he knows perfectly well that the only student is Leonard, who has achieved good success. Nodding, the girl says that for now this is the only person she spends time with because it is easier to concentrate. With a pleading expression, the prince asks that Fresca also undertake his training in swordsmanship, which he might need as a future emperor. The servants, who are in shock, just like the rest of the family, widen their eyes, hoping that they were just imagining things. The girl won't be able to go to the capital, so there will be no point in this. There is no need to worry about moving anywhere, because the prince will come to the duke every summer to take 3 months of fencing lessons. Asking her to keep her promise, the brunette reminds him that his friend said that she would be with him until he reached the very top of the pyramid, ascending to the throne that was intended for him. Frowning, the beauty makes it clear what to think. However, without making you wait long, she nods and, smiling, agrees, because from the very beginning there was no point in refusing. Extending her hand, the heroine shakes the palm of her opponent as a sign of agreement. She will be a little rough, but will still try to remain gentle in the training, which remains an important part. From that moment on, the noise that had been missing from her boring life for so long came into the girl's life. That summer was short, but at the same time, long because of everything that had happened. The estate regained its peace and quiet. The prince left the duchy, returning back to the capital, where he was going to begin his reforms and advancement to the throne. A maid enters the room, having been waiting for a long time to be let in. The lord and the lady were busy with something, so they did not immediately invite the maid inside. Taking out a piece of paper with a beautiful seal, the woman hands over a letter, asking that they read it as soon as possible. The sender was unknown. Opening the paper, the girl realizes that it came from Gray. He promised to come to the estate next month, so he asked to clean his room and finally remove the strange curtains from the windows. The blonde sighs. As usual, the letter was without any formal greetings. On top of that, the guest room had become his for some time now, despite the fact that no one had signed the agreement. Coming closer, Leonard looks over the princess's shoulder. He asks who the letter is from, noting how quickly time flies, which can no longer be stopped. Summer came too quickly, even though everything seemed completely different this year. It had been exactly 3 years since the couple had met Kaisar, which seemed crazy. Looking at how hot the sun was, my brother was sure that this season would be hot. Everyone just wanted to be in the shade, even if summer had not yet begun. The princess, as usual, had too much to do in the city. She was always busy, and now her life no longer seemed boring and absolutely meaningless. A middle-aged man says that the order is almost ready. After Leonard won several local competitions, the girl began to be called Princess Mentor, which added to her status. Holding out the boxes, the guy offers to check the assembled order. One of them belonged to the prince and the second to the Princess Mentor. Opening the chest, the seller reveals 2 beautifully crafted swords made of pure silver. They were needed for new sparring matches. While looking at the goods, Helena is interrupted because the man says that the Parle family told her, because their son wants to learn fencing, and the only one nearby is Dante, the most capable of all the teachers. The girl snorts and takes the sword out of its sheath, carefully examining the work, which was almost perfect. It looks like the craftsman did a great job as usual. The son of the Parle family was quite the showpiece. Last year, he had ridiculed the princess by ordering her to go play with dolls instead of taking on the engagement of her peers. The thing was made even better than expected. The sword turned out to be short and light, thus adapting to the fight, which promised to be more comfortable. It is impossible not to admit that the weapon is as beautiful as an accessory. Unfortunately, the girl didn't have much time, so she could forget about the hopeless students she didn't want to take. The master also asked to tell the boy to go play with dolls. As she turns to leave the room, the woman says goodbye, pausing to wait for the maid to hand over a large bag of gold for a job well done. The beauty had a beautiful sword and the best mood, which immediately evaporated. Going out into the street, the blonde freezes, watching as the child snatches her purse. The lady staggers back, almost falling over due to how difficult it is to maintain her balance, which is completely absent. The shoe slips on the cold stones. The maid who is nearby runs closer to her mistress in horror, swaying from side to side. It seems she is even more nervous closer than the princess, who silently looks into the distance. She felt that it was a pickpocket. Turning out her pockets, the girl says that she was robbed. Screaming in horror, the woman suggests immediately reporting to the security detachment, which will immediately set out to search. There were only a few coins which do not have such a big meaning. In a past life, Helena did something similar, but still, when it comes to her, this is a little annoying. The girl carefully unties the bandage that holds the beautiful hat on her head. It protected her from the sun, but would clearly be in the way when running. The heroine rushes off because she decides to find the pickpocket herself. Such children can be incredibly heaps, but it is worth worrying more about them because the maiden in a fit of anger can kill someone. The servants freeze in complete shock, just like the shop assistant. It seems that everyone has accepted this as reality, which means that jokes are not something the Duchess should do after all. Using logic, the girl finds the place where the street children are hiding, which becomes easier than ever. The guys try to figure out whether Rose really hid something from the aristocrat's purse, which she denies. Laughing, the guy says that she, of course, steals, even if she denies it in every possible way. The fact that the maiden is from the Bonds family means nothing at all, because she could not beg for money. Putting her hands forward, the girl declares that she borrowed money because the nobility has plenty of it, while she really needed it. The brunette says some nonsense. The blonde knew that the pickpocket would come here to give money to the older street children because the princess herself had the same times in her past life. It seems the thief is talking about the Bonds duchy, which had been around for years. They were known for their wealth. The family had an impeccable reputation, but the Duchess was sure that they did not have a little daughter. It remained a mystery how this could have happened, because the Count also had blue hair. This girl is most likely illegitimate, like Dante herself, who had a very hard time in her past life because her own father abandoned her as a child. These people make the girl remember only the bad things, and this is a problem because older guys beat the girl to establish discipline. Going down and touching the leader, the beauty pulls out her wallet. Today is definitely the day to use a sword that is designed for fighting. Grabbing her hand, which has turned red, the brunette jumps aside, asking who she is. The guys standing behind her stop and look at the princess in surprise. Smiling, the blonde assures them that she is the owner of the purse that was stolen from her. She is not going to return the handbag that rightfully belongs only to her. It seems that the people around her do not understand normal language, so hoping to use prohibited means, the girl suddenly steps on the guy's foot with her heel. The leader falls to the floor, clutching his foot. The princess doesn't send any message, just asking to be treated with respect, because she's older than all of them put together. Grabbing each other, the street kids evaporate at the speed of light. According to them, the lady was clearly crazy, so the best idea was to just run away as fast as possible, moving away into the sunset. Children today are too cowardly. They didn't even try to fight for what they had managed to get, so there was nothing more to talk about with them. All but one person were truly gone. Only the girl from the Bonds clan remained, clutching a rock and glaring at the enemy. Most likely the child is going to attack, which is what happens. Picking up another stone, the brunette rushes into the fight, ordering her wallet back. Carefully jumping aside, the blonde asks what the problem is since she bought the thing, to which she is answered in an extremely rude manner. The girl stole the wallet herself, thereby earning her living. Stopping her rival, the lady offers a deal. If the girl can hit the princess at least once, she will give all the money from her purse. Not believing his happiness and the words spoken by his interlocutor, Bonds hesitantly asks again, hoping that it is true because she really needed the money. The condition is not so simple, because if the maiden gives in, she will become a servant who will be obliged to serve the Duchess in the estate. Laughing lightly and breathing heavily, the brunette nods in agreement. Such conditions are more than satisfactory to her, because she still doesn't know who exactly she's dealing with. Noticing the enlargement of her pupils, the blonde notes the fact that her rival's gaze has become more piercing. This is what was needed, because the heroine knew in advance that she would remain with the win. The attack will have no effect, and this becomes clear from the first seconds of the fight. Easily dodging the stones that fly like hail to the side, the beauty tries not to show how easy it is for her. The hand rises into the air to catch the hilt of the sword, which has been attached to the back all this time. The convenience allows each movement to be made faster. Jumping to the side, the Duchess goes on a counterattack that is almost impossible to repel for an inexperienced fighter like Bonds, who screams helplessly. Swinging her weapon lightly in a way that would not hurt the girl, the noblewoman adds fuel to the fire by saying that the thief can do nothing to her. She did not expect the princess to attack, but she did not say that it would not happen. Dodging again to avoid getting hurt, the brunette screams that it was a trick, unworthy of being used. Hiding her face in her hands and trying to protect herself from the attacker, the girl asks to stop. She was wrong, so even after what happened, she admits her mistake that was made. Kneeling down, the lady asks for forgiveness and promises that she will no longer steal the aristocrat's things, to which she nods. A person from the Bonds family cannot steal anyone's things. Bursting into bitter tears, the brunette begs her to forgive her for saying something she shouldn't have. She's just an illegitimate child who doesn't even know what the count looks like. Folding her hands on the sword that lies on the ground, the lady, not at a loss, quietly asks what the name of the heroine is, who tried so hard to hide it. Bowing her head, the girl says that her name is Tara. The next question is not long in coming, so the lady asks about the origin of the name. According to the mother, the street girl was named that way even before she was born, and it was the count himself who chose the name, which eventually stuck, even after the man abandoned his family. Holding out the blade, the Duchess gently lifts her interlocutor's chin with the tip, indicating that everything is fine. She does not look interested or disappointed because she does not care. From now on, the girl will be called Agot. This new name will perfectly suit her appearance, helping to forget the old days that were not too rosy. Turning and heading away, the Duchess reminds him that she was promised to become her servant if Dante won. Now there is no way to escape her fate. Not quite intending to follow her new mistress, the girl asks why she was chosen. She was a thief who was suddenly taken to the estate. The answer to this question is even harder to find than to answer. Once upon a time, in a past reality, Renatus helped a man who saw something in her. Perhaps this is simply a desire to pay for the shameless life of a street child. Deciding not to reveal the secret, the maiden only says that she likes to pick up people on the streets. From that day on, there was a new member of the family in the castle. Agat was a smart child, who, in addition to all this, was not much younger than everyone else in the estate, because the girl was 12 years old. The little girl learned everything quickly, thanks to which she earned a good reputation among the servants and even quickly got used to the duchy, thereby showing how capable she was. There was one but left, because the girl always followed her mistress. She did help, so one day she simply asked to tie her shoelaces, because the Duchess should not do something like that. Otherwise, Agat noticed dust on her mistress's shoes, so kneeling down, she offered herself and her dress as a foot rag. Going beyond all bounds, the maid even tried to feed the princess, saying that she did not need to hold a fork at all. The maid obviously could not believe her luck, so she wanted to repay. The only place where they didn't let her in was the training field. The princess asked not to follow her, leaving the girl to wait, like a dog that sat in one place. Leonard, who has been observing this phenomenon for several days, asks again if everything will be all right. According to Dante, the maid will calm down very soon and will no longer feel guilty. It wasn't that this was a problem, but that Caesar was arriving soon, and he would probably have a terrible relationship with Agot, which could be predicted in advance. At that moment, the lady should have accepted the ominous premonition that would not leave her body. That very day came, without foreshadowing any trouble that would happen later. The carriage, which has stopped very close to the main entrance, lets out His Highness, who greets Helena and Leonard, who have probably missed him. The couple freezes with surprised expressions on their faces. They seem to be unable to find the right words, which fly out of their heads in a split second, no longer allowing them to object. The silence around is prolonged, causing discomfort to everyone around, who are trying their best not to show it. This Kaisar is definitely not the same one the princess saw last year. It seemed that the guy had shed his doll shell, so the maiden decides to ask how much the prince had grown. Putting his hand on the girl's head, the guy says that he is now somewhere around 6 feet or even taller. He has grown a lot, just like Leonard, so now, looking at the master, it seemed to him that Helena had shrunk even more. The young man's hands also turned out to be quite huge, reminiscent of the paws of a giant. So by kicking, the beauty forces him to let go of her head and not ruin her hairstyle. Putting her hand forward, the girl hits her acquaintance in the stomach, to which he only laughs. It seems that his character has become even colder since their last meeting. However, realizing his mistake, the emperor falls to the ground, clutching his stomach. In this empire, no one except the master treats the crown prince like this, which is simply ridiculous. The brunette smirked as he stood up. He liked the duchy because no matter when he came here, everything always remained exactly the same, without any changes. The words don't seem to have the same clear effect as before, because a maid comes into view, grabbing the princess's hand and glaring at the boy. Sitting in the living room, the couple had been discussing for the second hour that no one could be trusted. The prince could not understand why his girlfriend had brought a beggar into the house who could steal a lot of things. The girl chuckles and says that she is not causing any problems, thereby greatly pleasing the princess. Kaisar does not agree at all because he can do nothing about Leonard, but instead he is now forced to worry about the servants. Glancing at her interlocutor, the girl asks why he should even bother. He'll only be here for a few months, which isn't that long of a number of days. Already starting to shout again, the young man is no longer able to restrain himself. The girl seems too kind to other people who do not deserve it. Pausing, the brunette asks with interest where the princess has been looking the entire time they were talking, and it seems she never takes her eyes off something special. Still not looking up from her contemplation, the blonde, without any embarrassment, says that she was looking at her interlocutor's thighs. The boy freezes, trying to digest the information he has just received. His pupils become smaller, while the boy himself tries not to scream. Jumping up, the prince grabs his knees, pressing them closer to himself. The girl has completely gone crazy, although she finds a reasonable explanation for this. Over the year, the friend has gained a lot of muscles, which are probably growing due to some kind of sport. The beauty begs to touch her leg just once, completely unaware of Agat, who opens the door to bring in a tea cart. Putting the cups down on the table, the brunette also offers sweets, which were supposed to be a nice addition. Receiving thanks, she looks at the object of adoration with satisfaction. Not intending to step aside, Agat only comes closer, almost touching his shoulder with the opposite one. Leaning even closer, the girl doesn't want to go more than a few centimeters away from the princess, who doesn't seem to be experiencing the same delight. Pointing his finger at the door, the young man orders the maid to leave because he and Helena have an important conversation, which ultimately does not take place because the guy refused to show his thighs. By stepping forward, the maiden reminds us that she must protect her lord from willful men who try to seduce the princess with their pumped-up thighs. Again, tucking his legs under himself, the prince screams that this is complete nonsense, to which Agat bursts into tears and falls into Dante's lap, telling her that the man is yelling at her. Kaisar has grown up, but still behaves like a 10-year-old child who just can't grow up. Getting up from the chair, the lady suggests that the girl go into another room and calm down. Smiling, the brunette turns towards the losing man, who will now definitely not be able to do anything once the couple leaves the room. The man, being confused, is no longer able to control his outbursts of anger, which are ready to break out and hurt everyone around him right now. Realizing that the situation needs to be urgently saved, the young man calls out to Helena, hoping that the girl will give him at least another 10 minutes of her attention. Sitting down on the couch in the proper position, the guy spreads his legs on the floor, pointing to one of them. Dante wanted to touch the muscles so badly, and now she will be given the opportunity. Clarifying the intentions, the beauty receives another consent. They are in very good friendly relations, which allow such manifestations of love. Now the victory remains on the side of Kaisar, who looks incredibly proud. He never ends up in the minus, even if it means sacrificing his honor. The look on Agat's face makes her insides clench. She's ready to cry just because she'll now spend less time with her owner, who was just distracted. The blonde doesn't remember them being so close, but she certainly won't miss the opportunity that was so easily presented to her. Sitting down next to him, the girl carefully runs her hand down his leg, feeling the mass of muscle right under her palm. Sports were something special in His Highness' routine, after all. The princess blushes and sighs with satisfaction. The leg feels as hard as a stone, which gives incredible pleasure mixed with admiration. The muscles have already differentiated, even if the prince is only 17 years old. This man is incredible, because even when Renatus was in her prime, she could not boast of such wealth. Smiling, the beauty can't stop doing what she started doing. The prince grew up unnoticed by everyone, giving the others to doubt his abilities. Approaching the boy's ear, the girl asks what Kaisar is going to use. Of course, she was talking about techniques, because with his set of training, he could use even high-level techniques without straining his body. Realizing the whole situation too late, the lady moves even closer to the young man. Her cheeks turn scarlet, showing embarrassment that reaches right to her ears. Realizing that this is a huge awkwardness for the heroine, like an abyss, the young man asks what is wrong, to which he receives only a crumpled answer, stating that the princess will leave first. After everything the maiden had done, she just abandoned everyone she was with, even rejecting Agat, who wanted to go with the beauty but was refused. The scream, which was higher than usual in decibels, made the couple cower and stay in the guest room with surprised expressions on their faces, hoping that everything would end well for them. Running down the hallway, Helena tries to escape not only the room but also her mind. The way she reacted to a simple situation doesn't suit her. The girl was simply embarrassed after she had kneaded the prince's leg to her heart's content, and he had agreed to it himself. Dante had not expected that she would feel so bad after all that. The ominous premonition that remained before the carriage arrived turned out to be all too accurate. Kaisar had grown up, despite the fact that this was normal for a young man of his age. Freezing in the middle of the room, the blonde screams at the top of her voice, trying to release all the accumulated evil that was languishing in her chest as quickly as possible. It all seemed like a cruel joke. It takes time to get used to a much more mature student. After that incident, the lady began to avoid Kaisar by hook or by crook. When coming to training, the young man, as usual, greeted the princess, to which he received nothing in return. Every time, Leonard was the only one who greeted the guy not coldly, but with a smile on his face. He was more friendly, especially since nothing happened between them. It was impossible to believe that everything the maiden feared had happened. She hid behind her brother who, not understanding what was happening, was simply helping his sister. She could not look His Highness in the eyes. During training, the brunette almost begged Helena to look at his stance, which required attention and adjustments. He looked helpless, despite his age and strength. The answer was either ignoring or giving a cold answer. Without even turning to the student, the master said that it was necessary to put the left leg forward and it was better to keep the right one to achieve the result. Now, after what had happened, the girl felt awkward even touching her friend. This applied to lessons too, which made them suffer, and Leonardo was confused. Everything that happened was not on purpose. The girl would never have thought that an ordinary desire would turn into a complete disaster that would be impossible to improve. Once again trying to talk about everything that happened, the girl refused to listen. The guy again did not understand what his fault was, so he silently watched as the master walked away into the distance. Now, not only was the princess a master swordsman, but she was also an adult who had done everything in her past life except for that one important moment. She felt ashamed to look at her friend, who had been friends with her for a long time. Such moments remained the most pitiful thing that happened in the entire second life, which had already lasted 15 years. The woman just wanted to forget and erase her mistake from her memory. Another day passed by, causing Helena to fall tired on her bed. She is a teacher and must look into the student's face, teaching him fencing, which she has not yet managed to do. Her thoughts are interrupted by a strange sound outside the window, as if something is hitting the glass. Standing up, the girl opens the doors, hoping that this is not the hired killer that was sent to her in her past life. Right under the windows was the prince, who greeted Dante with a smile, who seemed less than thrilled with such an unexpected meeting. In his hand was a handful of stones that he had thrown. Turning away, the blonde thinks with annoyance that it would be better if it were a mercenary who would not have such a strong influence on her. Just as she was about to go back in, the beauty again heard a male voice asking them to talk about something incredibly important. Smiling again, the young man tries to get the teacher to start a conversation that, as usual, is clearly not going to go well. After all the days spent trying to avoid this, it must be admitted that it was all in vain. The guy has an overly mature expression on his face again, which makes the lady melt. Allowing her friend to climb through the window, the girl moves away to the side of the bed. Loudly to express her displeasure, the blonde turns the other way. Next time she'll just have to use the regular front door. As it turned out, Agot, who still remained overly devoted, remained standing behind the door, intending to guard the princess's chambers to the last, despite the fact that she sent her to bed. Asking why the young man came at night, the lady tries to avoid the conversation or simply throw the young man out of the room. The lady does not admit her mistake because she avoids him during the day. Quietly asking what's wrong, the young man tries to get the answer he needs. Helena suddenly became so cold towards her friend, with whom they used to communicate much better. It seems that Foresca began to hate the man she knew, because now she stopped even looking him in the eyes. The reason is completely different, because the young man simply grew too much, becoming like another person. Laughing like a madman, the interlocutor exclaims, "It is not his fault," and this is clear even without confirmation, because the guy can do nothing with his body or mind. In fact, the girl just needs a little more time. She is not going to reject an old acquaintance who has become too dear to her, but it may take time. Kaisar looks worried, confirming his worries that he will only be here for 3 months. They spend less time apart, so it weighs on the mind. The prince never wants to admit his weaknesses, but now he is absolutely serious about the fact that he and Leonard might one day forget about their friend. Coming closer, the heroine carefully sits down next to Kaisar, quietly asking for forgiveness. She has no right to abandon her student who needs her so much. Looking down at the floor, the interlocutor asks to swear. He does not always use this as something worthwhile, but now this is the only option left to save everything. Extending her hand, the beauty intertwines her fingers with the guy's palm. She will never again avoid the one she loves and values so much, no matter what. Helena swears by her heart and admits that she was too callous. It doesn't matter what Kaisar looks like now, because he is still a student of his master who remains the same deep down inside. The young man nods, smiling. Things will only get better now that they've talked. They should have done it a little earlier, but then they wouldn't have realized how much they needed each other. Offering the guy a good night's sleep in her room, the girl listens to him about how tired he is, while he was tense all the previous days, which made themselves felt. Instead of listening to the advice, the young man crawls under the covers, leaning back against the pillows. Saying good night, he turns the other way to begin to fall asleep, not understanding what the prince was reminding her of, that the princess used to sleep in his room with the argument that she was too lazy to go anywhere. They were children before, so everything was allowed, different from what it was now. Grabbing a halfpenny, the blonde heads out of the room to lie down on the sofa. Throwing her hands behind her head, the brunette says that the girl swore not to avoid him despite the fact that this is something completely different. This man clearly behaves like a child. My friend thought that he only grew taller, but it turned out that his infantilism also became much stronger. Not wanting to hear anything more, Kaisar slaps his hand on the bed next to him. He wants to sleep, so the Duchess is simply holding him up very long. Sighing, the girl doubts her decision for a few more seconds. She doesn't really want to sleep in the same bed with someone after everything that happened, but there is obviously no choice left. Deciding to do what she is asked, the blonde climbs under the blanket, lying down next to the prince, who cannot take his eyes off her, as if he is glued to the heroine. Still looking into the eyes of his interlocutor, the brunette says that he can now definitely remember the old days and how they used to spend time together. Without turning her head, the girl only shifts her gaze, hoping that she will be answered to her silent question. Then, a long time ago, they also slept all night in Kaisar's room after the incident that had happened, which strengthened their friendship. Almost falling asleep, the man mutters something under his breath. If only he knew that his girlfriend wouldn't like it, he would never have grown up to embarrass her. Turning away, the girl asks why the guy started talking about this. The words do not seem real or valid. The hands intertwine again, allowing the couple to fall asleep. Kaisar, who surprised everyone with his strong growth, calmed the girl with his unchanging childish character, which still remained with him. The kids are growing really fast, and it really shows when you don't spend much time with them. They've started relying on each other again to feel more secure. The next day, the lesson began as usual, with shouts and orders that were supposed to work out the technique. Brother was ordered to use not only the techniques he was accustomed to. Before, it was impossible to focus on training due to embarrassment, so now the efficiency has increased significantly. Every time the friends got together for dinner or for a walk, all they did was discuss swords. The two of them were improving their skills very quickly, and they were really only getting better and better each time. However, Kaisar, who seemed to not care at all, was no longer willing to pay so much attention to detail. The boy studied much faster than the heroine would have liked, which meant she had a lot of paperwork to do in order to redo the entire lesson plan that had already failed. Perhaps the master from the past life felt exactly the same, but as a teacher, the girl could not skip classes just because of laziness. She was obliged to create new plans, at least for a week in advance. The papers became the second curse, interrupted by a male voice heard from the side. Greeting the princess, the guy notes the fact that she, as usual, is unusually busy. Smiling, the Viscount asks how the improvement of His Majesty's abilities is progressing. It has been several years since the training began, so it would be worth asking. It is because of how well Kaisar is developing that the maiden has additional work. He is progressing well, but this is due to a good teacher as well as a 9-month training plan in the palace. It seems that the girl compiled that list for the time of absence of training quite well, taking into account all the pros and cons that were in the same plan. Changing the subject, Hamilton thanks the girl for becoming such a close friend to His Highness, who had absolutely no idea with whom to spend time or to whom he could express his feelings. The brunette is incredibly glad that at least in this place His Majesty, like his peers, is chatting and even laughing, not paying attention to the pressing problems that surround him. Not understanding what this means, the blonde quietly asks again. The fact that Kaisar laughs and makes noise is not something unusual because the brother and sister thought that the guy was always like this. In the imperial palace, Gray is known as a completely different person who has a hard time being around people he hates. Because of his behavior, a nickname has spread throughout the castle. The man is called a gray wolf who will tear into pieces and kill anyone who comes even a centimeter near him. He does not want to see anyone within a radius of several meters or to be disturbed. The words remain a mystery that has never been solved, even after everything that has happened. Memories of that whiner who almost cried in bed come to mind. It turns out that His Highness doesn't trust anyone, considering everyone around him to be an enemy, and therefore doesn't want to bring in friends or acquaintances who could get to know him better. After the incident when a hired killer was sent to the prince, he became even more cruel. Previously, he was just a child who tried not to contact anyone, but recently everything has changed dramatically. The blonde freezes, trying not to break down and ask a million more questions. The man never mentioned the hitman, always saying that everything was fine. In fact, it turned out that the castle was not the best environment. It would be better to keep the conversation a secret, because the prince simply did not want to bother anyone with his unnecessary problems. Now the puzzle fell into place. It was very difficult for the boy to be in the palace no matter how hard he tried to hide it. Even after what happened, the young man did not change his decision to become an emperor, showing his reliable side. This all happened thanks to the princess, who once contributed by helping the prince realize that giving up is not the best choice, which should simply be abandoned. Hamilton had heard that the girl had promised to make her friend an emperor who would rule in peace for a long time. At first, the Viscount was worried that Helena was acting purely like a teacher, trying to support her student, but over time the man realized that everything was much better. Bowing, the boy once again thanks Faresk, asking that in the future she continue to take care of His Highness as the most important person in her life and as part of her family. Jumping up from her seat, the blonde hurries to stop what is happening. The servant bows to the girl despite the fact that she is still very small and does not quite deserve something like this. As Dante left the table, he bowed as well, to at least somehow balance the forces that no longer matched. The Virgin could not allow this to happen. Memories of the blonde begging Caesar to become emperor no matter what flashed through his mind. He had to take care of his future and the empire. Now, recalling what happened and adding it to what was said just recently, the girl thinks that this promise was too thoughtless. It was incredibly hard for the prince, but in this life the lady did not want to get involved with the imperial family again because what was happening in the palace was far from a quiet life. There was a knock at the door only to enter without an invitation. Caesar was called to an important conversation, being in a good mood. Looking at the swords in his girlfriend's hands, the guy asks her why she needs it. From that day on, they will hold special classes at night to further improve their blade skills. Looking at the hand clutching the weapon, the man quietly asks about the conditions of the training. For some reason, he did not see Leonard, who was usually somewhere nearby, trying to complete the next task. Putting her leg forward, the girl promises that now everything will change. She will teach her friend dirty, mean techniques that she cannot show her brother due to her principles. Before he could say anything, the young man noticed how the girl began to move, starting to attack from the side with two blades which still remained against one sword. Almost piercing the shoulder of the enemy, Helena gives him time to jump aside and have time to recover. The fight is just beginning, which means that the most interesting is yet to come. In an attempt to stop his rival, the prince asks how she can attack so vilely without using any of the logical techniques she taught him earlier. Pausing for a few seconds to answer the question, the blonde reminds the young man that she promised to teach him the sneaky techniques that will now become part of the training. Now the princess has the power to cut the guy with a sword from behind if she wants to, so it is worth trying to defend yourself so as not to get hurt and not to fail in the duel. Without answering anything, the brunette asks why Helena has two swords. They are absolutely not comparable to one, considering that they were made very recently. Charging back into battle, the girl screams that she needs to be called master, considering that they are right in the middle of a sparring lesson that could cost lives if they make mistakes. You need to memorize maneuvers with your body, not through training, which will still have its importance. The blonde didn't learn this from the master either, because while working as a mercenary, the others helped her learn it. It is probably difficult for the young man to even defend himself, which is immediately noticeable to the naked eye. He tries as best he can, but without knowing the opponent's next move, he simply loses before our eyes. A frantic scream comes out of her mouth, making you want to cover your ears, which are unbearable to listen to something like that. Fresca did not hurt her friend in any way, but she did her job. Moving one hand to the side, the blonde uses the second blade to cut straight along the body, almost touching every piece of clothing. Looking at the student skeptically, the beauty informs him that he is dead. The battle is over, and if this were a real duel, he would no longer be alive due to the attacker with better knowledge of dirty techniques. Caesar looks at his friend in surprise, trying to project everything that happened. Obviously, the guy had never encountered the thirst for murder that would one day overtake him. Lowering the blades, the lady suggests doing the job again. If the guy is afraid and turns away trying to save his life, he will definitely not be able to win, thereby putting himself in danger. This time, waiting for the enemy to draw his sword from its sheath, the blonde starts attacking again, turning with speed and jumping from side to side, making the task and the move to victory almost impossible. The guy puts the weapon forward, thereby blocking the blade's path towards his face, which definitely shouldn't have been harmed. As the girl thought, the enemy defeats her by force, because after all, he has abilities that, of course, cannot be denied under any circumstances. Things would be much easier if the princess was going to teach the boy techniques, but since combat remains forbidden, she turns the sword the other way to make her next attack. One of the blades is facing the boy with its handle, and the other one is still moving forward with its sharp side. They cannot stop, but the man seems speechless. Forcing the opponent to fall to the floor and cower, the master again puts the sword to him, saying that he would die again if he were in the midst of a real duel. Looking sideways, the young man breathes heavily, trying to get ready to say something. His gaze remains as beautiful as ever. It contains hostility and a fortitude that cannot be broken. Such a picture is something special, but it is definitely impossible to kill a person with just the power of the spirit when you are attacked from all sides. Until now, only Helena was capable of killing the enemy, although everything should have been completely the opposite. The young man should be the one who will kill his girlfriend if necessary, to do it. Crawling back a few steps in horror, the brunette asks why he would kill his master. This has no logical end, despite the fact that she is trying to convey something. Leaning forward, the girl reminds him of her promise to make this boy an emperor. In her past life, Dante was able to survive and become an empress only because she destroyed her brothers and sisters who were thinking about murder. This is the only right way. The girl can't abandon her student, so she's going to take responsibility for her words. Getting back into position and picking up the sword, the man offers to start again. The opponent stands opposite, grinning. This is the approach that everyone who wants to achieve something should have, walking forward over the heads of their opponents and enemies. All summer long, the couple engaged in forbidden training, which took place at different times of the day. The beauty began to notice progress but also regression in the relationship between the prince and Agat. As usual, as she leaves the gym, the master promises to add something else to the training plan she will make today. He copes well with everything, so it will be a good start. The maid standing outside glares at Kaisar, as if he had stolen something that belonged to her without asking permission. There is some malice in her gaze. The man is not far behind, drilling his opponent with his gaze. It is clear from his gaze that he would be happy to get rid of the girl who was in the way. The battle of glances became something ordinary, but as usual, it was interrupted only by the fact that the lady went into another room, calling Agat after her, who tried to keep up with the blonde as quickly as possible. Turning around, the girl, as if for the last time, sticks out her tongue, making it clear that she really is better than everyone else the guy could ever meet, because she is close to Helena. Agat was even able to resist the emperor's son, which was not even surprising, because Faresca saw the potential of this lady from the very beginning. While in the living room to relax, the princess again hears complaints from the maid, who, while pouring tea, continues to shout about how much she doesn't like Kaisar, who is behaving strangely. The brunette clearly sees the prince's intentions to monopolize the lady, who remains unable to protect herself. Unfortunately, it is possible to draw lines, because these two say approximately the same thing. The young man has also been saying for several days that he does not like Agat at all, who wants to monopolize her. Helena is quick to calm her worries because with her character she can get anyone, but she will never belong to anyone against her will. The brunette understands this, so she always tries to remain loyal, but she is hindered by jealousy from how the three friends conduct their classes together. Freezing with a mug of tea right at her mouth, the blonde looks intently at her interlocutor, who seems quite serious in her stories and statements. What happens in class can seem quite funny, if not for the fact that Faresca pushes her students to the limit. Making the girl feel inferior was definitely not on His Highness's to-do list, so smiling, the Duchess suggests that her interlocutor start taking up fencing. Sadly lowering her head, the brunette remembers her status, because building a logical chain, it becomes clear that this is impossible. Instead of agreeing with Agat, the blonde only says that nothing is impossible for her, which means the girl will have her own chance to study. At any time, the princess can try to send a maid to the fencing academy for precise training, which will take place over many years. Falling to her knees, the maid begins to sob because she wants to learn swordsmanship from her mistress, who immediately says that this is impossible. Clutching Helena's legs, the brunette bursts into tears, asking to be allowed to at least watch Mr. Leonard, and then she can begin training on her own without causing any problems. Sighing, the princess notes that the former street girl looks even more desperate now than when they had a duel in that very alley a few months ago. The idea as a whole doesn't sound like a bad idea, because when the prince leaves, the brother will need an opponent, and Helena's fighting level is too high to fight a student who can't handle it. Perhaps if we take up training and teach Agat everything she knows, then the lady will at least become some kind of average opponent who can withstand in battle. Looking down at the girl, who is trying to calm down, the Duchess suggests starting the training while Kaisar is away, who will soon leave the estate. The conditions remain exactly the same, but Agat will need to catch up with Leonard in just 1 year. If this does not happen, the maid will be sent to the academy for further training. The girl's eyes light up with a bright, joyful fire. She couldn't believe her happiness, because the girl decided to get such help, which would definitely help in advancing her skills. Jumping up from her seat, the lady begins to spin around the room, screaming that she will try until she dies, even if she is asked not to do so for her own safety. As he turns and runs away, Agate continues to rejoice uncontrollably. His feelings tell him that if this continues, the princess will be able to open her own fencing school. It was at that moment when everything happened that the very words of the father came to mind about how one day his daughter might find herself in a situation that would be difficult for her to cope with, and which would then drag her down. After the conversation, nothing changed, and the relationship between the couple who hated each other remained exactly the same as at the beginning, which added to the problems. Everything flowed at its own pace along its own course, so the girl continued to train Kaisar and made sure that he was not killed in some dark alley because of the thirst for power and the throne. At the moment when the boy began to achieve success, the lady realized that her role was over. She had done everything possible to help the young student achieve heights, and now she should only reap the benefits. After training, the guy was always exhausted, but it was worth it. The princess felt that she was too lazy to train for several hours a day and at night, but it paid off and brought relief. After a while, the last month of warm summer was over. Kaisar returned back to the imperial palace, leaving his brother and sister alone as usual to continue training. Standing in front of a carriage to say goodbye to a friend they wouldn't see for the next 9 months, the couple gathers to do so. The blonde does not want to admit the mistakes she made, but it is worth saying that she was too careless and lived again, putting in too much effort. After autumn began, everything returned to normal. The lady quietly trained the young students and lazed around with Agot and her brother, who were always willing to help her with this. Life was like a fairy tale that never ended. This rhythm of everyday life suits a person like Dante, despite the fact that many considered her lazy. Winter came and brought with it problems that helped the vacation, and plans burst like a soap bubble. A woman came to the castle as she introduced herself, Rowena Evergreen. The girl did not immediately say why she had come, pausing. Leonard clarified why she had come, because it seemed as if they had never met before. As it turned out, the messenger was sent by His Majesty Prince Kaisar, who conveyed with her some message that could not tolerate delay. Taking something out of her messenger bag, the lady carefully hands over 2 letters with the seal of the kingdom. The man asked to pass on the paper that contained what needed to be signed. Initially, it was planned for Viscount Noct to come, but the prince prudently said that if he sent a familiar person, the princess would simply run away. If the blonde had only known that the prince had sent Rowena, she would definitely not have come to the meeting, especially since over time it turned out that the invitation was for the coronation of Kaisar. A few days ago, as usual, there was a commotion in the duchy because friends were actively discussing the coronation, which this year will be held at the beginning of the year in winter. As it turns out, the castle is planning to hold the transfer of the title and the birthday party at the same time, which coincide. It seems that His Highness personally asked his father about this fate. Shaking her head from side to side, the lady pretends that, of course, she knew when her friend's birthday was. The prince's middle name is Winter, which adds even more meaning. If Kaisar heard this, he would cry. In any case, it didn't matter because they were still too young and therefore could not attend such events, which were forbidden. This was, of course, not because the girl was lazy. The lady was planning to spend the whole day without adults around, doing whatever she wanted without any worries. So going to the capital because of the crown prince seemed like a bad idea. Putting the letter back into the envelope, the lady hands it to Evergreen. She is truly sorry, but now is not the best time to make her debut in high society so early. The brunette nods, saying that the prince had even thought of this. He had conveyed that if the girl said this, it would be better to read the invitation more carefully. Not understanding what exactly they wanted from her, the blonde only raised her eyebrows sarcastically, hoping that she would soon be able to solve the riddle. Grabbing the sheet of paper again, the lady begins to actively run through the lines of the neatly written invitation. The first time she did not find anything unusual. At the end of the paper there was a note. If the master did not show up, then at this event, Winter would inform everyone about Helena, who liked to touch other people's thighs. The paper immediately turned into a ball. Jumping up from the sofa and running to the fireplace, the young lady throws the scrap of letter into the fire with all her might, watching as only ashes remain. Leonard was the only one who did not understand what had happened. Looking angrily at her interlocutors, the blonde reminds them that without an invitation, she will not be able to go anywhere. even if she really wants to. The couple silently watches the madness, unable to find the right words to say anything or somehow comment on what is happening. Not wanting to wait any longer, Rovina pulls out several more letters, all containing the same text, supplemented by an invitation. His Highness foresaw everything that would happen, so he ordered many copies to be made. The people in the room are shocked at how clever the guy was, even with simple invitations that didn't mean that much. Clenching her fist with all her might, the blonde speaks in a murderous voice about how she is looking forward to meeting His Highness at this wonderful event. The princess intends to go to the coronation and meet Kaisar in person, to kill him and scold him for his resourcefulness, which ruined her day off. Rovina seems calm, but adjusting her glasses, she talks about how the prince is looking forward to their arrival. According to him, they are among the most important guests. Giving some command, the girl calls several more maids into the room. It so happened that Evergreen will prepare the prince and princess for their debut in the capital because she was entrusted with this as the one in charge. There is very little time left, so instead of sewing, the woman brought and prepared several necessary dresses in advance. The couple can look at the catalog, as well as the titles of all those invited to the event, to memorize each of them. For the perfect debut of his friends, His Highness ordered to help materially and spiritually, too. Permission from the Duke is also already there, so only a few finishing touches remain. With the appearance of the lady, the plans were indeed destroyed, making it clear that nothing good would come of it. The girl, together with Leonard, was taken to the hall to take measurements. While the princess did not understand anything and blindly followed Rovina's instructions, the day of the coronation arrived. The capital was filled with many people. The father and mother had promised to be there too. They were going to stay for the ceremony, while the children could go home after the banquet. This would be the first public appearance for the Duchess and Duke, so it would be best to talk less and listen as much as possible. Nodding, each of the young people agrees to the terms set. The only worrying detail is the celebration itself. The couple thought their parents would be there for them. As it turned out, the family had to visit many important places during the day, so having promised to meet them a little later at a country house, they left their children right in front of the palace. The Fresca family does not personally participate in politics, but they are still a ducal family, so aristocrats must be everywhere at once. It seems that such meetings are something empty, but this is not so. The nobility do not just meet briefly and do not engage in empty talk, but exchange information and create factions. Although the couple are close friends with His Highness, their parents did not force them to attend the coronation, knowing how long such a matter would drag on. Leonard wonders if they will meet him today or not, because it seems that his friend is busy greeting members of the political world. The Virgin only nods, because when she was crowned, no one even approached her. Perhaps the reason was completely different. The ceremony took place immediately after the repressions against relatives, so some of the nobility were most likely simply afraid of the Empress. The lady sat on the throne in an unusual way, so she influenced the outcome of events. There was only one person left, Elez Grey, who invited Dante to dance with him because he knew she was a good person. When the princess was embarrassed by the too uncomfortable atmosphere, the guy extended his hand to help, which made Renatus incredibly happy. At that time, what happened even made the lady's heart beat faster. Of course, now it was possible to forget about all the exciting moments. The blonde promises herself to meet Kaisar before they go back home. Apparently, Helena really wants to meet His Highness too much. She had to travel too far to get nothing new, knowing that the prince simply won't even talk to them now. Most importantly, the girl set herself the goal of taking revenge on the scoundrel who decided to use forbidden methods to lure her friend to the coronation. She was no longer interested in this. Smiling as if nothing had happened, the princess says that there can be no other reason. She just wanted to talk without violence. Extending his hand towards his sister, Leonard asks if she really likes him more than anyone else in the world. This is not a good way to start a conversation. Looking into the eyes of the interlocutor, Helena nods without thinking, saying that he really is the best in the world. She never considered him an ordinary person because of the kindness that was hidden in his soul. This time, what was said was true. Combining her past and present life, the maiden could not remember anyone as kind and beautiful as Leonard, who had always been exactly like that. Entering the castle, the beauty decides to postpone her revenge on Kaisar only for the sake of a good and worthy debut of her brother. He definitely deserved a good end. In any case, the day did not promise to be too difficult. The blonde would remain in the corner and then quietly leave, because in the past reality she had already suffered enough of social receptions. There are too many aristocrats in the castle, one after another trying to get inside as quickly as possible so as not to miss anything vital. The first 30 minutes passed quite calmly, but nothing is that simple, so exactly after a while a glass of wine was splashed on the ladies, which spread as a scarlet stain on their snow-white dress. Lifting the hem a little higher, the princess looks in shock at what happened to the fabric. The girl, on the contrary, says how sorry she is because her hand twitched. The beauty with bright wheat-colored hair and blue eyes puts her hand to her mouth in horror. She didn't mean to push too hard, but she thinks the lady definitely needs to change. Skeptically examining the lady who appeared as if from under the ground, the maiden sighs. They still won't leave her alone, even if she tries her best to hide from attention. The celebration has been going on for a long time. The usual methods have not changed after several hundred years, which is good news, but it also has its side effects. People gather around the princesses, trying to offer them some of their own clubs. Some want Helena to join the reading club, and others want the Duke to invest in a business that the other Duke's family is starting. Leonard was not to be left alone either. The girls surrounded the prince, talking about how much they enjoyed watching the last competition, in which the blonde had won again. The people were not going to retreat. Almost shaking with exhaustion and anger, the girl says that she is really happy to meet so many wonderful people who mean a lot to her. There is no denying that the princess is simply bored. Turning to look at her brother, Fresca realized that he was doing much better than expected, soaking up all the attention. This only meant that Dante could start trying to get out. Carefully addressing her acquaintances standing nearby, the blonde makes a tired face, saying that this is her first time at this event. It is a bit difficult for her, so it would be best to go and rest. The princes crowding around begin, as one, to offer to go with them to the restroom or some other quiet place. They want to help, but at the moment the maiden needs something completely different. Such a difficult situation, and Fresca appears for the first time in a long time. Everyone has good offers, which there is no reason to refuse, which drives the girl into a stupor. Leonard, who appeared at the most opportune moment, extends his hand to his sister. As her escort, he himself will be able to fulfill his duty, thereby helping the girl to the restroom. Smiling, the blonde nods to Helena, as if trying to say that he understands why she wants to leave, so he can definitely help her with that. Walking into the hall, the lady sits down on the sofa thanks to Leonard. She had long wanted to escape from there, just to sit in silence, and the excuse could not find itself. Changing the subject, the guy asks for sure if no one dared to touch his girlfriend, who could also be helpless at the moment. This made him a little nervous. Nodding, the lady says that everything was fine. Even the angelic young man sometimes uses dirty words towards people who may have behaved badly. It seems that Helena is the only culprit. The boy could not have learned such vocabulary from anyone, because in the duchy, only Fresca uses it. Smiling, the brother promises that if anyone dares to touch the lady, he will get rid of them all. Remaining quite calm, the young man instills fear with his almost indifference. The guy leaves to get something to drink. The beauty only waves her hand after him, hoping that at least now she will be able to sit in silence until the end of the event and then leave calmly. If a man goes out into the hall, he will probably be held hostage for some time by the ladies who were around him before. Now there is only silence and calm. The comfort ended as quickly as it had begun, due to female voices calling out to the princess. She opened one eye to see who had arrived. In fact, most of the people who go in such groups are not the best people. They have their own downsides in what they do, so you should be wary of them. The blonde looks searchingly into her interlocutor's eyes. She was looking specifically for the princess, so now, without losing the opportunity, she introduces herself as Lady Ulrica Bronte. The gears in her head are spinning rapidly, forcing the beauty to think about what family Ulrica belongs to. Obviously, she is a relative of the Balor Duchy, which is the family of the favorite. The woman had been in conflict with Prince Kaisar for a long time. The man prevented his favorite from receiving the title of empress, and she, in turn, continued to be against him becoming crown prince. Both had incredible power that was constantly compared, but recently they made some kind of deal, and this year the prince became the heir to the throne. These girls can't possibly be on good terms with Kaisar, but then the question remains, why did they come to the coronation? The lady obviously has some business that they don't want to reveal. Rumor has it that the lady is friends with Winter, who considers her his best friend and mentor, which is absolutely true. Bronte can't stop laughing, as if someone told her a funny joke that made her want to laugh non-stop. Asking for forgiveness, Yulika says that she did not expect to hear about the rumor that came from the character. Usually aristocrats can exchange a few words with the prince, but no one has ever boasted of friendship. It turns out that there are such people. These babies really bother the princess, who can't find the strength to turn around and leave without leaving a scandal behind. The princess cannot be one of the close people, because usually such people from the village are simple-minded. Laughter and snatches of words reach the ears for only a few minutes, but this can be considered pampering, because none of them wear a sword or pour poison. Yulika looks worriedly into the lady's eyes. She says that this is all only because she is very worried about Helena, who is most likely not able to make a decision on her own. Leaning closer to the heroine, the blonde asks her to understand her place. All stories remain empty because Faresca has no relation to the prince. The girl spreads such rumors, but she came in a village dress. Such an outfit will definitely disgrace His Highness, making him blush in front of the guests. After all that has been said, the young lady steps away and accidentally spills wine from her glass, leaving a scarlet stain on her snow-white hem. She did not do this by accident, which becomes clear after the words. The lady's hand just twitched, so she can't admit her guilt. She's ashamed that she did this, so the princess will urgently need to go and change her clothes. Smiling as if nothing had happened, the blonde offers to go into the room with her. She brought a spare dress and now it will find its new owner. Examining the stain, which has grown in size, the lady sighs. The others present ask to accept Yulika's kindness, who seems to offer to change clothes from the bottom of her heart. Obviously, the other dress will be terrible, but if she refuses, the girl will brand Helena as a heartless person. Standing up, the lady accepts the help, saying that the girl needs to wipe her hand. Extending her hand, the beauty grabs the blonde's wrist, who doesn't have time to come to her senses due to the speed of her movements, which are set for something. The next second, the entire contents of the glass fly straight into Bronte's face. She screams but can't say anything because a glass of scarlet liquid splashes into her face. The friends rush to the blonde, shouting that the princess allows herself too much. Her character is bad, but it all started with Yulika, who behaved impudently. Looking at the girl, who is now wet along with her dress, the heroine asks for forgiveness. Parodying Yulika, Helena says that her hand twitched. They are magnanimous ladies, so they can definitely understand the situation. The lady will have to put on the spare dress she brought with her. There is no limit to her joy because now it will save the whole situation, while the girl passes the information to His Highness. The blonde, startled, asked again. She couldn't believe that the conversation was again about Kaisar, who wasn't even there. Dante was amused by the expression on her face. Carefully smoothing out the folds on the hem of the dress, the lady says that Winter himself picked out the dress. In fact, it was his servant, but in fact it could be considered as one and the same. Addressing all the ladies by name, the girl is about to take her leave. It is time to leave, even if she does not really want to forget the surprised expressions on their faces that help her laugh to her heart's content. Smiling, the blonde thanks Yulika once again, saying that she will remember the kindness shown to the Faresque family. Turning away, the lady laughs lightly. The girls turned very pale, thereby causing affection and at the same time a grin on the heroine's face. Looking at Bronte one last time, Helena chuckles, then turns and leaves. She hopes that they will meet again soon, but another time in better circumstances. Bowing, the lady tries not to show it, because there are more than enough problems for today. Now all that remains for her is to leave the castle and go in search of His Highness. This will become a good memory from childhood, as something insignificant and unnecessary, but it would be better not to meet such foolish ladies. Yulika slowly gets up from the ground, shaking off her outfit. Now she has a personal score to settle with Helena Faresca, who today managed to disgrace the aristocrat in front of her friends. Sitting on the sofa, the lady tries to rub off the stain, which felt like it had doubled in size after the girl began her operation to save the fabric. The rag was completely soaked, acquiring a scarlet hue that did not want to go away. We had to conclude that there was nothing more to do about it because any efforts would be in vain. Throwing her napkin aside, the blonde leans back in her chair. She doesn't really care because now she has an excuse not to go out into the hall to see the guests. The only strange thing is what happened just recently. Lady Bronte must have had something in mind because otherwise she wouldn't have even approached the princess, who didn't bother anyone. Due to the closeness of the Ulica family to the favorite, their influence was one of the greatest. Even as a Margravine, she was very involved in politics, so it seems that she has more influence than the Faresca family, who refused to do so. Such a noble family would have no advantage in pestering Helena, who had no intention of starting a conflict out of thin air. The memory of the lady approaching the princess, talking about some rumors that she herself was spreading, comes back to mind. The lady insistently asked him to stop talking about their friendship because His Highness would receive a huge blow to his reputation from a girl in such an awful dress. Perhaps all the attempts were made because she likes Kaisar. It is a little cute, but the expression of jealousy almost touched Helena herself, which she did not like at all. There is a rustling sound behind the door, then a second knock. Gray, who had been expected for almost the entire event, finally found a minute to chat with his girlfriend, so he arrived in the hall. After all, the maiden herself came to the castle to see His Highness during the coronation, so it was not worth refusing such an opportunity. Looking at the open window, the lady noticed that it was snowing again outside. It seemed that winter was coming into its own, so intending to watch this, the maiden went further into the window. The hand itself reaches forward, grabbing the window frame, which turned out to be open even on the other side. It is cool outside, as expected. Dante sighs as he looks at the snowy city. The words are firmly lodged in his head, but in order to understand whether a dress is a country dress or not, you need to wear it often, which the princess, of course, does not do. In her past life, the Duchess wasn't even interested in clothes and jewelry. Before becoming an empress, the girl wandered the streets and battlefields, and after becoming one, she began to date more often, even more often than before. Renatus doesn't have a single good memory of the imperial palace, which isn't surprising, but for some reason she still misses those times. His thoughts are interrupted by the warmth that suddenly envelops the master. A male voice joyfully says that he has finally found what he has been looking for all over the castle for so long. Turning her head, the blonde asks incomprehensibly how Kaisar ended up in this particular room at this particular time. By all laws of logic, he should have continued to receive guests outside. Everything turned out to be much simpler than it seemed, because the girl was not visible, so I had to ask someone who knew, and they said that the princess was in this room. Pointing to her dress, the lady says that her clothes are a little dirty. The man again thought that his girlfriend avoids everything and everyone because she is lazy, which is partly true. Laughing, the brunette notes that this is already more like the usual behavior of the beauty he has known for so long. It seems that the main character of the party should not be anywhere other than the coronation hall. However, the young man had already managed to greet everyone and then leave for only 10 minutes. After that letter, the friend was going to scold Kaisar for the way he behaved, but looking at his tired face, which probably hadn't slept for several days, all she could do was remain silent. Now you can feel the guy becoming the crown prince because he finally started putting in more effort. On top of that, the man became taller than the girl, which was incredibly annoying. Deciding to do something weird, the brunette leans down, pinning the master to the wall with his hand. Now their faces are at the same level, allowing them to talk. By extending her palm and pressing it against his cheek, the girl screams that this is too close. The man is not going to kneel, but it would be better to return to the original position. A little jokingly, the girl says that it would be nice to do what he suggests. She always likes to look down on someone so the guy can happily bend his knee. Exhaling, the young man smiles again. In all this chaos, he really missed such light moments and jokes from his girlfriend, who helped him a lot, cheering him up. Getting down on one knee, the brunette asks about how the master sees him now. Obviously, the girl should be satisfied with how the whole outcome ended. Glad that Winter still has the strength to joke, the princess gestures that she likes absolutely everything. If someone sees the crown prince in such a pose, they will be scared. However, looking into his eyes, the lady will definitely not be able to say something like that, so warm palms fall on the man's face. Without removing her hand, the blonde quietly congratulates Kaisar on his 18th birthday and thanks him for being born. This time, the congratulations are more than sincere. Falling silent, the maiden expects at least some kind of reaction from her ward, but instead the silence in the room drags on. The man was covered in scarlet paint, which was almost invisible due to the palms that still did not let go of the young man's face, not allowing him to get any view of what was happening. The couple stands in a strange pose, absolutely silent. No one is able to say anything or move from their place because such a congratulation was unexpected. Asking her friend to say something so that the girl wouldn't die of embarrassment, she blushes. Carefully taking the palm of his friend in his own, the young man quietly thanks her. He came here because he wanted to hear those very words. Exhaling, the princess reminds the prince that once he steps out into the hall, he may hear a million more such congratulations. Bowing his head closer to the master, the boy says that these words are only meaningful when they come from the lips of the princess, who wanted to congratulate him so much that she forgot about her rule of not expressing emotions. Taking the girl's hand in his again, the man comes even closer, looking somewhere down. He was born only for Helena, who has now become the closest person to him. The cheeks fill with flowers again, making the young man feel a little embarrassed. In the voice of the future emperor, one can hear the desire to burst into tears, which will soon take over. Pressing herself against her friend, the blonde inhales his scent. The girl could only hug the closest person without whom she could no longer imagine her life. The stubborn and lonely student recognized his teacher as someone so important that it made him feel much better. The words spoken a minute ago will not be forgotten even after years. After the gala reception was over, the brother and sister had 3 free days to spend as they saw fit, so Helena, of course, was going to spend them at home and sleep. Leonard was obviously planning to visit many houses, as the couple's parents do. At the reception, the young man received many letters with invitations from various aristocrats. Instead of accepting the invitation, the blonde remembers that he has long wanted to go on an excursion to the Knights Detachment. They arrived in the capital, which means he can finally visit the cherished place. The boy is even more of a model student than the princess had previously thought of him. Skipping classes, he wanted to attend the academy, thereby still attending some training. In that case, it turns out that the estate will soon be completely empty, leaving Helena to take care of herself in complete solitude. This meant that she could sleep and eat to her heart's content. The plans were again destroyed literally in the second half of the same day, because Kaisar appeared at the castle, who, greeting the master, announced that he had arrived to visit. Getting out of bed, the blonde sighs heavily. She wants all this to be a terrible dream from which she can wake up. Shouting at the prince, the girl asks why the future emperor is so free. However, it is rude to say such a thing to a man who has not even slept well in the last few days. In fact, the young man heard that Leonard had gone to see the knight's company, so it immediately became clear to him that his acquaintance would simply lie around and slack off. This scoundrel ignores everything that is said to him. The guy was so kind that he decided to take the time to come and have some fun with his girlfriend. He was bored alone, so the company would definitely not hurt. Pushing the prince out of the room, the blonde promises that she will be fine even alone. It seems that the lady is going to end the congratulations with just words. Not wanting to listen to anything else, the young man diligently resists in order not to be thrown out of the room. This will be a replacement for a birthday present, so no refusals will be accepted. Looking menacingly at her interlocutor, the lady recalls that the acquaintance never saw the gift. It seemed that he didn't even really need it, but it still wasn't right to refuse. Asking what exactly Kaisar wants, the girl promises that she can give him a gift very soon so that he can finally calm down. Speaking about what he needs, the brunette begins to list that the lady could build him a country estate in the city and near the seashore, which would be quite enough. In the end, the lady agreed anyway, because the same bait, as usual, worked like a charm. Sending the servants off to rest, His Highness assures them that everything will be fine. The crown prince decided that he was now all-powerful, so he sent his guards and servants home. The master raised the boy too strong, and now he is fearless. Grabbing his friend's hand, the young man suggests that Helena move out to choose what they would like to do together on the estate. The lady resists, trying to find out why she was grabbed by the hand. All this is necessary so that the acquaintance does not run away during the walk, but remains nearby all the time. There is no need to worry, but this can no longer be believed, because Kaisar remembers very well how earlier, at the festival a long time ago, the princess simply disappeared, running into an alley. The discussion is over because the blonde has nothing more to say. The prince seems pleased with his work, especially since he will now be holding hands with Helena. Looking at the young man who was smiling at the memories, the maiden sighed. Today, so be it. She would let him do whatever he wanted, but next time he wouldn't get away with it so easily. Pointing to some bakery, the guy suggests heading there, and since it's a birthday present, the girl nods in agreement, intending to follow all the instructions. The maid puts down a mug of tea and a teapot, which are filled with hot liquid. Now all that remains is to start drinking tea and sweets that have just been purchased. Turning to Kaisar, the blonde wants to ask some important question, thereby distracting the man from looking at the ceiling. For some reason, today, the girl felt like all the actions were for her, although everything should have been the other way around. Today was not Helena's birthday, but Winter's, so the injustice must be eliminated. Taking another sip of the liquid, the man says that he apparently doesn't notice any difference. He prefers to give things to his friends, but since they came out because of the emperor, he is obliged to buy something too. Grinning, the brunette says that as a prince, he only uses what was made by great masters, so he doesn't need it at all. Switching to laughter, the young man can no longer hold back the expression on Foresque's face. It is clear from it that she was disgusted by the fact that she was literally being mocked, even if in jest. Breaking off a piece of pie which seemed to melt in the mouth, the lady once again clarified her question. Perhaps the young man wants to buy something, despite how their conversation started. With a welcoming smile, the young man says dreamily that if he could, he would definitely buy Helena, who could then spend all her free time with him. Continuing to chew, the blonde watches as her friend bursts into laughter again. It seems he has a few more lives lying around. This guy has become too cunning in the last few years. In the past, when the princess tried to bully the boy, nothing came of it, but over time, everything changed. Perhaps the imperial castle is built on bad ground, because the character is getting worse each time. Distracting Helena from her thoughts, the guy asks about yesterday's reception, which, it seems, was not bad at all. The girl does not know at all because first she spent 15 minutes outside and then simply hid in the room. Virgo didn't even meet anyone. It was quite her style, but sometimes you need to get out of your comfort zone to find new acquaintances and friends. Thinking again about what he could ask next, the young man clarifies whether any men really touched the lady, even after she herself went into the room. The blonde suddenly stutters as she begins to say that everything is fine. This stop makes it clear that something is clearly wrong, and most likely someone dared to touch her. Jumping up from his seat, the brunette once again clarifies what was said in horror. It's not that bad, but perhaps the lady managed to make friends with the daughter of the Bronte family, who herself pestered her. The blonde tried to do everything possible to make Dante leave the event or at least expose him. All attempts failed. The brunette freezes and pierces his interlocutor with his gaze. He associates McGrathen with something not so pleasant after all the strife and conflicts that were wrapped up around the favorite. Falling back into the chair, the young man sighs loudly. It seems he expected to hear anything except that hateful name, which he no longer even wanted to remember. The face became noticeably sadder, hiding those very true, joyful emotions that were previously available for viewing. The prince seemed to want to turn around and leave, to remain in his thoughts. Noticing such a sharp change, the blonde gasps, realizing that she said complete stupidity. The Bronte family is on the side of the prince's opponent, considering that the favorite really caused a lot of problems, even after the signed peace agreement. Deciding to quickly change the subject, the girl calls out to Kaisar, saying that she has something and she would like to give this little thing to the young man who deserves his gift. A snow-white box with a tied flower bow appears on the table. The girl admits her mistake, because she should have done it during the reception, but the gift itself was not very good compared to the others, so it would be better to give it now. Grasping the bundle as if it were some kind of miracle, the young man cannot believe his eyes. Asking a million questions, he constantly clarifies whether it is really his and whether he can really open it for him. By nodding, the maiden warns that the gift is extremely modest, so you shouldn't count on any expensive clothes or jewelry, which definitely won't be there. A scarf made of dark green fabric, more reminiscent of a swamp, is shown out of the box. It is made of warm material, which is just right for winter. The brunette freezes, mesmerized by what he has wanted to receive for so long. It seems that his face reflects pure delight, which makes him move on. While examining the item, the guy comments on Helena's knitting skills, because this piece of material looks like rags from rags, which might even be embarrassing to wear anywhere. Stretching her hand forward and cursing along the way, the beauty asks to return the rightful thing to its owner, because that is how it should be. But the friend only throws the scarf over his shoulder. Stroking the scarf, the brunette happily says that he likes this gift much more than anything else. This, of course, is not true, because at the reception the guy received much more varied jewelry. Saying a sincere thank you, the boy objects, because everything that was given at the reception was for the whole kingdom, and this thing was for him personally, especially given by his best friend. Because Helena has spent quite a lot of time with Kaiser, it immediately becomes clear that he is happy. This puts one into a bit of a stupor because the heroine did not even hope for gratitude. The beauty couldn't even imagine that the young man would like an ordinary handmade scarf to such an extent. Opening her mouth in surprise, the lady tries to replay everything that happened in her head. Starting to laugh again, the brunette tries to restrain himself a little so as not to provoke strange questions from his friend, who seems to be absolutely indifferent. Shouting about how much he likes the thing, the prince doesn't even pay attention to the murderous expression on the face of the interlocutor sitting opposite him. At first, it may seem like it's all a joke, but the young man likes the scarf so much that he is ready to give his life for it, just to be together all the time. Night came when it was time for the couple to return back to their home. Unlike the lands of the duchy, which were a province, the capital's night was dazzlingly luxurious with many lights. Looking out the window and noticing the many reflections outside, the girl looks at the buildings that rush past at great speed due to the speed of the carriage. The views were truly worth it, remaining invariably beautiful. 500 years ago, the Empress spent countless nights in this city. Sometimes they were spent working, sometimes just on the street. But now everything seems even more beautiful, adding to the charm that was there before. Kaiser, who had volunteered to go with the lady, was sitting opposite, falling asleep as he walked. He hadn't been lying when he said he was incredibly tired and worn out over the last few days, so it was understandable. Trying to wake the prince, the lady comes a little closer, not understanding what happened. Very soon the carriage will arrive at the estate, which means that there is no more time for sleep. The guy completely switched off, no longer reacting to any words from other people around him. It would have been much better if, instead of meeting with his girlfriend, he spent time on rest, which he so much deserved. Approaching the guy and moving to the seat next to him, the blonde gently touches the man's shoulder. The response is an indistinct mooing from the side, which makes it clear that the companion will not wake up. Still, the persuasion worked, because the scarlet eyes slowly open, while Winter quietly says Helena's name, as if trying to make sure that the princess is right next to him right now. Another bump proves fatal as the carriage wheel slips off the scaffolding, sending the couple flying to the other side of the carriage. The servant who was on the other side manages to grab the railing, smiling nervously because of such a sharp jump. He also did not expect that everything would end exactly like this, so it turned out differently. The young man falls on the girl, pressing his lips to hers. They do not immediately move away from each other because of the balance, which has become difficult to maintain. The carriage still sways slightly from side to side. Jumping to the side, the master quickly came to his senses, realizing what had just happened. Clutching her mouth with her hands, the girl apologizes many times to make amends for the incident. The young man also steps aside, trying to come to his senses as quickly as possible. The road is uneven here, so it turned out that everything did not go according to the plan that was conceived. The romantic description doesn't exactly fit the picture, so all we could say was that the characters were almost left without their front teeth. Because of the blow, they were too close to each other, so now they feel pain and embarrassment. Almost in tears, the boy backs away, screaming that it doesn't count. He doesn't give any precise explanations, only continuing to insist that it doesn't suit him because no one expected it to end that way. Without taking her hand away from her face, the girl quietly asks her companion what he is trying to tell her, because such a vague description is clearly not suitable under any circumstances. The prince seemed to be very unhappy with the collision, which had happened so unexpectedly. Until the end of the journey, he could not connect two words into one sentence, continuing to say the same thing over and over again. Throwing open the carriage door, Helena jumps out of the carriage, not intending to listen to any more excuses from the young man who didn't even try to stop her. She will go first, so as not to make everyone feel even more awkward. Goosebumps run through the body from which one wants to hide somewhere. The incident, it seems, will now remain in the memories for a not very long time, as if reminding of what happened. The servants greet the mistress, who does not react to them in any way, only running into the estate at the speed of light in order to disappear from sight as quickly as possible. Gray, who remains in the carriage, looks into the distance, fascinated. What happened no longer seems real, making the young man doubt how things will be in the future. Right at the entrance, the girl is met by Leonard, who has long since arrived back at the castle. After watching the knight's quarters and the academy, he did not linger in the capital, so he immediately returned. Looking at the lady's face in surprise, the boy asks what happened to the young lady's lips. They seem to be swollen, but an excuse finds itself. Because the carriage she was riding in was shaking, the maiden fell and bit her lip. Thoughtfully lowering his gaze, the blonde also notices how red the girl's face is. It seems she has caught a cold, so if necessary, the prince can call a doctor. Jumping aside, the girl tries to hide her embarrassment. I don't want to believe that she is embarrassed, because she and Kaisar had a clash that meant absolutely nothing. Turning around and leaving the room, the blonde asks not to be disturbed, because she needs to rest and recover as quickly as possible in order to feel better. On the way out, Dante looks at her brother for the last time. She is ashamed that she was able to deceive a loved one, but it is impossible to say that today she and the prince touched lips. Gray's facial expressions come back to mind. He seemed confused and upset that what happened had dented his face, making him look less than an emperor. Walking into the room, the girl falls onto the bed with a heavy sigh. She wants to quickly return to the Count's estate, where she would not have to meet with Winter on a regular basis. She needed to get at least a few days of rest in complete solitude. 2 days later, the capital was hit by one of the heaviest snowfalls, which made it clear that the plan to return home had failed. The Virgin did not want to believe that she would now have to stay in this estate for a few more days or a week. The servant, who as usual came to complain to the princess, says that he explained to His Highness that a rehearsal for the speech to the throne had to be held in the afternoon. But in the first half of the day, Gray had been practicing fencing and came all sweaty. Not understanding what the problem is, the brunette leans back in his chair, expressing his displeasure. It was just a rehearsal, which means nothing, but there you have to wear a suit that can get dirty. Sipping her tea, the blonde tries to remain neutral. The snowfall had locked the couple in the estate since early morning, so everyone kept dumping all their problems on the princess. As luck would have it, Hamilton arrived at the very moment when the ever-assenting Leonard was not there. The young man had once again received an invitation from the main knightly detachment, so he promised not to return so soon. Normally, the girl wouldn't even hesitate because of the Viscount's complaints, because it was a normal thing for him, but today, everything had changed. Looking menacingly at Kaisar, the beauty skeptically repeats that he is guilty, so Noct has every right to complain about the prince, who does not respect other people's work. The Virgin does not know all the details, but it becomes obvious that the Viscount is right. The emphasis on the person sitting next to her irritates the Emperor, despite the fact that he always tries to remain indifferent and calm. Starting to cry, Hamilton takes out a handkerchief that was already prepared for tears. As expected, the princess understood and supported him because she is a generous person. Trying to support the Viscount, the girl continues to nod along, while the guy talks about how difficult it is for him. Sometimes he just wanted to give up, to which the brunette reminds him that no one has ever stopped him. Recalling the incident that happened a few days ago, Noct says that the prince rushed him and then simply disappeared. Perhaps someone beat him up, judging by how swollen the boy's lips were. This time, the couple unanimously shouted at the servant, who froze without the right to say anything. He is asked to be quiet and not to expand on the topic of what happened. Asking why they are both screaming like that, the man thinks for a second, because if you think about it, there is also a wound on the princess's lip, which looks extremely strange and similar. Shutting the Viscount again, the couple doesn't let the poor guy get a word in. He hasn't said anything yet, but he's already gotten what he deserved, just hoping that next time no one will touch him, even if necessary. This day was a complete failure because Dante felt discomfort, so she reacted so strongly. You can't get caught by a talkative man like Noct, so the maiden tells him that in this estate, there are convent councils. The brunette jumps up and down. Such a valuable book is worth a lot of money, especially since it is a bound record of the monastery, rewritten in an elegant handwriting. The man always dreamed of seeing something like this. Offering the guy to come with her to show everything, the blonde points to the door. For the teacher's family, this will be a great honor, because he has never been able to see such writing with his own eyes before. Helena turns around sharply. She's trying to hint that she needs to try her best to distract the Viscount from the lip-smacking he doesn't know about. The brunette seemed to be interested himself, so he assured His Highness that if many people made noise, the expensive book would be ruined. Caesar silently looks at the couple, who seem to have expressed themselves perfectly clearly. He has nothing to say. The princess continues to glare at the prince, hoping that he certainly won't come up with another brilliant idea. When everything happened, the beauty didn't even know how to get out of it, so she just quickly ran away from the crime scene. Turning away, the brown-haired man sighs to show how he has drooped, talking about the fact that one can do as Helena wants. The couple turns to leave the room, where the future emperor remains, turning away. Turning back for just a second, the maiden carefully studies the one who almost called everything into question. There was no denying that Caesar had an incredibly bad character, which developed over time. The servant is delighted. He cannot believe that he was able to hold such valuable books, because it will be an honor for him. The beauty watches the man. More than half an hour has passed, but he still continues to flip through the pages as if he has fallen in love with them. The thoughtful look moves away. What was a little more important was the question, why did Caesar become the way he is now? The guy acted like a child who doesn't understand what his words, if said incorrectly, could lead to. Until recently, the prince believed that what happened did not count, but for some reason, after a while, he obviously changed his mind. Chasing away bad thoughts, the girl turns to the man, asking if it is possible to come being so busy. Most likely, Viscount Noct came because Winter has become stubborn again. He is being incredibly difficult with the others. A smile appears on the guy's face by itself. In fact, they came under the pretext of complaining to Helena. The blonde freezes. Her eyes widen, and she asks in surprise why the young man had to take such measures. Because of the coronation, His Highness became incredibly sensitive and therefore could not sleep, so the servant wanted the king to be in a place that was comfortable for him. The princess is asked if she knows the reason for the coronation to be held before her, to which she recalls her birthday. To make the plan precise, the coronation was held in the castle not on New Year's Day, but in winter. The real reason was different. The Viscount did not want to involve the master in all the new affairs in the castle, but he still told the whole story. There was some reason why there had to be such a hurry. Of course, it wasn't revealed very much. The girl herself guessed what would happen. Very soon, the favorite would become the new empress. Noct looks at Helena, who is surprised by her own guess. He nods in agreement to confirm. If the woman does this, the Bullock family will become more powerful, and she will want to put her little son in the place of the crown prince, not Caesar. Now the puzzle was complete. Father tried to avoid spending time with the nobility because Fresca had decided to fully side with Grey. The Duke's estate was too far away, so it was extremely difficult for the beauty to learn about such rumors from someone other than the first person. The guy offers to become Helena's informant, specifically for her and not for her father or brother, who could stand up for themselves. Noct, as usual, remains a mysterious figure, which irritates Fresca immensely. Still, the girl cannot help but acknowledge the fact that Hamilton always treated the girl as an adult, an equal to him. The guy still tells the reason. It can be considered as a return gift, because the lady showed precious books. When hearing the reason for the coronation, one can pretend that nothing is clear, but not when it is the master's student. The blonde nods and then leaves the room, heading to the room in a separate corridor where Kaisar sleeps. Coming closer, the girl sits down on her knees, looking at the guy. Living in the palace, he can still only sleep in the estate. No longer holding back, the maiden reaches out and runs her fingers through the silky hair that is all too enticing. The girl remembers how she told the prince to become an emperor, although she herself knew what the coveted place was like. The lady did not want to believe that she had sent such a terrible curse on the student that it would be difficult to put up with. If something bad ever happens, the guy has to tell her everything so he doesn't have to bear the burden alone. It'll be easier that way. The beauty understands the guy's feelings, but it means nothing. The voice makes him open his eyes and try to turn around. Carefully rising from the sofa, the brunette clutches his head. He asks Helena when she arrived to understand. Jokingly, the lady says that she wanted to paint her friend's face. Now he can't sleep peacefully in the presence of the heroine. Noticing the strange reaction, the lady tries to make the young man relax. She was just joking. Gray looks at his interlocutor, trying to understand if this is true. He just woke up, he didn't have time to turn on his brain. No longer trying to concentrate, the boy nods his head, not intending to start a fight. Looking at the heroine's face, Kaisar once again stops at her lips. It is obvious that the wound is not healing. Looking into the master's eyes, the young man leans down, and the next second gently kisses the girl on the lips. Stepping back, the heroine can't help but admit that what happened was beautiful. The kiss was natural and fleeting. Turning again to Fareska, the prince quietly asks if he can kiss her, as if he had not yet had time to do so. It was necessary to ask before doing, but finding a way out of the situation, Winter asks about the second time. The couple merges into a kiss again. The girl enjoys it even if she is not sure whether it is right to do this with her student. The beauty lowers herself a little, throwing her arm over Kaisar's shoulder. They stand as if only their pair existed in this world. At a young and ignorant age, something like this can be done just once, purely out of interest. The first kiss is always so tender. It can be given to anyone who has even the slightest interest. What happened in the hall is not at all serious for either the young man or the girl. After a few days, the snow finally stopped falling. As planned, Leonard and Helena were able to leave the capital. Hamilton and Ravina came to see off the guests who, according to their hopes, were to arrive again very soon. Unfortunately for the beauty, the young man never came. Most likely, the prince had more important things to do than something like that. The girl's attention is drawn to a voice from the outside that makes her return to reality. They ask her if she is bored. Brother is talking about Agot. She couldn't go because the headmaid left her at the estate. The blonde quickly understands what is what, so she nods actively. Everything happened for exactly this reason, so there is no point in denying it. Of course, the girl misses her devoted friend, who was left all alone in the castle. Looking out the window, the girl looks at the estate for the last time. She wishes Kaisar were with her today. Last year, the third summer since the boy became the crown prince. Last year, on an excursion in the night squad, the captain of the Scarlet Knights clearly took an interest in Leonard. The man called the young man a great master, so of course he forced him to attend the military academy. Because of everything that happened, the blonde could only see her brother once a month at best. The prince visited the duchy in the summer as he had promised, but no longer found time to stay much longer. The power gained and the freedom lost were equal to each other, despite the fact that he was not happy about it. Agot, on the other hand, changed. She became so obsessed with the sword that her hands never went away and became permanently calloused. It was a little sad that the maiden had moved away, but at the same time she showed that patience and hard work will grind everything down. After all the events that had happened, the fourth summer had finally arrived, which promised to become just as ordinary. As usual, Kaisar visited the duchy, but with some irritating news. It was that the imperial family was organizing a fencing competition. The event was held once every 4 years, so it was planned to be held this year. Such competitions were usually only attended by aristocrats and were more like children's games. It turned out that the selection of participants has been tightened since the new year. Now, not only aristocrats can participate in the competition. The organizer is the imperial family, but there are no restrictions. A huge number of talented people will come, so it will be fun. Helena was incredibly interested in what was said. She could not deny that Leonard would benefit from the practice of real combat. Agot brought a chocolate tart, which, of course, His Highness does not like. Only the heroine, who was worried about her brother, did not pay attention to the squabble. The girl smiles, promising to make an egg tart, which will of course be ready when the prince leaves. The blonde wasn't going to butt in. The couple continued to bicker, but now it seemed like they were right for each other. The decision was made spontaneously. Since everyone can participate, the maid will also go to the competition. Grabbing the piece of paper, the lady says that Kaisar brought it personally for Agot, who began to object. In fact, despite the hostility, the beauty still wanted to come out and prove herself in battle. No longer happy about this, the maid turns away from her beloved princess and towards the prince. Trying to sound as friendly as possible but showing displeasure, the maiden thanks His Highness through clenched teeth. A fight between Winter and Agat could be a joyful one, as they would compete as students of their master. It was said as if the brunette was being forced to participate, to which he confirmed that the prince was obliged to do so. The blonde carefully eats the chocolate, asking in surprise when this became a tradition she had never heard of. This has become the rule since the Grey family took over Empress Dante's power, because their symbol is a sword. Because the girl stood out so much in her past life, this tradition arose. It was done to earn a living, but everything changed. The competition didn't seem like a bad idea. It would help her learn more about the maid's capabilities. Looking at the students with determination, Helena says that all three of them can go out and sweep away their opponents as if it were nothing. It was evening outside. This only meant that it was time for Kaisar to leave for the imperial palace. The man is about to leave, even when asked why he doesn't stay overnight. Riding a carriage at night can be incredibly dangerous. The guy didn't think Helena would get up, because he was going to leave quietly. After accepting the title, his time really did decrease. Looking sadly at the floor, the maiden nods. She asks if the student will stay in the duchy during the summer, although she knows the answer perfectly well. By the time that time came, the young man was usually already visiting the estate, but now everything had changed. Childhood memories have always been valuable, so a smile appears on the frowning face of the interlocutor. Approaching the stairs where the master is standing, the brunette quietly asks for forgiveness for how everything turned out. Virgo shouldn't have asked such a question. It seems as if she is clinging to her friend because it is obvious that he is busy. Definitely, after that day 3 years ago, the relationship between friends was no longer the same because there was awkwardness in it. No one ever talked about what happened. Perhaps it was because both were afraid that the relationship would change. The only thing the maiden regretted was that, because of such reasons, they were constantly separated from each other, so such conversations would still be present. Things were different before. The man pulled the blonde away from the strange thoughts in her head. The brunette remembered that the beauty had become friends with Bronte at the reception. He wondered if she had ever invited the girl to a personal meeting. The lady asks again why such information is needed, to which she receives a simple answer. The young man accidentally remembered this. Something definitely happened, so the master, who had lived 2 lives, understood that they were not telling her the truth, and all this was not just like that. I also remembered Lady Bronte, who attacked the girl for no apparent reason. I'll have to find out from Hamilton. There was no answer, so the young man only nods, preparing to leave the estate as quickly as possible. This is how the crown prince is seen off, but there is silence all around. Only Helena stands on the steps in her nightgown. After the maiden heard the true reason for the rush to crown her, she wondered what she should do. The beauty was worried that the guy might not be taken seriously and not accepted as the new ruler who would soon assume his powers. Realizing that this is the last chance to tell, the girl stops the prince. If they mock him, he can tell his master everything. The boy turned sharply, freezing. He hadn't expected to hear something like that, knowing that he was being cared for. The guy is a student, which means that Helena has trained him so perfectly that no one can defeat him. A young man can still be a little childish, at least sometimes, so that's exactly what he's going to do. As he walks up the steps, the prince stops and then embraces the princess, holding her close. Trying to get out of it, the girl asks him what he's doing, to which he just grins. She herself gave him permission to be childish. In order to endure difficulties, the guy needs to recharge. This is done precisely in the duchy. The guy sometimes behaves strangely, but the master does not prevent it. The lady carefully lowers her hands, relaxing. A lady is always ready to help a friend. If this is the level of tenderness he desires, she can give it. The blonde is ready to do everything for everyone who loves her, so the man can come again to get it. The carriage is out of sight, so the girl turns around and goes back into the estate, where it is much warmer. A month later, a competition was scheduled for which 3 from the duchy went to the capital's estate. The father and mother were incredibly happy that the girl had developed a passion for at least something, so they advised her to try to take part in meetings of aristocrats. There was no talk about it. Laziness was too strong, but if the parents will be happy, it's worth it. Another person who looked incredibly happy was Agot, who literally walked around with her mouth open. The girl couldn't believe it. She thought that she wouldn't be able to get to the capital until she came of age, but everything was cancelled. Pointing her finger at the ground, the maiden notes that there are a lot of carriages passing by, but there are no cracks. And a very happy man lives in the castle. This makes one smile. The dragon statue in the square gave me goosebumps. It was erected in honor of the slaying of the evil dragon Crusay. The way Agat amazes everyone around her is like she was taken out for a walk by her owners who kept her in the house. The girl was literally glowing, but Helena was a little worried about how restless she was right before the competition. Despite this, the brother noticed that the Duchess had been buying Agat a lot of things for quite some time now. Leonard himself was no different from his sister. They both loved doing this to the girl. The couple likes how the maiden's eyes are always ready to fall out from surprise and her joy. She is ready to try not to tarnish the name of the mistress. It is impossible to talk about such things, because the Duchess asked to return after they had defeated everyone. By throwing the boxes, the beauty changes her position. She intends to win, so that's how you should think. There is no determination, but there is courage, so this layout suits the heroine, even despite her laziness. Leonard promises to do his best too. The blonde hasn't seen him so confident in a long time. All 3 are obliged to defeat their opponents, because they are Helena's students, who can do everything in the world. For some reason, the beauty was sure that one of the 3 would be the winner, but time was running out. The princess has arranged to meet someone, so she is about to leave the alley. Virgo is going to meet the Viscount, but don't be surprised. Usually the heroine is lazy, but this time everything is different. The girl needs to find out what connects Kaisar and Lady Bronte. Hamilton will arrive soon, so the heroine will return soon. A meeting was to take place in one of the rooms, which promised to be interesting. Noct smiles and says hello, even if he is surprised that the lady herself suggested meeting and no one forced her. The lady wanted to ask something that had set the man on fire. He wanted to serve as an informant. The blonde sighs. She is not interested in politics at all, no matter what the question or answer. The man wanted to lure the beauty into a political faction. He doesn't understand what the problem is, so you have to be careful. Calming down, the boy asks what the princess is interested in. She wants to know more about the Bronte family. The brunette freezes, because he didn't know that the lady from that family had managed to do something terrible. The blonde is silent because she is thinking about what she should say first. She needs to think a little longer before saying anything. The man does not say what happened, but asks in advance what the lady did that seemed suspicious. The brown-haired man apologizes. He expressed himself incorrectly, which makes you wonder what is wrong. It is worth starting with the fact that the current empress is going to make her own son, Fran, heir to the throne. The maiden freezes because she didn't know this. She guessed, but she wasn't exactly sure. Kaisar became the crown prince, so until he is killed, Fran will not be in line. In that case, the empress will make the prince the heir after the boy becomes emperor. The only thing that's worse is that if the future emperor has a child, it will be difficult to do. Most of the palace's internal forces have sided with His Highness, so if this continues, it will become more difficult for the Empress to make the prince her heir. That is why the favorite wants to promote her people to the highest positions in order to turn everything around. Everything became obvious from the first words. The woman wants to make Yulika the wife of the crown prince. The plan had been in place long before the maiden became empress. She knew exactly what to do. Now it is clear why Bronte declared war at the meeting. As trivial as it may sound, there is a political battle going on between them. Now is the time to discuss Kaisar's engagement. It must happen. Hamilton blinks. His interlocutor is much calmer than he expected. There is nothing surprising about this, because members of the imperial family marry early, although the lady was never married in her past life. The guy changes the subject, asking if the princess would like to become Kaisar's wife. There is a strong desire in the castle to push the beauty to this step. Noct seems too busy with his own thoughts, but he only hears one reason. Virgo doesn't want to participate. The man freezes, almost screaming. He does not understand why he should refuse the position of the emperor's wife in the future. These things should not be done just to become the one who gets into the political game. Nothing else is interesting. The blonde was an empress, so she is not going to become the emperor's wife. The Viscount's face shows despair. He has completely forgotten that the princess is such a person. The Virgin no longer listens to the indignation because she has managed to immerse herself in thoughts about the future emperor. The friend knew perfectly well that he would soon have to marry one of the candidates, but he kissed the master. The eyebrows furrow slightly. The girl realizes that the selection of candidates for the position will soon begin. The meeting was over after a long time. Even if it did not bring much clarification, the couple said goodbye. Whoever becomes the prince's new wife, it will be strange because it will be difficult for the princess to date the king. Time dragged on incredibly slowly, but finally that very morning of the competition arrived. The servants ask you to take your places because the next tournament will begin very soon. Perhaps due to the lack of qualification restrictions, the spectator seats were completely filled. That is why one of the servants took the girl to the first floor, from where she could see better than from the terrace. Sitting down on the offered chair, the beauty turns away, but hears the rustling of a dress. It is strange that someone would wear a dress to a sword fight. Turning her head, the maiden notices Lady Bronte. Yulika is about to leave, saying that she will take another place, but someone grabs her hand. There was no need for complications. Dragging the lady along by force, the lady sits the blonde down on the chair next to her. It doesn't matter what she thinks now. Smiling, the Duchess is glad that they finally saw each other. Yulika tries not to stutter from fear, but nods. Putting her hand on the beauty's shoulder, the maiden asks her to relax a little because thanks to her, everything was fine with the princess. Noticing a fearful expression on her face, the lady is asked to smile. They wouldn't want people around them to think that they have a bad relationship. If the lady is so weak, then it is unclear what she is going to do when she enters the imperial family. Looking at the girl who doesn't move from her place, the lady smiles. It's not normal that even such stupid people seem cute. Bronte obviously didn't want to have any more conversation. She turned away, pointedly looking away. The tournament is about to begin, so the emperor announces it. He and the empress sit in a separate area. The first are two unknown participants who enter the battlefield and begin the fight. The games of the aristocrats were quite fast, but attention was focused on Agat, who fought too well. To the people around her, the maiden seems too young, but incredibly agile and capable. Once upon a time, the beauty only wanted to protect her mistress. It's a pity the maid lost, but even so, she'll probably be inundated with love letters after the contest. The master claps. The girl's eyes shine with joy. Noticing the lady's smile, she understands that she did not do it in vain. Next up is the blonde, who is the son of Duke Foresky. People are aware that the brother has won many other competitions. Now the young man is attending a military school, but for some reason I want to know what kind of man he will grow up to be in the future. The techniques the man uses when attacking his opponent are exactly the same as Helena's. In just 2 lunges, a miracle has happened. The opponent falls and admits with horror that he has lost in order to save himself. Leonard won, but still, talking about how wonderful the fight was, the guy smiles and extends his hand to his opponent. After this, there will be more letters from noble ladies at home. There is one last man left who must enter the ring. Without waiting for the announcement, he attacks his opponent. Within seconds, the fight is over as victory is given to His Highness Prince Grey. Still, the man is a grey wolf of hearing. He didn't even use his other hand, which made everyone around him whisper. The boy had learned such ugly swordsmanship, but he didn't understand what he had to do to appear friendly. It's a shame that the others don't understand the true premise, but for the heroine, it was a wonderful victory. The sword is an object created for killing, so it makes sense why it radiates such energy. Leonard Foresky's victory, like Kaisar's, brought a lot of points, so now the final battle had to begin. These two were the ones who would be going into battle against each other, which of course promised to be epic. Now, whoever wins, the winner will be Helena's student. She couldn't help but be proud. His Highness's sword is incredibly smooth and beautiful. This phrase was addressed to Lady Bronte, who was sitting next to him. Usually, such abilities inspire horror, but in this context it is better, even though it scares Yulika. The beauty of battle lies in what happens. The sword is beautiful in the precision with which it separates life and death. The movements seem too fast. The crowd can't follow the swings that divide reality. The blonde tries not to miss anything unnecessary, so she only turns around briefly and nods at her friend. Weak people need to know what sword they are falling before. The statement makes the nobility freeze in horror. The lady fought with Yulika with energies, but she did not understand anything that was said, only talking about how handsome Caesar was. Someone like her would not become the crown prince's wife, although Helena was not so bored as to worry about the daughter of someone else's family. Distracted, the lady doesn't notice how Bronte jumps out of his place, shouting something about what is happening in the ring. The blonde steps back, falling under the sword that lands on his shoulder. This means only one thing. The fight is over, so the victory is awarded to His Highness Caesar Winter. He deserves it. For the first time in such a tournament, a prince won, who had never attempted it before. Apparently, this happened because all the previous crown princes were forced to participate. They showed satisfactory matches and left the tournament. Fareschi's student is completely different, so he managed to earn the victory with diligence. They put a wreath on his head. His Highness accepts the congratulations, but for some reason all the ladies around him perked up, which makes Helena surprised. The prince is about to head into the crowd towards the stands, so he steps down from the ring. Bronte explains that there is a tradition according to which the winner gives a wreath of victory to the girl he likes. All this means that the girl is in deep trouble. Caesar finds himself in front of Yulika, who has risen from her seat. It's obvious that the lady chose an awkward location, so she is now forced to be the center of attention instead of running away. The blonde addresses His Highness. She joyfully congratulates him on the victory that she managed to earn with her own efforts. The brunette smiles back. He is glad that he can repay the faith in him no matter what. The Empress looks straight at the prince. Her businesslike smile makes you want to laugh out loud because of her self-confidence. What is happening is precisely the kind of politics that it is best not to enter into under any pretext, even if you want to do everything as quickly as possible. The young man raises his hands and carefully removes the wreath. This is the special moment that is worth paying attention to. Lady Bronte's face lights up with a scarlet color and joy that can no longer be hidden under any pretext. Only a few seconds pass, but the thing ends up on the head of the main character, who blinks her eyes in surprise. The man attributes all the honors he managed to receive today to his beloved master, who was with him from the very beginning. The people around blink their eyes in surprise, and the Empress's face lights up with incomprehension. The girl's face turns redder than before, but now not from embarrassment, but from shame at what happened. Hopes for a quiet life ended at the very moment when Caesar allowed himself to be done something like this. Rumors spread around almost like lightning, despite everything, even if there was nothing like that. Everyone thought that Faresca might become the crown prince's wife, but at the end of such conversations they always wondered what would happen to Lady Yulika. After everything that happened, the blonde made the guy apologize 1,000,000 times while on his knees. Taking the sword, the maiden quietly asks what she hates most. She should receive an obvious answer. The boy looks up, seeming intimidated, indicating that the girl hates being disturbed by her silence. The blonde nods in agreement, but immediately after asks him what he did. Looking away with a guilty look, the brunette quietly says that he created a situation that will bring a headache. Nodding again, the heroine almost flares up with anger, which seemed to have subsided a little. The man tries to justify himself. It was Helena who ordered to defeat everyone, so it was not bad for the student who achieved victory to thank the teacher. The girl cannot deny the truth of the words, but she is incredibly angry, so you shouldn't laugh. Without even noticing it, the handsome man had drawn the blonde into a political battle that was incredibly tiring. Turning away, the lady does not listen to the fact that the young man did not mean this. Due to the current situation, the heroine and Lady Bronte are forced to compete for the place of the wife. If a man wants to restrain the Empress, he would be better off using other methods rather than dragging the beauty along with him. Caesar doesn't try to say anything anymore. He accepts his mistakes, so he looks away sadly. If Agat or Leonard had won, they would have surely given the wreath to their master just as Winter did. Turning to the student, the lady asks why he is saying this out of the blue. As students, these two had shown their abilities to the teacher, which should have been enough for this. Looking into the girl's eyes, the boy starts to cry. He is also a student of the master, so it is not clear what is wrong. It is hard to believe that the heroine does not like the wreath so much and she hates being associated with the boy. Obviously, the maiden despises everything that Kaisar gave away, which is why she behaves in this way. The girl does not believe that her friend is crying. She tries to calm him down because she really liked the attention, and the wreath too. Shouting about what is a lie and what is not, the guy asks if they are proud of him, to which they tell him that the lady conducted those training sessions to feel joy and pride. Virgo doesn't know what to say anymore. She hates it when little children cry. It's very difficult to hold back. In this case, the master is obliged to praise her student and fully reward him for the trophy received. Trying not to start screaming again, the lady just agrees. She can't pass up this opportunity, so she's going to do what needs to be done. A smile appears on the brunette's face. That's why he wanted to win, but now his feelings are not hurt like before. The blonde freezes. She didn't expect the situation to be resolved so quickly, literally before her eyes. The guy drops to his knee and kisses the girl's hand. Now you can calmly wait for praise and reward. Turning around, the man walks away, leaving the woman standing with her mouth open in surprise. The door opens and the prince comes out, assuring the servants that everything is fine and the screams were not real. No one died, so they can go about their business. The girl no longer knew what to do. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't find the words. The shame had now caught up even with Helena, because in the end she had been dragged into everything that had happened. I didn't even want to believe it. As the sister said, everything went wrong in the middle of the conversation. After the conversation, the young man left, but then unexpectedly returned. The guy said that Helena used to receive invitations that she didn't want to answer, but everything worked out because she didn't have to do that anymore. The man ran away laughing, saying that he should be praised for this too. Virgo mentioned this in passing 3 years ago, so it's strange that it stuck. Letters really almost never came anymore. This is good, because the beauty was too lazy to write refusals, but at the same time, fear was present. If you think about it, it won't be possible to come out positive, because Helena received a letter that Leonard accepted. Looking at the paper, the beauty understands that this is the wax seal of the imperial palace. It was sent by Kaisar. Expectations changed, because the letter was sent by the empress herself, who obviously very much wanted to meet on the chosen day. The woman herself showed herself to be a strange person, so the master did not want to go to the meeting at the palace. Everything that happened was because of the prince and his wreath. The offer could not be refused, so the lady went to the empress. Walking down the corridor, the heroine notices a painting. She would like it to be taken down. The girl had to wait a relatively long time, but now the empress was ready to invite the duchess. The woman greets the girl, smiling to hide her true nature. She is glad that the invitation was accepted. As she enters the hall, the blonde curtsies. It is an honor for her to come to the palace on such an important matter. Lady Bronte was nearby. It seemed they were seeing each other too much, which seemed a little suspicious. The two seem to know each other too well, but they are not. Virgo says that they have only seen each other a few times. The meeting was not to be taken too seriously, but this was no ordinary tea party. The empress notes that the prince expressed his love to the master, but it seems like a joke. Here, everything was not as it was for others. This is not a joke, because at the competition it was Helena who became the owner of the wreath, and not someone else. Addressing Lady Brant, the heroine says that she needed to put in a little more effort, which evaporated. The blonde freezes. She can't find the right words because it seems too much for her. It became awkward, so Faresca explains everything. Together with His Highness, the maiden studied fencing, so the prince shared the joy with his comrade. In that case, Bronte should have studied fencing instead of magic, which turned out to be a stab in the back. The girl turns to her interlocutor. She did not know that the lady studied magic, even if she considered her stupid. Magic is a very complex thing that not everyone can use. There are no people left in the world who know how to use it. The lady next to her drooped, but this only aroused Helena's interest, who realized that she could profit from this. It's sunny outside, so the empress suggests going with her to the courtyard. She would like to show them something. The smile seems false, but the blonde agrees to keep Her Highness company, even through force. What was in the yard was something that could not have been predicted. The archer turned out to be the one who became a gift for the two young ladies. The girls sit down at the table. In the garden there was a real shooting range, which the empress wanted to show. Apparently, Lady Bronte was also in such a situation for the first time. The man is the best archer in the lands, so the girl called him for pleasure. Turning to the princess, the lady remembers that she is skilled with a sword. In that case, the maiden must know something about a bow and arrow. While the heroine was working as a mercenary, a comrade taught her how to shoot, but she couldn't master the bow as well as the sword, so she gave up pretty quickly. Yulika, as usual, bursts into the conversation. The girl can rightfully be called a tomboy because a lady is obliged to use dances and poetry and not a sword and a bow. Of course, Helena didn't agree with this statement, but she just nodded. Lady Bronte can do such things herself. There is no need to enter into an argument. Lady Yulika had been trained as the wife of the crown prince since childhood, so of course she had completely different qualities. The Duchess, on the contrary, grew up quite free because there would be no one to try to force her to do anything she didn't like. This was because the blonde was far from the battlefield for power, and this was a special right of the aristocrats from the prefectures, which was not available to others. The Empress would like the Duke to continue to be the same, but she asks if the princess is greedy for power. It is not about politics, but about the place of the crown prince's wife, which makes the girl next to him jump in amazement at such a conversation. Yulika doesn't have time to say anything because she grabs her ears with her hands. The crackle of arrows can be heard all around, hitting the target time after time. Keeping her face straight and calm, the heroine nods. She is not at all interested in the imperial family and politics in general. After what happened, the girl finally understood the Empress's intentions. The sound of piercing arrows was a silent threat that made itself known. Smiling her nasty smile, the woman asks to swear that her interlocutor's answer is true, so that things don't get worse later. I just want to hear that Helena won't be eyeing the position of mistress of the imperial estate as such. After the words are spoken, a loud sound is heard again, as if deliberately pressing on the consciousness so that the right person says, yes. The beauty is incredibly lazy to do something like this because she understands perfectly well that nothing good will come of it. It is worth showing her capabilities as soon as possible. Before giving an answer, the heroine thanks him for showing her a wonderful spectacle. She asks him to demonstrate his abilities, which he also has. As she approaches the archer, the lady makes a quick plan of action. The target is close, given the fact that the bow is much more comfortable than the one she had to practice with at the time. What's happening in the garden is actually all childish jokes that weren't worth paying attention to. The Empress needs to understand who she's messing with. Taking aim, the blonde launches several arrows at once, which hit the target accurately, as if they were charged with attraction. What the heroine does will be a silent prevention of her threats. Only this will be the best way to make it clear that it is worth being much more careful. Turning back to the woman, the lady smiles. She can make a deal, but she will not swear by anything, because it is not in her interests. Bronte almost immediately jumps up from her seat, starting to stutter. She cannot believe that someone would dare to speak to Her Highness in such a tone. The blonde is pulled up. The Empress turns to her, asking her to bring earrings from the room just to get rid of the extra nuisance. After the lady disappears from sight, the Empress quietly speaks of all the talents and intelligence Lady Foresca possesses. It is hard to believe that they are the same age. Looking into the eyes of the princess, the woman brazenly lies, saying that she likes her. This is definitely a connection, so you can try to get closer. Without expressing any emotion, the blonde reminds that she is a close friend of the crown prince, to make it clear. The guy is a close friend for the girl, but also the son of the Empress, of whom she is incredibly proud, so there will be no problems. If the Virgo decides to accept the offer and get closer to her, this will in no way harm either her image or her as a whole. Still, the Empress is not going to let Helena go just like that. The answer to the threat worked, but she is too persistent. Out of nowhere, Kaisar appears, putting his hand on his friend's shoulder, saying that he had been looking for her for more than an hour, not even suspecting that she was here. Taking the girl aside, the boy puts his head in his hands. He despaired because he did not want to add to the worries. The Empress did not intend to make a move, but in the end, that is exactly what she did. The maiden looks at him with a skeptical look, as if something had happened. She would like to say that the young man was wrong from the moment he handed her the wreath, but she cannot find the strength. The man defended the princess. He looked at Her Highness, saying that he would have come much faster if only he knew what kind of meeting was taking place here. The girl did not immediately understand what had happened, however, realizing that now she would not have to agree to get closer to the hated woman. She was happy in her head. The Empress suggested drinking tea, but they did not listen to her. The young man warned that it was not worth teasing his friend since she was not used to it. Trying to appear friendly, the heroine shakes her head. She wasn't going to do anything because she just wanted to make more friends. The plans to find a companion had to be postponed because the brunette was going to take the princess with him. He wanted to be alone with her. The girl doesn't want to make her son angry, so of course she agrees to back off before it's too late. She understands that she needs to do this. Saying goodbye to the Duchess, the heroine promises that they will see each other again. The time was spent usefully, so it only brought pleasant feelings. Watching her leave, the blonde sighs. She really didn't like the red-haired one, especially because of how cleverly she brought up son and mother. Looking at the man leaving the battlefield, it seems like she could easily pour poison into a cup and even smile. Kaiser does not share the feelings of his mother because he did not like the idea of becoming empress from the very beginning, like everything else. Looking at the young man, the heroine understands that she cannot refuse, so she asks if he wants his friend to take his side. Winter doesn't immediately realize the reality of what's happening, so he just blinks his eyes in surprise, as if he's heard a tall tale. Helena can continue doing everything she did before because the prince won't choose her. She's too lazy to do that, so there's no point anyway. Taking Kaiser's side and joining the war is indeed tiring and boring, but it is not only he who chooses, but also the heroine herself. The fact that the lady took the boy as her student and promised to make him an emperor who would be protected had its beginning. Everything was done for a reason. The mentor will help you figure everything out so that you won't be scared. The young man says nothing, only looking into the eyes, trying to find sincerity, which is immediately visible. He lowers his face into his hands. The kid seems to be delighted by the incredible decision of his friend, who thinks she did a great job. It is enough that everything became clear. The Virgin decides to meet the Viscount again. She decided to do this right before her departure, which seems like a great honor for a man. In response, there was only a nod. The blonde was planning to return to the capital very soon, although she didn't talk about business, because there was no point in it. The jokes began, but most importantly, the girl called the man on an important matter. He promised to become an informant, so there is something to find out. The brunette raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that they would remember the words he had spoken long before. Of course, the guy agrees, but if information is needed to clarify the relationship between the prince and the empress, the young man has nothing to say. The blonde nods. She didn't intend to find out anything like that, but she still understood the meaning. Looking into his eyes, as if with a murderous look, the beauty asks if she seems like such a person to the Viscount, to which he receives a negative shake of the head. The man apologizes. He said this out of concern for the lady and a desire to protect His Highness, so he asks you to try to understand. Nodding, the beauty takes another sip of tea. She trusts him for this very reason. She would not be able to trust anyone else. Hamilton has always been around children since childhood, when they spent time with him and always laughed at how gullible he was. The heroine always knew that no matter what, the guy could be trusted the most. The man asks what kind of information the girl wanted, to which he receives a slight smile. A stack of papers is placed on the table. The pile contains the names of aristocrats and the names of organizations that sent invitations. There are too many. The list also includes trade organizations and guilds, artist groups and schools. A huge number came after the competition, and now, after the intervention, all the letters have disappeared. The girl does not ask for too much, but wants the Viscount to separate the places that should and should not be visited. The guy's eyes almost fell out. He does not believe that the lady will attend social receptions, but the prince needs support from behind. People cannot be trusted because they joined only because of the title, and if the situation turns out to be unfavorable, they can leave. I had to be surprised twice because the Viscount could not understand that this would be done despite all the laziness. If the maiden says she intends to step forward, His Highness will be against it. The decision is up to the princess, so she doesn't care. The man needs to justify himself to Kaiser by saying that he tried to dissuade his friend. The matter will be done within 2 days. If this continues and the girl becomes the prince's wife, Hamilton will have no more wishes. Even the girl's parents do not want this, but it is worth achieving. A woman can gain power without even becoming someone's wife, and this is a fact that is widespread. The guy tries to object again, so the beauty waves her hand. She is not going to pressure anyone. Looking out the window, the lady notices children running around. Even in such a big city, there are street children. Virgo remembers that Dante was like that too. It becomes interesting to see if others have such potential. The Empress is special because she even had a different color of blood and was able to seal a dragon. Hamilton freezes. If you think about it, you might remember a strange religion that extols the dragon. The blonde looks at the man in surprise. She has never heard of anything like this. Religion seems to be gathering strength among the middle classes. This is being ignored in the country. The Holy Assembly should not sit on the sidelines, but they unanimously say that they consider this a trifle. The heroine nods. She doesn't agree with this because she didn't seal the dragon to watch something like this happen. It is obvious that religion will not exist for long and then simply disappear as if it never existed. Empress Dante would be surprised. The guy is talking about the heroine herself, but living another life, it already seems to her as if she is listening to a story about someone else. Virgo distanced herself from Dante's life and settled more in with Helena, who lived in luxury, doing what she liked. Fresca's life is not particularly stressful, but for some reason, the beauty feels a strong sadness, because this is exactly how everything happens around her. In the future, the main character will have a lot more to do, but she doesn't even suspect how much everything will change. After all this, the lady even notified her father and brother, but the dinner turned into a disaster and she had to calm the two men down. They asked Helena to tell everything so that they could help. If Mom had been in the room, it would have been even noisier. Exactly 2 days later, Hamilton handed over a list of aristocrats who needed to be convinced and lured over to the right side. The lady set to work almost immediately, inviting them to receptions and doing the persuasion that would help. Little by little, the girl made connections. It was almost unnoticeable to others, and especially to the imperial family. The summer of the following year arrived, which came unnoticed. Agathe brought new invitations which came to Lady Fresca. The heroine had already become quite tired and had not had time to get enough sleep, so she could not figure anything out. Finally, the most important letter that had been so long awaited arrived. It was an invitation to Ulika's birthday, when she would become an adult. "I'll have to go because it's a great opportunity. There will be many pro-imperial families there, so they can be considered." On the day of the reception, the carriage went on business. The maiden wanted to find an assistant, but did not expect that everything would turn out differently than she expected. The brother found another excuse, saying that he was busy at the academy, so the Viscount was sent with the lady. Although the girl said it in such a way that it seemed that she was not pleased, this was not so, because Hamilton was quite suitable as an escort. It would be more effective if Kaisar came with Helena, but even her presence would show that they are close. The hall is very noisy, so it seems that the entire empire has gathered here. Descending the stairs, the lady is about to plunge into the crowd. The mouth opens in surprise when the blonde looks around with interest. There really are an incredible number of people. The hall was more luxurious than the coronation. If you overdo it, you can lose the emperor's favor, but he also wants to get Balor's power, so he made the empress his wife. Now it became clear why Ulika turned the glass over on the dress. She was the opposite of Helena. The lady was lost in her thoughts without noticing it, but the young man suggests going to greet Lady Bronte. Approaching from behind, the lady curtsies, congratulating Ulika on her birthday. Smiling so as not to show hostility, the blonde nods and thanks them for the congratulations and for coming to the event. This is especially addressed to the princess. It must have been hard for her to travel along the country road because the Duke lives God knows where. The path led to a distant margraviate, so the roads are not so important, which is a decoding of the fact that the lady's house is even further than the heroine's head. The girl brought something as a gift. In response, there is laughter and some joke about a pumpkin, which seems completely inappropriate. The little ones try to kill the lady's mood, but she doesn't give up, reminding them that pumpkins are harvested in winter. The heroine shudders. She gradually begins to realize that she will soon lose the battle of words with the lady who opposes her. The princess says that this is a fact, but it is obvious that Bronte does not know this, so she asks for forgiveness. Hamilton, who has come to the rescue, asks for an apology, since it is impolite to emphasize someone's ignorance. In a verbal battle, the best option is to quickly run away, which is what the couple did, not even giving a chance to object. It's funny to watch Yulika rushing from side to side. Hamilton helped with what he did, but he also thinks that the lady doesn't have the best character. The lady's character was the reason why she managed to become friends with His Highness. This is also a well-known fact. The blonde decides to take a rest. The squabble didn't tire her out much, but it made her wonder what she was doing at such an event. Everyone talks to Hamilton and doesn't approach the heroine, because talking to Helena in a friendly manner in front of Yulika isn't the best idea. Ignorance from the outside turned out to be the best condition for intelligence. Thus, it immediately became clear who was loyal to the Empress and who was not. Diva decides to take a short break. She didn't see Bronte, so she wasn't going to linger in the hall. One of the maids takes the lady to the ladies' room, saying that the Count is most likely in the smoking room, which is why he is not there. Nodding, the heroine thinks. She only hopes that she will see the man, since he cannot sit in the room all day. Passing by one of the rooms, Helena cannot restrain herself and asks why the door to it is open. It's a kind of library. The servants ventilate the room so that all the books don't get spoiled, getting nothing out of it. All the books are of good quality, so it feels like someone deliberately opened the door to set a trap. The lady doesn't have time to go back out when Yulika's voice is heard from behind. She menacingly asks what her friend is doing here. The blonde raises an eyebrow in surprise. The meaning of the question is unclear, because she only left briefly to wash her hands. The book cabinet is full and majestic, so the Count must have loved to read to have made this place. The interlocutor mumbles something in response. She cannot find the right words and speaks too quietly to be understood. Turning away, the girl finally shouts out that this is her office, not her father's. He is not so busy with such things that he fills the room with books. The memories came to him on their own. Virgo had said earlier that she was studying magic, which had not gone unnoticed. It was quite difficult to say something like that out loud. The lady still can't cast spells. She is interested in the theory of magic and scientific knowledge about it. This is what is important for a trained lady because it is for education. Compared to pumpkin picking time, it is more important. The princess is going to put the Duchess down, so she talks about the method of summoning Rabbi Roz and the theory of repetition magic. The Virgin knows nothing about it. Clapping, the blonde notes how incredible the lady opposite is. This was said sincerely. Everyone says that magic is a useless science, but if you get to know it better, it is a perfection that is not given to everyone. Magic is considered a lost technique. Even if you know the theory well, there is no point if nothing can be applied in practice. It was an obvious fact, but Yulika's gaze when she talks about her hobby shines brighter than the sun itself in the sky. Nodding, the lady agrees. There is no study that is not meaningful, so Bronte can study what she wants. The blonde seems to be satisfied with what was said. She looks at the audience, giving them a smile that seems sweet. The lady is about to say something else, so she notices that the lady is doing incredible things. Yulika blinks her eyes in surprise. Turning her back to her interlocutor, the beauty asks her to leave. Her mood changed very quickly. The princess must learn the silence and calm of a well-bred lady, because no one would look into all the open doors. The girl admits her guilt because she should not have behaved this way. They will definitely have mercy on her. In a hurry to take her leave, the beauty turns around and heads forward down the corridor next to the maid. What happened makes the heroine even blush a little. She didn't notice how she started praising her enemy. Yulika was an outstanding lady, but she remained the Empress's person, who was, just like her, enemy number one for Kaisar. The woman turns around one last time, watching the door slam shut. She wishes the young lady had been asked just once what she wanted to do. There was a conspiracy among the maids in the duchy. In the autumn, the mistress was turning 20, so they were obliged to surpass Bronte, who tried to do it luxuriously. The lady didn't understand why everyone else was more excited about her birthday than she was. The servants had their own battle to fight, which had to be won at any cost. When people were in the palace, Bronte, the servants there, assured that when the maiden became Kaiser's wife, Helena would watch it in the front row, which angered Agat. The girl laughs. She doesn't know what to say, because the whole world considers them rivals. The servants started some kind of war precisely because of this. Agat asks about the prince. He was not present at Yulika's reception, but there was a chance that everything would change. The blonde shakes her head because she is sure that this will not happen. The girl almost flares up with anger again. Winter couldn't dare do such a thing, but he had to calm down because he had responsibilities. The blonde did not send an invitation. Fareska is on the side of the crown prince, but Kaisar's power is not that great. It was worth being careful. A smile appears on the face. The young man may cry, but it would be strange if at 22 he cried because of an invitation that was not received. Soon Leonard arrived, having specially freed himself for his sister's birthday, and was incredibly happy to see her. The academy was an important link, but no one stopped the blonde from taking a day off because there was nothing left. While hugging her brother, the lady notices that he has become even taller. She would like the same, but in the case of the princess, she has stopped growing. Helena no longer needs to become different, because what she already has will be enough. The girl did not want to think about such things. She would soon become an adult, but she would remain below the students. The pile of presents attracts attention. There are more of them than there were for his brother's birthday, but they were sent for a different reason. Helena must try to get everything done, even if there really are too many gifts. People from all over the area sent clothes, jewelry, shoes, and everything was prepared in the best possible way, so the beauty intended to prepare well. There was only 1 day left before the appointment, but nothing had changed. The schedule still included training with Agat. Despite being very busy, the girl did not shirk her studies, which greatly pleased her friend. The maid is about to leave the room but is stopped. The maid asks for just an hour. The lady blinks her eyes in surprise and asks when she needs it, to which she receives a nod, because she wants it now. Because of the reception, the heroine has absolutely no time, but Agat asks for something for the first time, so it is impossible to refuse. Almost jumping for joy, the girl asks to go somewhere with her, to which she receives a nod. Turning to Bash, the lady asks what happened, but in response receives the answer no. She asks to sit down so that her appearance will be taken care of, but the lady understands that the servants are planning something. After some time, the girl is wearing beautiful clothes that are not suitable for a regular weekend, but look beautiful. The clothes are perfect for the lady for an ordinary day. She always tries to be beautiful. Everything was great, despite the fact that all the servants around were behaving suspiciously, so much so that you wanted to ask what happened that everything changed so abruptly. The maid bursts into tears, saying that she remembers how the girl was little and behaved like an old baby. Even if the beauty is grown up, it doesn't mean that Bash will stop taking care of her. It's true, because the lady doesn't understand anything about everyday life. The conversation is interrupted by another maid who opens the door and reminds them that it is time to go out. The maiden had just managed to get ready, so she followed straight after Agat, whom she led to the servants' dormitory behind the palace. The door swings open, and inside the room are almost all the servants from the castle, who congratulate the girl on her birthday. The blonde stands with her mouth open. They continue to congratulate her on what will happen tomorrow, which makes her touched. The beauty was too surprised to find the right words to express herself. No one had ever done anything like that to her. The man apologizes for the sudden surprise. They didn't want to scare the princess, even if they had never done anything like this before. The servants heard that the lady would soon be leaving for the capital, so they prepared a gift. It is a bit modest, but they still tried their best. Accepting the box with the lock, the lady quietly asks if she can open the thing now, to which she receives a unanimous yes. In your hands you find a figurine with carved swords, which so strongly attract attention, focusing on themselves. Unable to find the right words, the heroine asks where they found the money for this, to which she is reproached. The servants also earn more than enough. Perhaps a necklace would be a more worthy gift, but that seems more absurd. They know how to please a lady who is interested in such things. Swords suit the lady much more simply because of her originality, which is completely incompatible with anyone else. The servants would be glad if the gift did not become boring, but this cannot happen. It is worth noting that even so, it is much more valuable. The blonde would never try to exchange what she received for anything else, because the thing would look great in the bedroom. The statuette cannot even be compared with the pile of gifts piled up in the hall, because in 2 lives the heroine has never received such incredible gifts. In her past life, Dante couldn't put her soul anywhere because she simply wasn't surrounded by good people. Wherever the heroine went, she never felt needed, remaining everywhere completely alone, with only her power. Now everything has changed because it is in the Duke's house that there is a place where she is always welcome, no matter what. Clutching the gift to her chest, the woman once again thanks everyone who is with her and promises to come to the estate. The lady had intended to leave much earlier, but she had been detained. Now it was night, so after all the fun it was time to sleep. Stopping near the door, the blonde once again examines the treasured little thing that so quickly became her favorite. Without letting go of the gift, the girl enters the room, hoping that she will be able to quickly fall asleep, but a familiar voice is heard right in front of her. No effort was made because right in front of the lady in the chair sat Kaisar, whom she missed so much. The girl goes a little deeper, asking in amazement what happened, not finding the strength to believe what is happening. Kaisar arrived 4 hours ago and even managed to greet Leonard. The girl was having a good time, so the man decided to wait. The guy had to come late at night, and without an invitation. He understands why the girl did this, so there is no point in explaining. To miss the birthday of the only master would be a greater mistake than anything else. This could not be overlooked. Winter switched to a guessing game, asking what had happened. The girl only said that it was the day before her birthday, which was not that important. It was midnight, and the guy wanted to congratulate Helena first. He managed to succeed even in the matter that he did not hope to fulfill at all. Looking into the eyes of the beauty, the friend congratulates her on her coming of age. He had to wait too long to get what he needed. Yesterday and night are no different, but for some reason the heroine holding hands with the prince feels like an adult. The cherished morning has arrived, so going down the stairs to the hall, the lady thanks for all the congratulations. She is happy about such an event. Many ladies try to remind about themselves and their existence by saying that they know what a little girl was like before. The beauty smiles. She is incredibly pleased to hear so many kind words addressed to her. Many important people came to greet them. Among them, the lady even noticed those who remained neutral in the war between Balor and Faresca. The maiden hopes that the man who arrived at night will not be in the hall, but hopes crumble like dust. Smiling, the prince says that for him the day is joyful and cheerful, just like for the heroine. Asking what happened, he hears in response something about his gorgeous smile, which he had the opportunity to observe. Trying not to express her anger, which would be unfounded, the heroine asks if His Highness is upset that his birthday is only once a year. Gently kissing the princess's hand, the young man speaks of his love for every expression on the maiden's face. The man turned out to be a snake because he simply decided to quickly run away, leaving the girl alone with her anger, which needed to be hidden from the guests. After the greeting, the interest of those around her disappeared, but the heroine is the main one, so she cannot disappear. Most likely, she will have to sit still, so the blonde turns around to find Kaisar and Leonard. The brother is hanging out with grown-up aristocrats. They probably want to be remembered by the guy who will become a duke in the future. The ladies in the room were interested in the blonde for a completely different reason. They flashed their eyes to attract attention. Kaisar could not be found, so the lady gave up. Her thoughts were interrupted by a young voice, which noted the fact that the princess was tired. A handsome young man appears before the lady. He is the eldest son of Count Rook, who seems to be studying with Leonard at the academy. The couple discusses the event, and the man thanks them again for the invitation. More importantly, he would like to dance to the following song. Leonard talks a lot about his sister, and today, seeing the Duchess, the guy was convinced that this was true. Getting down on one knee, the brunette asks for consent to the first dance, which will open the dance floor. Laughing, the girl remembers her inability to do this, which can cause her to trample her feet. The companion is sure that he will not feel anything, because the beauty is light as a feather, continuing to insist on dancing. The girl reaches out her hand into the palm opposite hers. The guy seems impatient with what he will soon be able to see and feel. Instead of joining hands, the boy is easily pushed away. He watches as everyone grabs the princess, leaving him behind. The one who showed up was, of course, Winter. He had agreed with the princess that the first dance would be his. The brunette apologizes for the millionth time and then quickly runs away, which makes the girl feel quite awkward. If the young man had not been so brave, he would not have had the right to be the first. So, kneeling, he asks the master to dance. It is obvious that Kaisar wants to show the couple to people, but it is the Duchess who will have to butt heads with the Balor and Bronte families later. Trying to object, the lady fails miserably because even the argument about poor skills does not work. People around begin to whisper as soon as they notice the beautiful couple who are heading forward to twirl in the dance. It turned out that Helena had cheated because she was a great dancer and hid it. A long time ago, the beauty was able to acquire the necessary skills from a distant friend whom no one knew about. This story was not created to be discussed. That friend was similar to Kaisar, but was completely different in character. The Empress had no talent for dancing, but Elez never calmed down and continued to persist. The guy insisted on his own and always dragged the girl to the dance floor to show the others a master class in dancing. Many simply refused to be partners, but even after that he never left Her Highness, even if she stepped on him 100 times. Elez was the first dance instructor and the first partner who was finally able to succeed in training. The girl was thinking so deeply that she didn't even notice how she got tangled up in her steps and almost fell to the floor. In order to save the situation, the prince twists and grabs the princess in his arms, carrying her into the air as if it was planned. Lowering the lady to the ground, the young man quietly asks if everything is okay, to which he receives a nod and a slight gratitude for saving her. There will probably be a lot of rumors about this situation, but the blonde is not worried. Nothing bad will come of it, because in her past life, Dante only had herself to protect. It was easier for her. In this life, there were too many people she wanted to protect from harm. The more such people there are, the more the beauty wonders whether she is becoming weaker than before. There is no point in thinking about it now. For Helena Foresky, these people are incredibly dear, so this cannot be changed. Only a year passed, but the following autumn the final decision was made that the lady would go to live in the capital. Having gathered her strength and thoughts, the heroine prepared for the departure, which promised to be a new good chapter in her life. Strange feelings did not leave the princess even on the way to the capital. Her heart was pounding and her soul was heavy, although the beauty had nothing to worry about. Perhaps the girl is just missing him after leaving. This is exactly what a person feels when leaving loving people. Leaving people waiting sounded strange. This is exactly what Dante Renatus had not been able to experience in her past life. When she says that Helena is smiling with happiness, the girl quickly stops, laughing at the fact that she is talking about herself in the third person. The servants in the estate were already ready to enter service. Each of them bowed their heads, greeting the lady on her arrival. The girl did not stop by for a short time, but became the mistress of the estate, but she is only going to request reports. She does not find time for more. The thought of a place where you can train comes to mind, so it's worth remembering the garden that has already been prepared for this purpose. The rest will be done without haste, so the beauty is going to go to the meeting, but she can't. The servant wants to report something. Young Mr. Leonard promised to come to the estate on the weekend, but he did not warn about his visit. That same day, Kaisar will arrive, and even if it cannot be said that the beauty is not happy, she knows that the man will bring with him something that will cause a headache. The brunette smiles, watching such a display of emotions. The only way out is to try to refuse. Something like this would have worked if the heroine had not been a master who has no right to refuse her student a visit. The imperial palace was exactly what the blonde had come for. She decided to meet with those she already knew. Lady Evergreen and Hamilton were the ones who agreed to the meeting. They were already tired of waiting for their guest, who was a little late. Skipping the greetings, the lady gets down to business. Using the list as a basis, the maiden visited societies and observed their tendencies. There are many aristocrats who can be won over to the prince's side. Having received the sheets of paper on which the list of names and houses was laid out, the servants began to study them in detail. Adjusting her glasses in surprise, Rovina is surprised that she managed to obtain rather confidential information. Keeping even servants quiet is a difficult task, considering that at meetings the ladies are followed by their servants, who know everything. Agod is still young, so it was easy to lull the interlocutor's vigilance. In such places, they talk the most. In her past life, Dante had heard her share of stories and rumors. Almost all of them came from the servants around her. It was difficult to think of it to such an extent, so it can no longer be denied that when a lady needs something, she leaves her comfort zone. Not understanding what the proposal was about, the lady asks again. It is obvious that the Viscount is proposing something. Folding his hands in a pleading gesture, the brunette asks to become His Highness's official mentor in the art of swordsmanship. The blonde freezes. At this moment, it seems to her that anything could have been expected, except, of course, what she heard. It's more like a desire to tie the heroine to Kaisar so that she doesn't run away. And that's true. She doesn't want to become a wife, so she has to stay close, at least in that status. It wasn't that bad for the heroine, but if Hamilton had suddenly seated the princess in this place, it could have aroused public suspicion. With everything that could happen, this would force the Viscount to face a headwind that would not help. Until now, the master existed only by standing behind his students. Most would not welcome a girl with unproven abilities. An idea of what to do immediately came to mind. Rowena remembered Marquis Bain. As was known, the man left the political arena, just like Fresca, closing himself off to his lands and maintaining neutrality. Just recently, the brunette was present at a reception at the estate, but the girl decided to simply turn a blind eye to him, which turned out to be a mistake. Somehow the maid learned that the Marquis's territories had recently been teeming with monsters, so he asked Fresca for reinforcements. It is strange that the young man asked for reinforcements. Aristocrats are usually given aid and military support from the state, so it is obvious that everything is too bad. In this situation, the man should have first asked for help not from the Duke, but from someone with a similar title. Evergreen recalls one interesting detail. The Marquis had previously requested help from the Bronte family, but of course they refused. It is clear that the Empress's supporters were in a bad mood, and one could only guess what had happened to them. The Imperial Palace still has no intention of sending an army, and there are also budget problems, since the local soldiers are not used to fighting monsters. What the maiden heard could be a chance for salvation. If done correctly, the Marquis will side with the Crown Prince. The servants had already managed to come up with a plan. The princess would gather a group to clean up the monsters and set out with them on the Marquis's territory. In this way, the Duchess will kill two birds with one stone. She will show her capabilities and at the same time lure the man to her side. Even if that's true, the lady wanted to take a break from fighting monsters in this life. She's not sure if she can do it. The arrivals have nothing to say. Of course, believing in Helena's powers is what is needed, but you need to come up with the right plan. Hamilton recalls what once happened to the mercenaries in one of the abandoned houses when they wanted to kill the prince. That day, Fresca showed her true abilities, which made the boy believe what he saw almost instantly. The girl admits that the proposal sounds too boring, but if the Viscount proposed, it means that he considers the girl as a knight. If you look at the situation from the other side, this idea does not seem so hateful from the very beginning. The consent is not long in coming, but the heroine has one condition, which the joyful Hamilton is, of course, ready to listen to. The girl herself is going to choose who will go with her. Of course, among them, there will also be 3 students who have no right to refuse this idea. A few days later, Kaisar returned to the palace. He does not know what to do to make the process with Helena gain momentum. Rowena, standing to the side, asks if the couple held hands, to which she nods. They even slept in the same bed as children. As for more serious physical contacts, things were better. The man let the girl touch his thighs. The maiden is surprised. The prince gave the Duchess much more than expected, which could not help but cause such a reaction. The guy is desperate because he doesn't know what else he needs to give to make the lady see him as a man and not a student. To do this, he needs to go to a consultation. Of course, Winter agreed, so he came to see a famous, charming man. Rowena has a distant relative in the knight's troop, so she volunteered to introduce them, saying that the Black Knight Ashgarin is a real heartbreaker. It was for this reason that His Highness summoned the knight, who began to talk about how easy it was to pull off such a thing. You just need to be beautiful, because a beautiful face is the best weapon for winning at the first meeting. The guy sighs because he and Helena have met many times already. The problem is that the relationship can't develop into a relationship between a man and a woman. Garin chuckled as he thought about what he could say in the situation the prince had suggested. Still, something special is found, so the man is asked about Cabe Dawn. This is the name of a technique that can be used to show a strong, pressing charisma and sophistication with a gentle look. Looking down at his companion, the young man will be able to emphasize his maturity. After that, he might even be able to kiss. After that day, thoughts about this technique were spinning in Kaisar's head. The blonde had to call him by name more than 3 times. Smiling, the guy assures that everything is fine. Even during training, he was not entirely focused. The man couldn't believe that the heroine had figured out something like that so quickly. She must have talent. Winter admits that he remains just one worried person who seems strange to everyone else. The boy freezes. He realizes that they are in a deserted corridor next to each other. This is the perfect moment. Addressing Helena, the guy throws his hand up, stopping it near his interlocutor's face. Not hearing requests to move away, the hero tries to remember exactly how to make a gentle look. It's strange that today the young man is embarrassed, because usually it's easy for him to do something like this, but he needs to pull himself together. The next step is that the prince puts his finger on his chin. The lady remembers the bad days of her past life, so she menacingly asks when she will be released. Kaisar did not immediately understand what the problem was. He did not see what the heroine saw. Pushing the young man, the lady turns sharply, pinning him to the wall nearby. Obviously, this is exactly what he wanted to do, but next time the master has the right to scold the student for such jokes. The girl's hand ends up on the brunette's chin, who quietly asks for forgiveness for his pathetic attempts. Leonard arrived at the estate over the weekend. They hadn't met like this for a long time. When they were kids, they always played cards and stuff like that. Now the entertainment has changed, so the guy gets out a bottle of wine. They are all adults, so they have every right. No one is sure if everything will be okay, but no matter what, they will drink at home, and not somewhere in a back alley where no one will have even a single chance. Realizing that everything is great, the blonde gets excited about the idea, asking to quickly pour her a glass of a drink that will warm her soul. As it turns out, Helena isn't that simple. When she was a mercenary, she did this almost every night. The best thing is to talk about monsters when everyone is already in shape. Finally, everything is poured into glasses, so a toast is made for the girl's arrival in the capital. It remains to be hoped that this will be for a long time. The girl can't believe that she can finally drink something like this. Now life won't be so boring, which seems strange. Drinking half a glass almost in one gulp, the beauty falls. Only after such a quantity did her mind become clouded. Although Dante knew how to drink, it doesn't work with Helena. Opening her eyes, she laughingly asks why Ellis is standing sideways. Stroking the hair of the girl who is lying on her knees, the brunette says that he didn't think that the heroine would be so weak, but he didn't think that she would drink so much at once. Kaisar's hand is cool, which makes her relax a little. The girl hasn't drunk so much for a long time that she herself didn't notice how it happened. Laughing at the lady, the guy notes that she really did take it too many times, talking about such things as if she had already tried something similar. Looking at the boy, the maiden notices what a beautiful face he has. He should be grateful to his ancestors. Helena keeps saying that she likes him because the guy's face is exactly to her taste. She admits it. Calling the lady by name, the young man gives her a moment to understand what is happening, asking her to close her eyes, and then bends over her face. The next day, the girl felt better, so she came with news. They were going to help Marquis Bane hunt monsters. Winter was more than against it. He almost shouted about how unsafe it was. The Virgin couldn't miss her chance. The prince was going to go there, so the princess shouldn't have done it. You can't do it alone. The guy is going to take over the role of Fresca as well, which she categorically does not agree to. Lowering his face into his palms, the handsome man sighs heavily. He has no strength left to argue, even if he was trying to prove his abilities. The prince doesn't know what the reason is, but if it's for his sake, he's not going to do it under any pretext. The man forgets that the princess promised to make an emperor out of him. She had to finish the job she started. Finally, there is a chance to see the true abilities of the master, so it cannot be missed. No one can defeat Frescu. No longer finding the strength to resist, the boy is no longer able to calm down. He does not want to participate in such a thing under any pretext. Surrendering and agreeing, the hero still sets one condition. If it suddenly becomes dangerous there, he will immediately withdraw all troops back. The matter was promised to be finished by the end of winter. After the conversation, the girl easily received permission from her parents. The couple did not interfere with their daughter's aspirations, both fulfilling their promise to support their daughter in all her endeavors. The next day, most of the work was already done. The detachment was just waiting for the scout who was supposed to bring more information. The first to arrive was the leader of the Scarlet Knights, who requested permission to meet the girl. As support, Dalton wants to send several knights. Inexperienced knights will not bring any benefit because they will have to be trained and sent back instead of fighting. There's nothing to be done because the team is still needed. We need to arrange a meeting with people. Of course, Kaisar, who, according to him, could not leave his master completely alone, dragged himself to the meeting like a tail. If there is no arguing, the brunette understands that Helena is determined, which shows that they will succeed. The maiden was really going to come in and win. She needed a lot more knights for her team, so there was no choice anyway. Kaisar wouldn't trust a girl who would come in a dress and lead knights into battle. Clothes should fit the situation. For the guy, it doesn't matter what the master is wearing, because he would continue to blindly believe in Helena, no matter what. Things don't usually get resolved this way, because at this rate the guy will eventually be betrayed, making him regret his frivolity. There is nothing to be done about it, because the guy will be killed anyway. The blonde is not satisfied with this answer. The lady does not believe that the boy grew up so reckless because of her, since she did not remember doing anything like that. A middle-aged man interrupts the fun. He is glad that they have finally met, but asks if he should call her Master Leonard. Extending her hand, the lady shakes the hand of Nerp Dalton, who introduces himself as the leader of the Red Knights. Carefully calling together those who would be most suitable, the man prepared a place where the selection that would happen could be carried out. The guy suggests going straight into the depths of the hall, where you can look around and understand what's what. Not letting Helena go as quickly as she wanted to leave, the brunette grabs her hand, reminding her about disinfection. The maiden does not immediately understand what is being said, looking at her hands. The prince is simply worried whether they will listen to her. It's hard to follow orders from a lady who suddenly appears and who at first glance knows nothing about fighting. The Scarlet Knights focus on ability, not knowledge. There is a long-standing mutual hostility between the White and Scarlet Knights. The two species continue to compete with each other, hoping that one day it will end. Turning to the blonde, Dalton advises her to prepare a little before entering the battlefield, where they have almost already reached. The Scarlet Knights grit their teeth at the sight of whites, so distrust of Faresca would not even be rudeness as such. What happens next will be seen later. Helena speaks at the estate, saying that she will be the one to lead the knights in the attack on the monsters of Bendalium. Some of those standing in the hall will go on the hike with her, but of course the selection will not be as easy as one might think at first glance. One of the knights in the crowd smirks. He seems to have something against what he hears, so he is not going to back down so easily. Raising his hand to the sky as the others laugh, the boy asks if it will be their duty to protect the noble lady from being attacked by monsters. Unfortunately, there will be no such chance, because the lady does not accept protection from people weaker than herself. Twitching from the anger that came out of nowhere, the guy tries to calm down, even if it is very difficult for him to do so. Because the general of the purge was a girl, there was too much mistrust. In this case, the lady will give up her place to anyone who defeats her. The first to go is a knight in training, Hawk Millen. He's not going to be punished for hurting a lady, so he might as well give it a try. Stepping forward and holding her weapon out in front, the lady assures that this will never happen, so there is no need to worry. A second later, the fight begins, which with each passing moment only gains speed and danger. This makes the beauty try even harder. Not even 2 minutes pass before the young man is on one knee, defeated, with a sword on his shoulder, letting everyone around him know his true strength. Turning to the rest of the knights in the group, the lady asks who among them wishes to be next, knowing full well that she will defeat them all. Without calming down, the knights act one after another. The next one is an unknown man who did not say his name, but of course he was among the defeated. Then comes the second, third, and fourth. The list stretches almost to infinity until the knights run out. Around them lie fallen people who are unable to rise from the ground. The Virgin asks if there are any more willing, to which she receives the answer, no. The lady sighs. She didn't expect to find anyone capable, because almost everyone lost in the first second, but this is not the end. In the end, at least a few people were selected to participate in the monster hunt. Deciding that there is only one way left to win the hearts and loyalty of the knights, the lady says that there are no worthy people. 3 days later, the office was filled with knights who apologized. They asked for a chance to learn. Everything went exactly as Helena expected. As far as she knows, the Scarlet Knights are very arrogant in their abilities. If the heroine had tried to force the guys to submit using status, none of them would be bowing now. Forcing all those who have arrived to rise, the lady nods but warns. Her training will not be one of the easiest. The knights are all shouting as one that each of them is ready. This effect is really worth trying to do in the future. The virgin stands up. She adds that she is not magnanimous, so whoever does not obey will be severely punished. From that moment on, training began, which took quite a long time. Knight Dalton arrived to visit the Duchess. The guy didn't just come for no reason. A reconnaissance squad had returned from Bendalium, so he came to deliver important news. What the man said simply meant that it was finally time to speak. While in the carriage, the lady questions Kaisar. As it turns out, the young man has already been to Bendalium when he went on an inspection several years ago. There weren't so many monsters there. Leonard heard that not only in the city but also in the border areas, a lot of monsters were appearing. The damage from monsters is enormous, but it cannot be small, because they always bring destruction with them. There used to be knights on the borders who kept the animals in check, but as their numbers became fewer, the army was reduced to a name. If you think about it, there have been too many monsters lately, although many said that their numbers, on the contrary, were decreasing. For some reason, there was an opinion that the number of animals was decreasing because of dragons, but something has changed. No one knows if this information is true, but the times of their extinction and the reduction of monsters are approximately the same. The surprising thing is that magical power and dragons are somehow connected. Helena did not expect to hear such a thing. It doesn't matter, because the most important thing is that the dragon doesn't appear again. For today's people, hunting such a creature is almost impossible. With a slight chuckle, the master silences his interlocutor. A dead dragon cannot come back to life under any pretext. The place where the guards arrived seems rather gloomy. There are many trees around that hide secrets. A man standing next to the princess asks if it is dangerous for her maid to go out and search. The virgin does not immediately understand who is being talked about. Everyone is talking about Agut, who is not so simple. Very soon the Duke will find out about everything. The conversation is interrupted by one of the knights. He has discovered some large tracks. The tracks belong to a black dog. These monsters have been appearing in these areas for a long time. Dogs rarely appear at such times, but in Kaisar's opinion, one must be as careful as possible. The tracks were left after dawn, so the man suggests they go back. There's no point in doing that after they found the clue. It will be difficult for such a lineup to resist a large number of black dogs, considering the large monster. The warnings were in vain. A dog appeared from the forest and attacked one of the knights, throwing him to the ground. What is about to happen is incredibly dangerous, making your insides clench with fear. Not a second passes before Leonard deftly lunges at the monster, then puts his sword back in its sheath. While the guy asks about his sister's condition, the rest of the expedition looks around in fear. The girl can't believe they met black wolves. They are not so active during the day. First, they need to go back to study the area better. That's what they'll do. There is some talk at the negotiating table. The virgin asks what the Marquis thinks about what is happening. The man received a report that recently the nocturnal monsters had become active during the day as well. The reason for this was difficult to find out, and in fact the man did not even intend to tell anything. Tied into all this was the Draco religion, which had been known about since ancient times, but not much. What is being talked about in the room is a thriving ideology that revered dragons as something supernatural. The Marquis agrees. Last spring, their priests visited the place where they are and made baseless statements. At first, no one paid any attention to this, but they went into the forest to perform the ritual. The arrivals promised that they would revive the dragon, which made one afraid. It was after this that the monsters became much more numerous. There was silence in the office. Such a story did not leave those in the room indifferent. The prince leans back in his chair, shaking his head. This sounds more like nonsense or pure coincidence. Obviously, this cannot be anything strange, because all the other marquises, as one, say that after the visit of the strangers, the monsters increased in number. Helena raises an eyebrow in displeasure because something so important should have been said much earlier than it was at that moment. The Marquis didn't say because he had no evidence. It wasn't that important, so it was annoying. Without evidence, it's just guesswork, so the princess eventually just resigns herself to it. She knows she needs to find the details. The Duchess is about to leave the meeting. None of them have even rested, but they are already about to leave. The group has unfinished business. If they don't want to let their guard down and get attacked like before, they need to do something. The first thing the lady is going to do is check the knights, who were supposed to properly check all the weapons. Entering the estate, the maiden asks everyone with her to quickly gather in order to discuss something important. The story began with a black dog. The beast's weapons are teeth, so it is easier to deal with them by attacking from the side. The Duchess forbids turning your back on them and not going out alone. Looking at her students, the beauty asks if they understand everything, to which she receives a positive answer. Virgo is an amazing master, so of course she wants to protect her students. She knows everything you need to know to fight monsters. Turning to her brother, the lady asks what is troubling him. He has been thinking for some time. Smiling, the blonde tries to make everyone believe that everything is fine. He thinks about what they were told earlier. The hypothesis is that the reason why there are fewer monsters is because the dragon died out, but it could also mean the same thing in reverse. Helena doesn't believe what was said. It is impossible to revive something that is already dead in the case of Crucech, who was killed by Dante. There's still something strange. Lady was born with memories of the past, and Draco's religion wants to revive the dragon. It may not be a simple coincidence, but the thoughts are interrupted by the young man, who apologizes. He would not like Helena to worry. The man changes the subject. For starters, the squad should focus on the attack that's coming soon. What was important was hunting monsters that did not allow the inhabitants to live a peaceful life. Everything else was not so important. The maiden warns that the group may encounter a large monster called Lucracota. It is very agile and strong. In addition, the animal has good regeneration, so it constantly comes back to life, and does not die unless its head is deprived of one blow. Turning her gaze to Kaisar, the beauty orders him to start catching the animal. The lady isn't going to be the one to do it because it will be difficult to cut off the head of such a large monster. This is not one of the most important reasons because it is also hidden in something else. The beauty is not going to reveal all the cards. It would be much better if all the credit were given to the crown prince, who needs it. Everyone agreed with what the master said, except for Agut, who quietly clicked her tongue in irritation. After all that has been said, the active phase of action has begun. The battle is almost beginning. An hour later, an alert was received that black dogs had been discovered in the northern part of the forest. The scout also mentioned the fact that most of the traps were destroyed, meaning that Lucracota was with them too. The people around remind the master that night has come, which means that the viewing area will be very limited. It is noticeable that Kaisar is worried because he tries to show it almost imperceptibly. The man doesn't want to appear weak, but he is bothered by one detail that doesn't add up. For some reason, the dogs that usually come out at night appeared during the day, as if someone had lured them out. Virgo makes a joke about going for walks, which gets a remark from Winter. He is too nervous to accept jokes. The dog that jumped out of nowhere was definitely aiming at Forescu, which made everything even more suspicious. The guy asks the girl to be more careful. No one would want the master to get hurt. The conversation is abruptly interrupted as someone from the group announces the arrival of black dogs. Without a moment's hesitation, the beauty suddenly draws her sword, ordering everyone to spread out around the perimeter to begin the fight. The knights lost all vigilance because they were not trained enough, so they scattered in all directions. By gathering everyone together, the woman forms the necessary formation that will help defeat the monsters in the right order. The attack phase is not long in coming. Leonard is the first to rush into battle, attacking one of the wolves that appeared. Helena does not lag behind because she understands that she needs to show her abilities and set an example to the frightened knights. The girl tries to dodge, but very soon she realizes that Kaisar was right. The dogs are trying to attack the blonde. There is no choice left, so you just have to fight harder to defeat everyone. Realizing that the strategy is not working as perfectly as she would like, the beauty orders everyone to disperse in different directions along the perimeter. The knights jump to the side, noticing several dogs heading towards the Duchess as if they didn't care. The girl backs away. She can't immediately understand what the problem is and why they are behaving in this way. These little animals dared to underestimate Helena, who of course is going to teach them a lesson. Not intending to stand still or back away, the blonde pulls out her sword and rushes forward again. Realizing that the students will be of much greater help in the matter, the lady orders Agat to enter the game right on the go. Turning around, the girl begins an attack on half of the wolves that did not manage to get further. Kaisar, seeing such a picture, lights up with hope. He suggests that the others gather and help. As he prepares to run into battle, the young man hears some kind of growling behind him. Raising his head, the boy notices that very beast. Lucrakota attacks the man, knocking him to the ground, trying to pin him to it as hard as possible. Helena understands that this seems scary, but asks everyone to gather their thoughts in order to win. The knights, who have long since lost their morale, are shouting that they need to run away quickly so as not to die on the spot. In such a situation, the master can only trust his friend, because Kaisar will be the one who will defeat the monster with the best speed. Handing the sword to the prince, the maiden orders him to go into battle because this monster will be on him. The man quickly accepts the rules of the game and rushes forward, making Helena smile because now everything will be easier. Leonard becomes the one who runs after Kaisar to help. The mentor cannot stay away. The girl wants to show off her powers, just like Leonard tries to defeat as many monsters as possible to clear the area. Lucrakot is attacked by Agot. She remembers what she was told, but tries to distract the animal with a blow to the back. The eyes close, indicating that the animal is wounded. It will no longer be able to terrorize the inhabitants because the end has come. Realizing that the right moment has come, the lady calls Kaisar, but for some reason hears a growl behind her. The maiden does not understand what happened. The monster was definitely in front of her, but somehow it appeared behind her. Rescue is not long in coming. The student rushes into battle in order to quickly finish off the monster. The end came very soon, but the shock is still reflected on the bright face. The lady does not know how to explain something like this. Agot runs up first. She hugs her friend, happy that she is completely okay. Kaisar was right when he said that the monsters were targeting the princess, but finding a logical explanation was almost impossible. One of the knights praises the duchess. He can't believe that the lady made herself a decoy to boost the confidence of the others. Bowing, the girl asks not to thank her for such a trifle. She was going to do exactly that. The captain is called away to look at something, so the princess is left alone with Agot. The girl is about to ask again about the lord's well-being, but she is only trying to ask the girl to go further. The blonde hints that the others are busy, so she asks to go help the captain of the soldiers. The girl is left alone with the animal. She studies its body, trying to understand why her personality is the target of all. Noticing something on the body, the lady sits down to examine the dragon's mark and then touches it with her hand. The pattern was quite strange and resembled something familiar, but my memory did not allow me to remember what exactly. As soon as her hand was near the engraving, something inside seemed to turn over, making the blonde feel terrible. The cough began to come out on its own because the lungs began to work much worse, contracting. Kaisar was the first to notice how the master was feeling. He did not immediately understand what was happening in that direction. A huge dragon or snake appeared from underground and grabbed Helena with its teeth, lifting her into the air. Everyone around saw what was happening, so they immediately realized that they needed to try to win, even if they didn't know anything about him. Leonard lunges at the serpent, causing it to roar. He drops Helena, who flies straight into the prince's arms. Virgo opens her eyes, which almost don't want to work. They reflect the fear that is first noticed on her face. The girl tries to joke, which brings a smile to the prince's face. The master will incredibly deceive himself in this way. Not intending to linger, the lady pushes Winter away. They need to quickly deal with the monster that has appeared. The boy doesn't even have time to say anything, but he understands perfectly well that the beauty cannot move after what happened. Standing on the ground, the maiden staggers a little. Everything swims before her eyes, preventing her from looking around. The worm that appeared is the most dangerous. Its saliva contains poison that weakens all 5 senses, especially vision. Feelings really don't obey, but the beauty can't retreat, because if she runs away, everything will only get much worse. Grabbing the sword, the lady asks about the location of the worm, causing Kaisar to only ask again in surprise. The other students also did not immediately understand what was being discussed, so they could not help as soon as they were asked. Carefully standing behind Helena, the guy says that she only needs to take 12 steps to catch up with the monster. Moving closer to the ear, the young man tries to help the master and calm her down a little. The target is right in front of her. The man knows the girl better than anyone, so she can trust him. If nothing works out and she has to fall again, the beauty asks him to catch her. The girl hopes for a friend who, of course, cannot let down the one who considers him the best. The master says what needs to be done, so of course they listen to him. Everyone steps aside to give the girl a passage. Stepping forward a little, the lady orders them to follow her to help deal with the one who started this fight. The girl does not see anything, but she feels her students, who are reliably covering her from behind, not allowing her to doubt it. It is for this reason that the virgin will never lose, because she has no right to do so. With just 2 blows, the beauty causes the beast to make wild sounds that foreshadow his rapid fall. Due to the movements of such a large worm, the lady flies to the side like a sheet of paper carried by the wind. Kaisar promised that everything would be under control, so the heroine does not even open her eyes. You need to trust someone who promises something. The guy notices Fareska rushing to the ground, so he plans to rush forward as quickly as possible to catch the body. Jumping, the man ends up on the ground, but having managed to do what he planned, he presses the beauty closer to himself. Carefully stroking his girlfriend's hair, the young man quietly says that everything will be fine. He is sure that it will be. Lately, the lady had been seeing dreams about her only friend, Gray, who was always with Renatus. Usually they didn't do anything interesting, but each time there were different locations that the couple visited on missions. The guy always took care of the Empress, understanding that she needed support, at least from him. The man was incredibly reminiscent of Kaisar, who seemed to make the dream situation much worse. Another dream made the lady wake up in a cold sweat again. She does not understand where they started or how to stop everything. Trying to sit up on the bed, the heroine realizes that she cannot do it as quickly as she would like. A voice is heard from behind, which speaks of the strangeness of being unable to feel the body. The girl does not understand who it is. The voice becomes closer, so it is not difficult to determine the identity of the speaker. The young man comes up to straighten the blanket, which has slipped a little, asking not to be called Prince in the absence of the others. The girl couldn't be left alone because she had 2 broken ribs and a broken shoulder blade. On top of that, she can't see, and it will last for some time. Memories from when they all went into the forest came back to mind. It wasn't something I wanted to think about. The doctor said that the vision will soon be restored. Leonard is also in the estate, but since the maiden has woken up, he can go to the academy. A smile lights up a bright face. There is no need to delay with how things are going, which need to be done quickly. The girl laughs. She was worried that Leonard would pretend to be a nurse all day to get inside. If the guy finds out that the beauty sees nothing, then everything will change. But Winter will do it instead of him. The beauty bursts into another wave of laughter. She can't listen to how the crown prince will serve a lady like her. Silence hangs in the room, so the lady goes quiet. She asks to say at least something, even if she doesn't care. Lowering his head, the young man sighs quietly. He had to go there instead of a friend who was injured. The virgin didn't want to listen to anyone, so she decided to do everything alone, without listening to anyone at all. Only Helena knew how to fight the worm, especially since no one important could be sent on the mission. The boy's fist clenches with all his might. He would rather it hurt him than the one he cares about so much. The girl blinks her eyes in surprise. If she had found something to ask, she could have found out more about what it meant. The young man is ready to do absolutely anything for his master, so she has no need to try to do everything alone. The blonde doesn't believe what was said. She has a strong personality, so she thinks it's right to take all the problems on herself. This is exactly how each task should be carried out. The only question left is why Kaisar suddenly said this. Instead of a quick answer, the brunette just smiles lightly. He knows his face is not visible. Extending his hand, the young man carefully takes the beauty's palm, confessing that he really likes Helena. The prince is ready to give his life for the one who stands before him, because he loves Farescu more than anyone else in the world. The girl steps back a little. She hadn't even suspected that everything was so serious. Gray genuinely likes Helena. He can't deny his feelings, which are so strong. Left alone, the blonde panicked. She urgently needed a consultation because she had absolutely no experience in this area. The next day, the lady arrived at the hall to meet with an expert who was supposed to help with what had been tormenting her for the second day. Brunette had already finished making all the reports, so he was free, but only a letter remained for Count Fareschi. Hamilton is almost hysterical because he doesn't know how to tell the Count that his daughter has been hurt and won't be coming home. The man, as usual, remains overly dramatic. He is going to start with a will, even though there is no need for it. What the conversation had started about had led him into an awkward impasse. The lady had come for absolutely no reason. The girl was talking about something important, but they both got confused. It was time to go back to where it all started. The girl has become quite an adult, so she has the right to ask love advice from someone like Hamilton. It's quite difficult to find the right words. This is the first time the lady has spoken about something like this, so it's worth thinking about. Realizing immediately that the conversation was about Kaisar's love, the brunette laughs. He is surprised that the girl found out only now, which is too strange. There is no explanation for what the Viscount is so surprised about. The lady could not even imagine something like this before. The man asks to tell everything in detail, to which he receives a brief description of the morning on which it all happened. Of course, Helena hadn't even thought about something like that, so she didn't immediately find the right words that would help in any way. The maiden is not sure of anything, but the prince's words have struck her. If so, she can forget everything that was told to her. Smiling, the man wishes the princess a good rest, promising that he will also come tomorrow to visit. The words sounded lonely and filled the heart, but only until the morning. The young man said to forget about everything. Arriving at the estate, the boy acted as if nothing had happened, asking what kind of pie Helena wanted. Finally, breaking away from her thoughts, the beauty points to the tart she has chosen to calm her nerves. It turns out the couple have different tastes in desserts, but this phrase has no chance of offending the princess. The maiden did not break her fingers, so she could eat herself, but she was stopped by a young man who held out a spoon. Winter was quite the entertainer. After all he had said yesterday, he came in the morning to act as if nothing had happened. Looking at what was left on the plate, the prince dreamily notes that the dessert looks quite tasty. Without holding back, the interlocutor extends his hand. With a finger, he runs near the girl's mouth. The taste of chocolate remained on her lips as the young man poured it from his finger, leaving the blonde in shock at what was happening. What Winter tasted was very sweet, but his face showed that he had nothing to regret. The prince said that we could forget about declaring our love, but then he began to do something that left his mind unsettled. The beauty could not allow herself to rush about, so she told everything to the Viscount, who promised to help. His Highness did not even ask for an answer. He did not say anything about what happened. The Viscount tries to understand more about what is happening, so he asks if the man changed his mind about the princess while trying to avoid her. From what the maiden said, she could continue to act as before. The advice was needed to understand this more. It's all fine because the Duchess can simply enjoy the attention that His Highness is giving. He will be pleased to be noticed. The expression on the guy's face speaks for itself. It's clear that everything was influenced by the fact that the young man has been working for the boy for more than 10 years. The words about years reminded the beauty that she and Kaisar had known each other for at least 7 years. It was almost a round number. Having mutual feelings with a boy who still has milk on his lips seems unrealistic. Master and student is how the couple has related to each other for a long time, since the very beginning of the training that began. All this time, the boy showed only kindness and sincerity when following the master with whom he grew up side by side. This happened for the first time, so it makes you think. The girl was happy, but after that she didn't know how to react. The most important thing is not what the young man said, but what feelings the girl experienced about it, which she did not immediately realize. Noct knows exactly what pressure point to hit, so he asks the girl if she didn't like it when the guy confessed to her. The girl had to feel at least something. Either it was joy or a more pleasant excitement. It is quite difficult to understand one's feelings, because the maiden in the past did not know what to do with herself when she was an empress. Memories of the day when something strange happened came back. Dante was fine, but she was upset that she couldn't show hospitality. The girl asks for a glass of water and for everything to be cleaned in the room while she is left alone with her thoughts. Realizing that the empress is bothering her friend, she apologizes because she would never want to bother anyone. The man waves it off. He doesn't think there's anything wrong with that. Being in a relationship like that, they can talk about things like that. Turning to Elez, the queen asks with interest about what kind of relationship they actually have. The girl did not expect to hear some strange answer, because she understood everything herself. They are close friends. Turning on her side, the beauty buries her face in the pillow. Dreams from her past life tormented her again at night. Everything that was happening could be called Kaisar's fault, because of him it was impossible to get a normal night's sleep. Rowena, who was gathered in the office with the princess, asks if the girl has started dating the prince. Almost falling from the support that the railing serves as, the beauty turns away. She had no idea that she would be asked about this. The woman seems completely unperturbed. In her opinion, perhaps it is difficult for the interlocutor to tell about something like this. Trying to formulate the thoughts in her head, the heroine fails in all attempts, starting to stutter even more than before after everything that happened. Evergreen looks at the girl with concentration, patiently waiting for a miracle to finally happen, and for her to be able to say at least a word in response. No longer finding enough strength, the girl lowers herself to the ground, sighing heavily. What she said becomes what Rowena hears. The verdict is that the lady has not yet started dating the prince, to which the interlocutor nods. She understood everything. The princess asked for a meeting because His Highness is organizing a party at the palace to celebrate the expulsion of monsters. The brunette immediately agrees to take charge of all the preparations and invitations that will be sent. The girls were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice the culprit of the conversation, who was standing right under the balcony. Noticing the object of his adoration, the guy starts shouting Helena's name to attract attention to himself. The brunette doesn't know when the lady arrived, but he immediately goes up to the balcony. It seems that he should have said soon, rather than bye, regarding the relationship. After the party at the palace, Winter will be very busy, so the beauty advises to enjoy the attention while it is possible. Blushing, the blonde turns away. She doesn't want to listen to something like that, so she tries to run away. Virgo dreams strangely because she constantly listens to something like this. It can drive you crazy, considering that it will never end. The girl cannot understand when exactly she began to like the man who terrorizes her mind almost daily. The guy had no intention of showing mercy to Helena, who only hoped that over time he would get tired of it and forget about it. Agot was surprised by the lady's appearance in the morning. It didn't look like the lady had slept very well, so that was enough. The maid is too concerned about the girl, so she runs from side to side, bringing firewood and more warm clothes. The blonde tries to convince the one who is so diligently trying to make her hide under the blanket and not get out. The maid took truly extreme measures because she dressed the heroine in 100 layers of clothing. Grasping something on the bed, Agat reaches out and holds out something else. This layer will definitely be the very last one in the exhibition. The girl almost jumps in surprise. She didn't expect to be dressed as a snowman when it's not that cold outside. The brunette doesn't want to listen to anything. It's right to think that she is right, so she decides not to change anything. Agat has been acting like this since the monster was banished. It seems she feels guilty for the lady getting hurt. The maiden, of course, did not want to hinder the feeling of guilt, which could only increase, so as not to worsen the situation. The girl can only submit to the stubbornness of the student, hoping that it will not take too long and will pass as soon as the blonde is completely cured. Telling Agat doesn't seem like a good idea. She and Kaisar don't like each other, so there's no point in adding fuel to the fire. The girl decides not to tell anything. The life of the crown prince is too important for her to be so upset, hoping that everything will go too easily and simply. While the lady was lost in her thoughts, the maid managed to wrap her in another 100 layers of clothing, which only got in the way. The girl had no intention of leaving her mistress behind, continuing to talk about tea and everything else along the way. She won't be alone in the hall, so worries are also dismissed. The heroine tugs the door handle. The blonde smiles, promising that they will return soon. Marquis Beng urgently called the princess to him, which definitely meant something. Noticing Helena's silhouette, the prince greets his beloved joyfully. She walked for too long, which made everyone bored. Only after a few moments the guy noticed that the blonde was dressed in 100 layers of clothes, looking like a funny snowman. Asking for forgiveness for being late, Fresca notices a strange expression on the face of the Marquis, who tries not to focus on his clothes. Ben gathered everyone to discuss the success of the mission the group was carrying out. He heard that they were returning home the very next day. This is true, because enough time has passed since they arrived at the castle for the problem to be solved. The couple is very grateful to Ben, but he thanks them back. After their arrival, the influence of the monsters has greatly diminished, which of course helped. Thanks to what happened, the residents finally exhaled and felt the calm of a peaceful life that they had not known before. Getting up from his seat, the man again thanks those defenders who showed the light that saved everyone around. The prince smiles. He doesn't need thanks because he simply refused to turn a blind eye to the suffering of his people. The Marquis understands that this is still too much, so he promises that he will do everything to please His Highness. The man is devoted to the kingdom. It seems like the guy has won 1,000 horses because of how many honors he has received. In fact, the brunette wanted to show something. He calls the butler to bring that very thing. Helena looks around in surprise. She can't wait to find out what's there so she doesn't hold back. People don't keep you waiting, so the door creaks open and some guys appear with some kind of glass object. The thing does not look particularly heavy, but for some reason it is being carried by knights and not servants, as is usually the case in noble estates. The thing turned out to be more than unique. The piece turned out to be leather, on which that very strange sign was drawn. A strange feeling inside does not allow her to relax. The girl clutches her chest because it has become more difficult to breathe, and Kaisar asks what happened. Smiling, the girl assures that everything is fine. The pain did not last long, allowing her to take a deep breath. The heroine was confident about her health, but that same strange symbol did not give her any peace. There are too many questions. I want to know where the skin came from and why Helena reacts this way to a certain drawing. The Marquise chuckled and said that, judging by its appearance, it looked like a magic circle. To clarify a little about the drawing, it was on a piece of skin on the belly of Lucracota, which we managed to catch during the last hunt. A similar symbol was also found on the skin of the worm that Foresca had killed, indicating that they were connected. This is not just a seal or a picture, because on both monsters the symbol was as if carved. Suspecting something was wrong, the man decided to send it to the Magical Society. He was told that no one knew anything. Those gathered in the office ask in surprise and one voice, "How is this possible? The symbol should have had a decoding." The item was sent to experts who know magic, but it turned out to be not runes, but something else. Kaisar was the most worried of all. As the ruler of his people, he needed to know what problems awaited them. According to Ben's own suspicions, this sign is related to the Draco religion, which has already visited the forest. Noct shuddered. It was about those strange people who had just arrived to present the dragon. The Marquis nods. He didn't want it to be true and cause trouble, but it wasn't without questions. After the boys appeared, the number of monsters increased, and previously unseen circles appeared on their bodies, which seemed suspicious. This symbol can control monsters, but since these are not runes, no one has been able to guess for sure. It will not be possible to summon the head of Draco, since these are just guesses that are not substantiated in any way. The reaction may be negative. I still can't figure out how something like this could be true. There's definitely a new religion involved. One person comes to the princess's mind who might know something. Lady Bronte is learning magic, which means she might be able to help. Almost jumping up and down with impatience, the maiden asks permission to redraw this outline. The Marquis agrees. If the Duchess needs it, he has no reason to prevent it from being done. The brunette turns to her friend and quietly asks what she is going to do with the copy. Instead of giving a clear answer, the blonde smiles, declaring that everything will become known in time, but for now it's a secret. Grabbing a pen and paper, the girl quickly draws some outlines. She doesn't know what it is, but it's not that simple since she can feel the pain. The next day, the visit was over. Virgo promises that if the opportunity arises, they will definitely meet again. The man bows. He will look forward to this momentous day when everything will happen. After all the farewells, the carriage heads back to the capital. The journey will be long, but eventually they will find themselves there. The girl looks at the city that flashes past the carriage window. She is interested in what she sees in front of her. When the beauty first arrived in the capital, she didn't feel anything, but it seems that this place wasn't always like this. The city seemed lively and warm, as if the inhabitants were animated by their ideas and feelings. Such significant changes made the beauty smile as if it was worth it. The work was not in vain. Helena is distracted. The man asks what his friend found interesting outside the window, to which she receives silence. The girl had been looking out the window for some time, so the guy became curious about what was found there. Looking intently at the prince, the girl tries to understand what exactly they want from her. The guy apologizes for interrupting, but it all becomes obvious. Winter is too bored to drive in silence. The answer is the slight smile that appears on the young man's face every time he is with a woman. The lady's face turns slightly red, filling her cheeks with flowers. She doesn't understand why they are looking at her almost point blank. The brunette pretends that everything is fine. The answer to the question is not found, just like Fareska's mood. The prince, as usual, tries to flirt, as if his goal is to make Helena blush. He always looks at his beloved with a fig. If the beauty is uncomfortable, the brunette closes his eyes so as not to embarrass her too much with his presence. The maiden clutches the hem of her dress tightly. She is glad that Agat has long since fallen asleep, because otherwise it would be incredibly embarrassing. If the lady leans over, it will look strange, so pretending that everything is normal, she looks out the window. Turning around, the heroine notices a man standing on the platform. A huge number of onlookers have gathered around him. The man calls the dragon God and Savior, which sounds like complete nonsense, which makes you think. The girl had heard similar words before, but from Noe, who had said something similar when she was little. The blonde understands that it would be illogical to miss the chance. It is the religion of Draco that has done something suspicious to the forest. The prince nods. He agrees with the master's guesses, so almost immediately he offers to go and check. Without answering, the lady only hits the window frame with her hand, making it clear that she is in a good mood. Ordering Agat to guard the carriage, the girl asks her to be careful until they return back to their place. The girl does not immediately understand what happened because she was just woken up, but she tries to nod. The maid tries to ask her mistress to go with her, but they are interrupted by Kaisar, who offers to go with Helena. Throwing on 2 snow-white capes, the couple jumps out of the carriage. They promise to be extremely careful. The man in the stands won't let up. He talks about the dragon savior and how the animal brings joy. The girl tells how she suffered for a long time, but after believing in the dragon, she suddenly recovered, which is not true. Even the doctors said that nothing would help and that it would be so, but in the end it was faith that helped to do the impossible. The founding dragon is most likely the founder of the Draco religion, who is somewhere listening to all this right now. The founder of the religion turned out to be quite kind, so he was understanding, helping the maiden, who now served those who tell everyone else. It's strange that people seriously believed that the dragon brings joy and peace when, like Crusay, he tried to destroy almost everyone around him. The animal did not listen, but instead carried grief that spread to those inhabitants who suffered from it. The dragon committed mass murders and stole everything that was possible and impossible. He is not someone who can become an object of love. Very soon the great dragon was supposed to return, which made others believe, but those who knew fall into horror. Helena has no words to describe such gatherings. Every word that comes from the maiden is a lie. Again repeating about the savior of the world, the heroine tries to make as many people as possible believe in what is happening. The king was supposed to return very soon, which was an incomprehensible remark since Crusay was sealed forever. The blonde chuckles. She is about to leave, so as not to listen to the nonsense that only fills her mind. Turning around, the beauty notices a familiar figure. It is by the color of the hair that it becomes clear who is standing in the distance. The green-eyed man turns, smiling slightly in Fareska's direction. It's hard to believe he's at the meeting, too. The girl doesn't believe that this is really true because she hasn't seen the man for a very long time. Noticing the desired reaction, the young man heads for the exit from the square. The lady tries to run after him, but all in vain because of the number of people around. It's impossible to make it so that you have to give up and miss such an important character. It's worth pushing forward. The lady tries to get through, and in the end it almost works, but the hood suddenly flies off her head and onto her shoulders. People around begin to whisper. They do not believe that an aristocrat who has arrived in such an unremarkable place stands before them. Deciding to ignore the gossip, the lady runs forward, but a second later she is grabbed by the wrist. A man asks where the aristocrat, who apparently is a duchess, is going in such a hurry. Trying to escape as quickly as possible, the lady is defeated. She put almost no effort into it. Looking into the crowd, the blonde sighs in disappointment. Noe is no longer visible, which means that hope has been lost. Perhaps the lady was simply mistaken, but even if it was an acquaintance, she did not know what she was going to tell him. The brunette next to her doesn't calm down, emphasizing that the aristocrat who grew up in love and care came to such dirty alleys. The prince volunteers to help, so he steps forward and kicks the man, grabbing Farescu by the shoulders. Apologizing for disturbing the meeting, the brunette asks if everything is okay, clarifying what he wants to know. With his scarlet eyes sparkling, the brunette hints that they have nothing more to talk about. Turning around, the young man leads Helena with him into the depths of the street. There is nothing more to do in the square, since the meeting is over. Turning to his girlfriend, the guy quietly asks how she is feeling, hearing a positive moan in response. The girl frightened the prince, who did not know who Noe was. Finding a way out, the beauty says that he is just an acquaintance. If you think about it, what the girl saw doesn't make any sense. The guy can't have the exact same face 10 years later. Now that it's all over, rather than admit defeat, the beauty is sure she was wrong. With the return to the capital, a lot has changed. These changes were not all for the better, but not for the worse either. Leonard managed to graduate from the knightly squad, and the following spring was supposed to become the head of the knightly squad of the Scarlet Knights. The girl entered the palace as the mentor of the crown prince, which she had been considered for a long time. At some point, everything went wrong, because the leader came as a teacher to a squad of knights who were hunting with her. All this happened because of Hamilton, who spoke about the good side and asked with an incredibly pitiful face. The mentor remains in the castle for a long time. The girl had no choice anyway, so she accepted him. Actually, the lady just planned to slightly correct the knights' stances and walk with a smart look, but they thought that they would become her students forever. Trying to calm the others down, the blonde steps back and bumps into someone's body. The one who arrived was none other than the prince, who mocked the boys. They did not have the worthy abilities to become disciples. By challenging someone to a duel, the hero invites someone to face him so that the Duchess will take them under her wing. The smile seems too sinister, but the guy's words don't seem any cuter than what was said. The boys stick together in one lump, which moves back, asking for forgiveness. At this rate, the young man will scare everyone away. The lady turns to her student, who immediately changes in his face and voice, looking at her with a loving gaze. The girl asks him to stop being annoying, asking if the prince has warmed up. The young man looks like a dog who is happy to see his owner. Smiling to appear friendlier, the heroine suggests running 30 laps around the parade ground. Silence falls around the lady. Neither the knights nor the prince himself have the strength to respond. The run will end. This warm-up was easy only for Kaisar, who looks at those who fell to the ground halfway through. You can't get tired because the next thing you need to practice is the upward chop. 100 times becomes a good number. The master spares no one, asking if they want to do it 200 times and receiving another denial with a furious shaking of the head. Approaching Helena, the young man asks why she is called master, even though there is no reason for it. The blonde had to refuse this position a little earlier. This should have happened back when they asked if she could be called a master. There was no reason for this. The beauty did not want to seem like a tyrant who did not care about anyone. Almost jumping out of anger, the prince menacingly says that the entire list ends with 3 students. Just recently, Kaisar was filled with a thirst for murder, but now he looks with a sad look, asking to be calmed down. Now the boy behaves like a hooligan, so no one will like him. The girl does not want to admit her sympathy. The guy likes the girl so much that he doesn't want to share her with anyone, which becomes almost obvious. Putting her sword forward, the maiden asks to agree to sparring. If the student wins only 1 time out of 5, then she will belong only to him. This deal seems quite feasible to carry out, which makes the guy agree almost immediately. The fight begins because the lady is not going to keep anyone waiting. She rushes forward with her sword in hand. Putting his weapon out in defiance, the brunette promises that he can do it much more gracefully, leaving the victory behind. There will be no opportunity to take back your words, so it is worth keeping silent before doing anything. For some reason, the hero is too confident in his victory, continuing to shower the girl with compliments about her beauty. The blonde can't help but accept this, but she also continues to twist and turn to make everything work out. The girl tries to do what was planned. Well, she didn't manage to win, but the fight is just beginning. Throwing herself at the guy from above, the girl laughs. He will have to repeat what was said, lying on the floor. The attack is quickly repelled. Sometimes Helena regrets that she trained the prince so skillfully. In any case, nothing can be changed because the student continues to make the heroine proud of herself. Kaisar's skills improve every time simply because of how gifted and loyal he is. The girl is no longer sure of what she is doing because perhaps the young man will actually be able to defeat her at least once. The sword moves forward towards the master's body to gently strike, forcing him to kneel down in defeat. Nothing works as the blonde skillfully dodges, forcing the man to back away so as not to receive new blows. An unexpected trick ends the fight. The brunette puts his elbow forward to shield himself, just like he did in the ring as a child. The girl immediately stops to slow down the blow, but instead the opponent suddenly hugs her. Throwing the sword aside, the young man scoops Helena up into his arms, smiling as she scolds him. The jokes about distraction from sparring went too far. The blonde can't take it anymore and starts yelling at the student. What Kaisar did can be considered almost unforgivable because he did not think about the consequences. Finally releasing the lady, the man jumps back, complaining that he was almost finished. The young man talks about how he was almost killed, which incredibly touches the heroine, who knows exactly what this means. The brunette doesn't want to incur the master's wrath once again, so he quietly asks Helena what happened. It was all over, so the heroine finally found peace and was able to relax in the bathroom. The girl couldn't help but admit that she felt much better after the sparring, but thoughts still crept into her head. Kaisar didn't think and dared to do terrible tricks. If it hadn't been sparring, he would have lost his arm long ago. Real combat should not be underestimated. As a rule, opponents will not spare you, even if you do exactly that. Calling this a trick is not the best thing to do, because it is more like a skill. If the guy becomes stronger, the lady will feel upset. She catches herself thinking about Gray almost all day long. It becomes difficult to deny the hidden sympathy that begins to come to the surface over time. The girl prepares for the reception, but upon hearing that the prince is looking for her, she asks him to let her into her chambers. Entering the room, the young man seems depressed. He remembers the knights who were waiting for Helena to enter. Trying to calm the student, the lady asks not to frighten the subordinates so much that they are afraid to do anything. The young man sighs. He agrees but still does not want to share his beloved with anyone else. Kaisar is cautious even when he shows displeasure, which makes the princess incredibly fond of him. Freezing, the brunette begins to ask about the feelings that can exist between lovers or between a student and a master. Apparently, the young man wanted to have what was said repeated to him again. This makes the girl laugh. Extending her hand to Kaisar, the maiden again says that she likes him madly no matter what. The blonde used to be bored, but now it's not like that because everything has changed too much in recent times. Smiling back, the hero leans down and gently kisses the princess. He waited for this moment to happen again. The duke called his daughter to talk to her about something important. They need to clarify one important thing. Looking at her father, the lady asks what the conversation will be about, because she sincerely does not understand what will happen. Looking her straight in the eyes, the young man asks if the Duchess is going to become crown princess. Viscount Noct is interested in this. If the lady decides to become the prince's wife, the family will change its direction too. The father can be understood because it is impossible not to worry about this. Until now, the family has been far from politics. Becoming a crown princess means becoming a political center. It is still difficult for Virgo to answer the questions posed by the others. Not understanding what they were talking about, the blonde quietly asks why his daughter mentioned something incomprehensible. There is no point in talking about who the heroine will become, because Kaisar has not proposed and does not intend to. Instead of discussing the future, it is better to think about more important matters in the present. Arriving in the capital, the beauty went with Agat to the central bookstore, along with the library, to finally learn more. The lady, for some reason, suddenly wanted to go to the bookstore, but she never answered why she needed it. The lady is looking for a specific book. It must be about magic, and that is the only condition. The heroine does not possess any magic at all, but this does not seem so important, because everyone around her is exactly the same. Without leaving the lady alone, the lady asks why she needs such a book. It turns out that it is intended for someone as a gift. The problem was that it was difficult to understand what the book was about. Giving something incomprehensible was not part of the heroine's plans. The incomprehensible symbols are confusing, so the heroine suggests choosing something else. Another book won't be any clearer than the one that just landed on the shelf. The point is to ask someone who knows more. Noticing the fair-haired girl, the lady approaches from behind to ask about magic, but it turns out to be Lady Ulika. The meeting place turned out to be unexpected, but it was clear from Bronte's face that she did not share the joyful looks of the heroine standing next to her. They haven't seen each other with the princess for a long time, which makes them both put on a fake smile that gives everything away. The lady also came to buy a book, which means she can recommend a book about magic that will help the princess. It would be better to call a store employee, but the lady refuses. She wants to get a recommendation from someone in the know. The heroine is really good at magic, so she is the only hope. An ordinary person would not choose the book, but she recommends it. Grabbing some publication from the shelf, the blonde throws it towards the Duchess, who manages to catch it. Accepting what was given, the maiden orders Agat to go pay for the book while she and Yulika talk. The thing appears next to the girl. It can be given to its owner almost immediately because in fact the beauty was looking for a gift. Trying to back away, the blonde asks in surprise what kind of courtship this is from a princess of the same gender as her. If the lady is courting, perhaps her kindness will be accepted. Looking into the lady's frightened eyes, the blonde asks if she can go on a date with her. The lady wanted to treat Bronte, so she brought her to the restaurant. She wanted to enjoy pleasant company, so she brought the girl with her. They are not quite in the right relationship to sit and drink tea calmly. This is what upsets the interlocutor, who does not quite understand the meaning. Nothing is impossible, so the heroine is not going to let anyone go so easily, because she needs answers. The lady is about to ask something, but the princess asks her to relax her face. People are watching, so she wouldn't want to lose her cool. Taking her to a public place was not the plan. The girl was not going to be alone with her, because the heroine is much more dangerous than she seems at first glance. The girl's face lights up scarlet. In a hurry to forget about everything that is happening, the girl asks to tell her what they want from her. Not intending to delay any longer, so as not to frighten the girl even more, the princess quickly reaches into her pocket for her drawing, which she had redone. The blonde wants to take advantage of the knowledge of magic of the invited lady, who could probably help her with this. Putting the piece of paper on the table, the heroine hands it to Branta, who, not quite understanding, asks what it is. Foresca knows nothing about this circle, except the fact that it looks painfully magical. That's how she decided to ask for help. Thinking, the blonde notes that the outlines of such a sign indicate that these are definitely not runes, which complicates the situation as a whole. Obviously, the thing has absolutely nothing to do with magic, or the Duchess decided to play ahead so that people would feel sorry for her. The word almost becomes the only thing the lady sitting opposite says. She looks more thoughtful than usual. The runic language was created by humans for the purpose of using magic. In other words, the magic itself existed, which made it clear that it could be another language. The lady can't say for sure because the records, of course, were not preserved. The documents were also destroyed, so the blonde simply knew about it as a fact. Sighing, the Duchess nods. She realized that finding out about the sign would be much more difficult and take much longer than expected. Reaching out for the piece of paper, the heroine is about to take it. The hopes were too high, but no one knows anything, so they can't help. Instead of handing over the paper right away, Bronte asks if she can borrow it, at least for a little while. Virgo wants to find out more about what is actually being written. However, setting a condition, the interlocutor asks to tell her everything later in order to provide clarification. After the words were spoken, silence fell over the room. It seemed that even the people around them had become silent for a while to listen to the conversation. To ease the tension, the lady offers to try the cake. She pokes a piece with her fork to show it closer. As she pops a piece into her mouth, the maiden breaks into a smile, almost glowing from the emotions she experiences from the taste. Sighing heavily, as if she had to do a favor, the blonde promises that she will try, but only because the Duchess advises it. Breaking off a piece of cake, the lady puts it in her mouth, and then, just like her friend, lights up with joy. At times like these, Helena feels like they're getting along quite well. It's hard to believe, but she still has to listen. Bronte finally understood the point of the pointless meeting. They wanted to disgrace and insult her. Yulika says that the place of the crown princess still belongs to her. Perhaps she is not well and is being used only as a tool. Smiling, the blonde tries to reassure the lady. She shouldn't sacrifice herself for her family just because she's a girl. Anger is expressed in clenched fists. Virgo does not believe that they want to sympathize with her because in the eyes of others, she is far from the wife of a prince. If the lady does not become the crown princess, she will be left with nothing. This is the reason why Helena feels so sorry for her interlocutor. Even if the princess has absolutely everything, this does not give any right to feel sorry for Bronte, who certainly did not ask for it. The way Helena behaves is disgusting. She has no respect for other people, making them worry about her. Getting up from her seat, Yulika hurries to say goodbye. She would not like such unpleasant encounters to be repeated. A few seconds later, the heroine was no longer in the hall, as if she had never come. Fresca realized that she had made a mistake. Even after a long time, the lady still remembered Yulika's words. She sympathized with her because she was next to the prince and not another lady. For some reason, the heroine thought that the girl would not receive Kaisar's love in any case, but now she was not so sure. With such superficial arrogance, which was not even immediately noticeable, the lady hurt someone without even hoping for it. Standing in front of the mirror, the Duchess sometimes wondered why she had become such an evil person, especially in the eyes of others. Sadness covers the body because every person wants to be as perfect as possible. The princess is called, asking what happened to her. Trying to smile to hide the pain, the beauty shows a false mask. Rowena reminds us of a party where you have to look better than anyone else. This is a celebration in honor of the expulsion of monsters. At this event, the princess will be the main character, so she must be better than Bronte. It's all right because the girl didn't want to compete so cruelly, but of course, no one left her with a choice because it had already been decided. As is known, the Empress hired the best designers and dance teachers and sent them to Bronte. This meant war. It is not worth going to such extremes, however, only in the opinion of the blonde. It is just a party that will end sooner or later. This is not just a party, because Evergreen has already decided to start a war in which attack and response are not unimportant. Sentiments are put aside. Clapping her hands, the lady asks not to worry. Although all the designers were hired by Balor, after some searching, they managed to hire a promising person. The girl turns towards the door. She doesn't understand what to expect. Like the next step from Rowena, who is obviously fired up by the idea. It's even better that it turned out this way, because in the end, the designer that we managed to get turned out to be even better than the others. Famous people adhere to mannerism and strict rules, but this time everything has completely changed. When it comes to the crown princess, you don't follow trends, you set them to make things happen. The maiden winces. Bronte must have a debt she hasn't paid for Rowena to be so eager to win. Coughing, the brunette apologizes for reacting like that. She certainly has no problems with Yulika or her family. If it comes to that, then the conversation will turn to the Empress. She is the one who ruined everything with her presence. The blonde doesn't immediately understand what the problem is, but she is quickly made to understand that there are many more problems here than it seems. When Rowena was little, her family was purged by the Balor family, who did this. The Evergreen family was close to His Highness Prince Kaisar's biological mother. She was the one who treated them best. The girl didn't have much influence, but if something could help her gain influence for the former Empress, she was ready to do anything. That's why the brunette acted like that. She wanted to defeat the Bronte family because the Empress was on her side. What is happening can be called revenge for a family that was destroyed by just one order. Hamilton covered everything he could, except this one important thing that could make things easier. Turning away, Rowena asks not to pay attention. The woman no longer wants to talk about her past. It is for this reason that the girl is always grateful to Helena, because thanks to her, the prince finally blossomed after everything that happened. Just as the princess picked up Aegot, the prince picked up Evergreen, who was left all alone. As the young man said then, if a lady has abilities, then he doesn't care about the past and the status that can no longer be returned. The girl was asked to prove that she can do something, and everything worked out. If Fresca is a valuable person for the one she is grateful to, then she is valuable for the lady. Rowena's gaze is filled with warmth and sincerity. She is somewhat similar to Winter himself, who seems to have learned something from the maid. Kaisar turned out to be a wonderful person, which makes the blonde smile. She did not know much about his past in the castle. The brunette nods. The woman, like no one else, agrees with this statement because it was the young man who was able to help her with this. That is why the people of the Empress cannot lose Issa, that it will be pride and revenge. Seeing the mistress for the first time after the transformation, Agat almost fell from surprise and beauty. The blonde was too beautiful to be of this world. The dress fell in gentle waves down her body, matching the color of her hair, which seemed to glow. Rowena tried her best to do everything possible for the victory, which must remain with the girl, who, of course, cannot miss something like this. The maid is almost jumping around. The lady is so beautiful that she wants to show off, or at the same time, not show it to anyone and leave it in the castle. The brother knocks on the door and is almost immediately inside. He examines Helena's clothing. The maid put her whole soul into the girl's brother, which is why they now look so dazzlingly beautiful. The young man smiles easily. He thought that his friend was already beautiful enough, but it turned out that she still had room to grow. There is very little time left, so the conversation is interrupted. The lady cannot eat much because her corset is tightened, and she cannot step on the hem of her skirt or rub her eyes because these are all taboos. The only thing that can be done is to smear the lipstick. Rovina's face reflects a complete mood that seems to call her to fight for what happened. The maiden never understood what exactly they wanted from her, so the carriage simply went to the palace so as not to miss the beginning of the event. In the castle, of course, they pay too much attention to the princess, showering her with compliments, who looks like a person who has defeated 2 monsters. Turning away to look for at least one familiar face, the lady notices the empress who is sitting on the sofa. Strangely enough, she is completely alone. The woman tries to smile when, as if inside her, everything must have clenched, so she must have realized that her strength was weakening. The Empress's power has diminished, but for some reason, Yulika has not arrived. It is strange that the subject is nowhere to be seen. Bronte is nowhere to be seen, so the girls around her start whispering. She always went after Balor, but for some reason now she has changed her mind. The girl knew that this sometimes happened with society, but she was not sure whether it was true or not. It's very hard to tolerate something like this, so the blonde is not going to do it anymore. The fact that she's not here doesn't mean anything. A lady appeared in the distance, hiding behind a fan, and asked if she could join in the cheerful discussion that had begun not long ago. The ladies around immediately shut their mouths, trying to contain themselves and show that they would not like Lady Bronte to think of their ignorance. Almost all the ladies disappeared, turning to walk away and disappear from sight. They did not want to bear the wrath of the blonde who heard the gossip. Looking straight at Helena, the girl asks why she is spreading gossip. What is happening is just right for a princess who does not think. Misunderstandings became the topic of conversation. Fresca, on the contrary, wanted to stop those who were throwing mud at the lady, but in the end she didn't really succeed. The lady goes against it. She doesn't believe what the princess is trying to say, which makes her feel absolutely terrible. In the past, it was Yulika who poured juice on the girl's dress, but there is no point in reminding her of this so as not to spoil the impressions of everyone else. Before the misunderstanding grows, it needs to be resolved. She really wanted to stop the ladies, so she asks to believe what she said. Before she can apologize for the last time, the lady realizes that something is wrong. It seems that Yulika also noticed the catch that is hidden in the outfits. The dress of the princess standing opposite is very similar to the one Helena is wearing. If you think about it, the couple is like a set. What happened quickly ends because Frescu is called by a familiar voice, the owner of which is the prince. Now it is clear what was said earlier. The girls' dresses match Kaisar's outfit, because Rovina and the Empress's designers worked on this. The man doesn't notice how the lady freezes in surprise, asking how her evening is going today. Starting to say that this evening is only for Fresca, the guy bends down to kiss her hand. It is not worth grief, only admiration. Looking around, the blonde notices how everyone around her has started whispering. It becomes clear why they are in shock. It's a pity that people don't know the truth, because the man is actually very kind. Don't worry, because the blonde won't go anywhere. The brunette smiles. He is not going to worry because he is well aware that everything will be fine. A voice comes from behind, apologizing for being a little late. This even catches Helena's attention. The one who has arrived is none other than Count Bronte. Yulika stands next to him, a little downcast because she is obviously not happy. The man wants to say something, but the prince asks him to do it as quickly as possible and leave here. He is a little busy with other guests. The count asks if everything ended well, but not out of gratitude, but only to understand whether everything is okay or not. There are no words about what is happening. Helena does not understand why Bronte is trying to patronize, even if she later says that it is worthless. It seemed that the young man was stuck with Count Bronte, but there was still no way out. Her thoughts were interrupted by a guy who, as it turned out, wanted to tell her something too. The daughter of a man, money and night training and practicing playing the piano in order to congratulate the beauty on her remarkable achievement. Yulika's skills are not the best, but she would like this modest gift to be accepted from her. A game that will be addressed specifically to Helena cannot fail to interest the girl, who is happy about this. Turning to the girl, the man asks why she is still standing, if His Highness is already in the hall, just like the Duchess. Turning to the prince, the man invites him to come with him, completely forgetting about the lady who remained behind them. A few minutes later, the girl was left completely alone. She was forgotten, as if this song was not addressed to her. The man said that Bronte would play just for her, but nothing changed. No matter how you look at it, the blonde was left alone. Maybe it was for the best. The blonde is going to go get checked because she's tired of greeting people. The girl doesn't know what to do, but while no one has realized that she's missing, she needs to take advantage of this, so she heads to the garden. The light falls on the stage, on which a piano has already been placed, just like the girl sitting behind it. As expected, receiving bride lessons from an early age is another level, but Kaisara is not interested in it. The ladies around are laughing easily, some are catching monsters, and some are just playing the piano as if nothing happened to amuse the audience. Lady Bronte is confused. There is too much noise around her which presses on her ears, giving her absolutely no peace in relation to it. The girl is pitied, even if she does not want to admit it. She will become the best and most important in the kingdom, and then everyone will be silent. As the melody begins to pick up speed, the lady tells herself in her head that she is not pathetic and does not want to be consoled at all. Helena, who finally managed to get outside, finally takes a deep breath of cold air to refresh herself. The Marquis is as strong as expected. He tries to do what he has planned without any mistakes. The man declared his existence to the prince himself. If Kaisar had pretended not to see anything, he would have been considered a rude man. The situation with playing the piano was the same. If the lady had refused, things would have become more complicated. The girl understands that this had to be done, but nothing can be done about a bad mood, even if this is the case. Bad thoughts suddenly start to creep into your head. The prince is probably listening to a wonderful game or sitting happily side by side with the princess. Remembering the dress and suit, the lady realizes that these two are too suitable for each other, which makes her think about everything. Yulika may become the crown princess, which will only make the situation worse. It will be a joy for her, but definitely not for Fresca. All those sides that Kaisar showed to the princess will be seen by Bronte, who has not seen it and does not deserve it. It's hard to believe that the smiling guy's face will also be seen by a woman who is not going to give in to it. The bright smile, easy laughter, and warm hugs were meant only for Helena, but now she feels like everything is going downhill. All those things will be done not only to her, but also to someone else. The thoughts are interrupted by a voice calling out to the girl. It was a man who had searched for the princess. He asked why she was out on the street all alone instead of listening to the song. Smiling, the beauty understands that there is nothing she can do about it, so spreading her arms out to the sides, she simply asks to be hugged. As he approaches, the student embraces his master, promising that he will never refuse what he is asked to do. Kaisar definitely destroys the girl because when she is with him, her heart does not want to obey and starts dancing. If anything, Winter had been falling apart for a long time, ever since he realized he liked Helena, the woman he grew up with. They will fall apart together until it all stops on a certain note that will put an end to the relationship. The girl didn't know that sympathy could be exactly like this, when you want to take everything from a person. Love is when a person becomes stupid without realizing it, only together with the beloved. There is no hope left for anything other than that Kaisar will remain by the heroine's side forever. The couple moves forward along the corridor. For some reason, His Majesty decided to call Helena to his chambers. No one knows the real reason because one must be on guard. Since the princess has decided to interfere in political affairs, she must be on guard. The situation is different from Renatus's previous life. There was nothing to lose then, but now everything has changed dramatically. Now the lady has to protect not only herself, so if something goes wrong, the whole family will get what they deserve. The thoughts are interrupted by an almost scream that sounds right next to the ear. The man who has been calling Helena for several minutes now. Looking into the heroine's eyes, the brunette assures her that she has nothing to worry about, because if anything happens, he will be able to protect her. If the lady makes a mistake, His Majesty will express his hostility. The heroine's family may suffer, so she will try to be careful. If this is true, the guy promises that he will turn everything upside down and run away with the girl wherever she wants. The lady understands that this will never happen, and if anything happens, it will fall on her shoulders, but she still tries to smile. Opening the door to the room where the king and queen are sitting, the lady greets them, noticing that the woman is in a serious mood. Walking forward, the blonde curtsies and greets His Highness, introducing her first and last name. The man doesn't seem like the type to want to attack a girl without any reason, so he offers her to sit down opposite him. Of course, the reason is Bendalium because the conversation begins with the king hearing about what happened there quite recently. The girl's contribution is great because she resolved a situation that the royal family could not resolve, even though she was just doing her job. As expected, the talk about the lady was true. She seems much stronger than even most men. Smiling, the Empress agrees. She still tries to remain friendly no matter what. The princess's talents are so great that it's a little disturbing. It doesn't sound like something you want to listen to. Of course, the girl can't sit still. The woman's goal was to tell the emperor that she is a stumbling block. It is unclear what the empress is worried about. Quite a few people praise the princess, and it is natural to worry that it is not going well. The girl laughs. She is just expressing her feelings, but it seems that Kaisar's mind is clouded by how much he cares about the princess. It is the ability to spot talent that no one else notices and attract it to the imperial palace. The woman looks at her son intently. He says this as if she is fighting a princess, even if this is not at all how it seems at first glance. Turning to His Majesty, the lady asks whether it is possible to give the princess the title and estate she deserves. The lady's subjugation skills are excellent, so Balor suggests sending her to the feudal lords, as this would be the best solution. The woman is going to send the girl to the very wilderness, but she tries to resist, since she has just become an adult. Such a burden seems too great. The virgin knows how to be shy, because she has been training the crown prince since an early age, and now the knights. The lady is deeply devoted to His Highness, so this can be played out in the Empress's favor. Looking directly at the heroine, the woman asks her if he will reject the offer, thereby ruining the mood of everyone around. The woman seems to be very worried, since she is trying so hard to get rid of the Duchess. The brunette intervenes in the conversation. The queen cannot say such things because the power over the feudal lords belongs to his father. If something is done wrong, many gossips will start spreading rumors that will not be welcome. What is being said affects the powers and position of the king. The room is silent. The two young men stare at each other as if they are about to end it all. The guy is trying to protect the princess. She is his master, so she must be by his side. The father supports his son. Talking about feudal lords is inappropriate, so the empress calms down, agreeing that she has gone too far. Now the blonde understood what the world of politics was. It was clear and measured, and also took in many other details. The girl was no longer sure that she could survive there. She was doing something that was not typical for her, and now it had become a hard labor. The male knight smiles. It always does at first, but over time you usually get used to it and relax. The girl does not want to get used to it, but the guy remembers that the crown prince may be upset. The refusal may mean that the lady does not want to get used to the relationship. They are talking about two different things, so you need to be much more careful. The blonde tries to correct the train of thought. The knight was worried about the couple because whenever they meet, they engage in sparring, which continues on a daily basis. In fact, this is a little different from a normal relationship, but still not much worse than everything else. Virgo agrees with what is being said. From the outside, it really does seem like they are just doing this, but it is not true. The problem is that the heroine doesn't know what it's like to be in a relationship, because she has no experience. She needed an expert, and Rowena became one. The girl called a friend to give her advice on a date and to make sure it was professional. A rough plan was already prepared, because after spending time chatting in a cafe, they go to the opera. The couple will then go on a night walk around the area, and then it will all end with a joint dinner. This idea doesn't seem bad, considering that all the details as such have already been added there. Rowena nods. She liked it, but if the princess doesn't know anything at all, it's suspicious how she came up with such a plan. In fact, it was the students who were to blame for everything. After learning that the master had not been on dates, they decided to help. The Duchess seems reluctant to talk about anything like that, but the maiden points out that some important detail has been missed. The only thing the princess didn't notice was that she had to choose an outfit to wear on the date to impress her lover. The girl came to her senses, but the maid promised to think of everything. After a while, the blonde was already showing off in a beautiful outfit that suited her very delicately. Agat looks at the lady with admiration. The outfit fits perfectly, but is completely out of character for the girl. The girl does not deny that there is a grain of truth in this, but since everyone liked it, she will not change anything. After all the pointless talk, the blonde is going to the imperial palace. She asks to prepare a carriage for her. Today, the lady is going to go with Caesar on a very ordinary, unremarkable date, which will end normally. Sitting in the carriage, the blonde runs through her plan of action in her head, which was simple enough not to get confused. The girl thought that nothing could be spoiled, but of course she almost found herself one step away from it without even noticing it. Caesar will be absolutely delighted, so Helena enters the estate saying that they are going for a walk. The girl decided to go on such a date completely spontaneously, and because a new opera had appeared that she wanted to see. Noticing the strange expression on his face, the girl falls silent. The heroine does not know whether the prince likes the opera or whether she was mistaken. When the girl asks if her friend likes performances, she hears a positive answer, which makes a weight fall off her shoulders. The show is only in the evening, so the beauty suggests going to a cafe. There they can just chat. Bending down to kiss the blonde's hand, the young man looks at her with a loving gaze. He had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. When the carriage arrived at the place, the lady did not hesitate, so as soon as she was on the street, she took out the umbrella that she had brought with her. The girl asks if the umbrella is cute when she hears Caesar ask why she needs it. They both laugh. The strange reaction does not give the beauty any peace. She tries to understand what to do next and how exactly to do it. The lady remembers being told that modest ladies under an umbrella are considered very beautiful. Helena is not very sweet and gentle, but she thought that an umbrella would correct this. The man doesn't mind, but notes that it's quite cloudy outside, so there's nothing to hide from. Looking at the sky, the girl can't help but agree that there is not even a hint of the sun, but it is still cute. Coming closer to the heroine, the guy looks at her, saying that he wants to be much closer to her than he is now. People around look a little strangely and laugh lightly, because the young man snatched the umbrella from the girl's hands, saying that he would carry it himself. Arriving at the place, the girl looks around. The cafe looks cozy, but for some reason it is completely empty. They are in complete silence. Helena looks strange, so the handsome man asks what happened. He can't believe that the lady doesn't like the place. The girl tries to smile through force. She is simply surprised that this happened, because this is a famous place where there are no people. The brunette doesn't pay attention to this. In his humble opinion, it's even better this way, because they can be alone. If the guy is happy, then the girl is happy too, but the silence is almost killing. The heroine tries to think of what she should talk about on the first date. The conversation, of course, doesn't go well. Helena asks about the boy's family because he doesn't look like his father at all, which means he's like his mother. The young man does not know who it is from. He also has little in common with his mother, so many say that he resembles the first Emperor Grey. Obviously, the conversation is about Elez. For some reason, the blonde thought the same thing, because the prince was too reminiscent of her old friend. The man agrees but says that he does not like the ruler as a person because there is something repulsive about him. For Elez, the empire was more important than the people they spoke to or lived with. The prince was different from him. If the young man had to choose between the empire and the person he loved, he would choose Farescu without hesitation. Noticing the surprise on her face, the guy starts laughing. No matter what, he always finds the girl a cute creature. The man reaches out and grabs the lady. They are all alone, so all sorts of thoughts creep into their heads, which the princess almost immediately stops. It was strange that Elez cared only about the empire. He should have loved his wife, but he didn't because the couple only communicated on work matters. Grey was a fairly straightforward man, so it becomes clear what happened between him and his wife. There is no time to think because the servant places a cake in front of the Duchess that looks like a work of art. The girl couldn't stop herself, so she ate everything just because of the wonderful taste. Perhaps Caesar does not like everything, but the girl cannot ask. He says something about the location of the opera house. The thoughts are interrupted by a cry asking for help. Reacting instantly, the brunette pulls Helena closer to him. Something strange is happening in the alley because a young girl is surrounded by two guys. The Virgo is trying to inflate her value, and if she's walking around dark alleys like this, it means she's looking for a man. Crying and more shouts are heard that the girl should not be touched. The blonde, approaching from the side, understands that things are bad. Because of what was said, one of the men thought it was directed at him, so he wants to attack, but they try to push him away. No longer holding back, the heroine realizes that the moment has come, so she steps forward to try to resist those who are attacking. The guys are more aggressive than it seemed at first glance. They don't know what's going on, but even if the lady thinks she's all-powerful, she'd better step back. The menacing look is not the most frightening thing, because the princess is going to show what and how to teach these people manners. There is no point in running away, because the girl will pursue those who are here to the last in order to take proper revenge. Men are confident that no one will do anything to them, so they rush into battle with their fists at the ready. The girl easily dodges, causing the enemy to regret it and fly away after a few blows. The next one is another attacker who, even seeing the consequences, tries to do at least something to protect his comrade. The guy flies forward and smiles because he thinks he succeeded, but instead he opened up from below, so the heroine strikes him in the groin. The pleasant sight makes the girl happy with how everything turned out. She did not expect to be able to relax like this. While the lady was looking at the people who were running away quickly, she was interrupted by the girl she had saved, who quietly approached from behind. Lowering her head, she wipes her eyes from tears and asks how she can thank her savior. In fact, she was very scared of what could happen. Leaving the girl alone to calm down, the blonde assures that everything will be fine. Anyone would help in her place. It helped the girl too, because it relieved stress. She had been worrying too much lately. The Empress was constantly getting on her nerves, just like Bronte and her daughter. There were too many students, so there was absolutely no time for rest. A date was added, which made me want to go crazy because of all the complications, but everything passed. The lady suggests leaving before the two on the ground have time to come to their senses. Turning around, the guys promise that they will meet again. Many people have already said something similar, and then simply disappeared from the beauty's life forever. Thanks again, the girl is about to leave, as she was delayed a bit due to everything that happened. The girl was a little helped by what happened, especially since she saved an innocent person, which was a good deed. It was wonderful, but because of this, the couple was late to the theater. The blonde was so carried away that she completely forgot about the opera. It was not the time to panic, but it also bore fruit, influencing what happened. Grabbing Kaisar's hand, the master drags him along in order to make it in time, but even if they ran, nothing happened. Smiling slightly, the young man asks if everything will be okay. The doors are supposed to open during the intermission, but he is not sure. There was no point anyway, because the couple missed the beginning of the show. Virgo had heard that the play was for couples, which is why she wanted to go so badly. Not understanding what they are talking about, the guy asks who told Helena such a thing. She is not going to say, mentioning only one girl. Don't be upset. Prince says that the plot was so-so, even if it's not about the plot, but about the music. The lady freezes, almost jumping up and down in surprise. She can't believe that the man has already seen the opera, but for some reason didn't mention this detail. The young man smiles. He knows how much Fresca wanted to go there, so he didn't want to spoil anything. A date for the master is tantamount to a war that must be won, so the heroine sent Kaisar with her to look at the landscapes, even if the evening is not night. Looking around, the blonde notices the fact that it is very beautiful here, that she likes it incredibly, and it is no longer possible to hide it. This seems cute, but it upsets the blonde because she got confused and everything went wrong. She wanted a very ordinary date without any complications. The one the friend loves is Helena, so it doesn't matter how the date goes. The main thing is that she is next to him, which makes him smile. The girl also loves the man, but still remains upset. This is the first time this has happened to her in both lives, so she did not want everything to end in failure. Nobody knows what is right and what is wrong. There is no need to worry because these are trifles. A guy is happy when his beloved just smiles at him, and it does not matter what they are doing. If a lady ever asks him to destroy the whole world, the young man will do it for her without question, because he values her words and mood. You can't say something like that so carelessly. A girl would never ask for something like that, because a cake is enough for her. She is the prince's beloved, but her demands are modest. Perhaps this is even too modest, but changing the subject, the lady asks what she should do to please Winter with something. The only thing the hero asks for is a kiss. The reaction is strange. Perhaps the man was in a hurry, which is why he almost immediately wilted. Kissing in front of other people is not part of the princess's custom, but she understands that since her lover wants it, it is impossible to refuse, so she asks him to close his eyes. Approaching the happy puppy, the young man asks if the girl would really do something like that for him, happy with how everything is going. The guy still listens, so he closes his eyes, feeling a cool hand that ends up on his cheek. The kiss becomes special. It's hot outside. The lady and Agat head to the new gym to rest a bit. In such weather, you don't even want to train, even if you don't have time for it. The girl was called today. The commander is thinking about completely the wrong things, trying to seem strange. As the lady enters the main hall, she notices the Empress and Lady Bronte, who are happy to see her. It was something like a trap that she managed to fall into. The girl greets those who stand in front of her, even if her thoughts are elsewhere. She wants to know how it all ended, because Yulika could have learned something interesting about the pattern. Looking at the blonde, the heroine understands that something is wrong with her, but hears something about fencing lessons from the queen, who is usually not interested in such things. Today the princess has a personal matter that has already been revealed. She wants to see the deputy commander who called her. The maiden thought that the lady would come to the viewing. The proposal sounds strange and incomprehensible, considering that the princess did not expect anything. As is known, the prince proposed to the lady, or is it just an assumption? The empress is again trying to bring others into conflict. The woman did not mean to offend anyone, merely meaning that the lady was aiming for Winter's wife's place. The maiden says nothing. The queen is a terrible person to say such things right in front of Yulika, who so badly wanted to become the prince's wife. No one has made an offer, which makes the empress smile. She was waiting for this answer, for someone to tell her about it, and she finds it strange. The lady is rushing things, but when the prince makes an offer, the girl herself will decide whether to accept it or refuse. She is even considering this option too. The lady got it all wrong, so it will be done for her. Love is not important, because in this castle only politics is important and it finds its place. The lady considers this a political issue, then it would be better to ask about it not from her, but from the duke, and also the girl's father. The girl is smart, so she uses what is beneficial to her. She understands why such a question was asked, but she must apologize, so she cannot understand the depth of thoughts due to her youth. Turning to leave, the woman promises that they will resolve this issue later, but now it is time to go. She wants to have a good time. Curtsying, the blonde does the same. Deep down, she hopes that she will eventually no longer meet the queen who is exhausting her. Agat, who was present during the entire conversation, begins to ask questions. She, just like the lady, does not like this kind of treatment. There was no one in the hall, but a few seconds later the door opened and a knight ran in, reporting that the commander had been placed under house arrest. This only meant that the queen had begun to act. Gathering in the drawing room, people again discussed their strategy. The three Knights Guilds were just finishing their meeting, when suddenly the secret documents of the White Knights fell out from under Renault's clothes. The man tried to convince the others that it was a mistake, but Horio ruined everything. There wasn't even anything important there except the training schedule. Horio, on the other hand, always tried to annoy the Scarlet Knights as much as possible, so he tried to do the same thing again. The door opens. Kaisar comes in, asking for forgiveness for being late. Hamilton told him everything, so he hurried here almost immediately. Things are not going well. Renault was arrested, but it is not public knowledge yet, which makes everything better. The young man, bending over, nervously says that it is all his fault. He always takes responsibility for everyone else's actions. This is not true, and nothing irreparable has happened. It is a problem, but not one that cannot be forgotten. The situation is already heating up. The aristocrats are not a threat yet, but they will not jump into action as soon as the queen orders it. After this, the maiden may lose her brother, but what is important now is that Horio could have colluded with Balor, who simply promised him something. No matter how you look at it, it would be difficult for Leonard to get out of this situation. Although these were unimportant documents, they were also important. The Empress put pressure on Horio. Reputations can be damaged in many ways, and if the accusations were false, Horio would be in trouble. They had planned it, after all. What's more important now is what exactly the Empress's plan is. She caused such a stir for some reason, which means she has her own goal. The Duke tries to remember what has hurt Balor lately. She hasn't told anyone, but it's becoming clear. What happened has already happened, but it is no secret to anyone that it all consisted of that very punitive operation. The Empress did not like what was happening because a new candidate for the prince's wife had appeared. She had already set her sights on Yulika. The woman did not like the man who had resolved the demonic incident and had received the approval of the emperor and the public. The woman tries to intimidate the Duchess, so she will try to blackmail the blonde. She will order her to obey in exchange for her brother's life. The girl will do everything for Leonard, but the father seems to be quite serious. You can't agree to the conditions that a man sets, no matter what they are. Not understanding what the man is getting at, the girl asks what the problem is. If the heroine gives in even once, she will continue to blackmail in the future, knowing exactly how to apply pressure. The situation is complicated, so it cannot be denied, but at the same time it is not impossible, because the young man is confident that it will be possible to prove his son's innocence. One of the servants planted documents in the guy's things, but again, this was done on someone's orders. If the culprit is found, everything can be fixed as quickly as possible. Everything will be fine, no matter what. Leonard will be the one who can handle everything, because he knows that on the side of truth there is all his family and friends who will help. The meeting ended too late, so everyone should go and rest. Suggesting that everyone go to their rooms, the Duke gets up from his seat. Going out into the corridor, Helena catches up with her father to talk about their family again, but in a smaller group. The man asks the girl not to worry and to be careful until everything is over. He cannot allow the situation to get worse. These words were empty, because knowing his daughter, the young man was sure that she would not listen, and of course would get into trouble. You need to do everything you can, but since the princess has already decided to be close to her lover, she must be prepared for such consequences of her actions. Helena has not forgotten the words that were spoken by her father, so she will never allow anyone to humiliate herself or her family. The Duke has strong and brave children, but that is why he asks what exactly the beauty has in mind. The maiden is going to pay back in the same coin. Early the next morning, as the heroine predicted, an invitation from the Empress arrived. The girl suggested enjoying tea with Yulika, even if it was clear to everyone what exactly they would talk about. She could have chosen not to go, but the heroine understands that she is obliged to help her brother at any cost. Hugging Agot, the blonde assures her that nothing will happen to her. She needs to be as careful as possible, and then everything will definitely work out without any mistakes. No one can harm the Foresque family with impunity, so this time the lady is going to teach the queen some manners. The lady arrived at the castle with only the thought that she needed to protect all those she loved and cared about so much. The Empress turns slightly, but does not stand up to greet Helena. She hopes that her sweet expression will help the situation. The girl doesn't even want to stand on ceremony, because she wants to quickly move on to drinking tea and discussing the details of what has already happened. At first they wanted to talk on the terrace, but it started raining heavily, which ruined everything. The woman comes up with a trump card, asking if she knows why the lady was invited. Most likely it was because of yesterday's events, because Foresca had already been told about the allegedly stolen documents. It was not such important information. In the woman's opinion, the matter is quite serious, but everything will be decided by Horio, who was given the honor of choosing what happens. The relations between knightly organizations are not so good, and to organize sabotage it is extremely important to know such trifles as training times, and to raise a rebellion, to learn a military secret. This is a more serious matter, but it is now clear to the lady what the queen has in mind. She is going to do it quickly. The girl accuses her brother of preparing a rebellion only in order to blackmail the princess. This is not true. If this happens, then the lady will get into trouble and people will laugh at her position in society, not to mention her brother. Lady Yulika must bring something, so she quickly returns, holding out a piece of paper with some suspiciously familiar pattern. Opening the sheet, the woman asks the princess to remember what the drawing is. When it was deciphered, it turned out to have a very rebellious message. Not understanding what they were talking about, the blonde tries to object. There couldn't be anything like that, because she found it on the monsters. It says that the new king needs to be welcomed, so this can be considered as sabotage that is being prepared. Trying to convince the queen, the Duchess assures that this does not apply to Foresca. This is about the reprisal against the punishers, so it is about something completely different. The Empress thinks otherwise, because people are not really interested in the real truth. They are delighted with the idea, and if you add some wood, the flame will flare up. In fact, it even showed that when the prince presented the wreath, despite everything around her, people thought that she was a contender for the title of crown princess. The Empress is right, even if it is strange to realize. Rumors are actively spreading, even if they have nothing to do with reality. It does not matter. The girl sitting next to her asks her mother how long the provocation will last, to which she receives an easy answer. It won't take too long. With Foresky's head cut off, it wouldn't take long either. The blonde tries to reason with those around her. When everyone finds out the truth, something worse might happen, and that's what they should worry about. The princess is not confident in her abilities, but the Empress does not seem like a person who would not be able to see things through to the end. What is said becomes the end, because the lady will not be able to convince the heroine. In her past life, Renatus had no one, so she had nothing to lose, and she was invulnerable. That was until a certain time. In her new life, everything has changed because the Duchess can use her family as her loved ones. She didn't even think about it. The girl regrets what happened. If only she had not entrusted the case to Yulika, everything would have been much better and easier. Now she faces a task that is difficult to solve. The girl is given a choice. Either she will not forget about her brother, or she will deal with the Empress, who will put all her strength and anger into it. Nothing of the sort will be required in exchange. The lady simply asks to renounce the title of Crown Princess and Kaisar's wife, so that everything will finally stop. To stop the bad rumors from spreading, the maiden should stop meeting with the Crown Prince and not visit him. Sounds like a good idea for society. The woman thinks for only a second, because the choice is really small. She agrees to the conditions and almost immediately asks for her brother to be returned to her. After the conversation, Helena almost immediately runs out of the room, heading for the exit to quickly get away from this nasty place with nasty people around. The princess is stopped halfway. It turns out to be the girl who sat next to the queen and brought that ill-fated piece of paper with the symbol. Lady Yulika tries not to stutter, so as not to expose herself even more, but is going to explain how it all happened in order to get the weight off her chest. The girl falls silent, but then quietly asks for forgiveness, which causes a strange reaction in the blonde, who would not like to hear it. The maiden did not come to pretend to be good, but to explain the message. This is the ancient language of the Ma people. They say that there is only one king left. This king is Cruz, who was sealed away by Empress Dante Renatus 500 years ago. He will be the one to free everyone and become the new ruler. Knowing this message, the heroine retold it to the Empress so that she would later say that Foresca was frivolous about politics. It was time for the battle for the royal crown. The girl doesn't care what she has to do, even if she has to go over heads to achieve what she needs and what is important to get. She is not going to give up so easily. It's strange that Yulika thinks the queen's actions are right since she behaves like that. She speaks exactly as she thinks, which makes you doubt everything that's happening a little. The blonde does not try to appear as someone who will be hated. However, according to her, there is nothing she can do about it because she cannot go against her will. The girl wants to justify herself to Foresca. She and the Empress met with one person, after meeting with whom she was incredibly scared for no reason. The girl would like to tell this, but she cannot, because she is ashamed of the way she behaved and behaves, and after that she is going to complain about problems. Leaning closer to Lady Bronte, the lady asks her to look after the prince. She will not be able to do so, but hopes that everything will be fine. It won't be for long, just until the princess returns, but that will also take some time, but it's worth waiting for. It's chilly outside, so Agat tries to take the lady into his room. The girl wanted to get some fresh air, but the gentleman they haven't seen for a long time will be arriving soon. Asking what the master is going to do next, the girl asks if she wants to go to the palace. She is not allowed there, so all she can do is try to teach the new ones. The girl no longer knows what she should do in life to return everything to normal. His Highness is left all alone, which cannot but sadden her, which is logical. Even Kaisar heard the conversation, so of course he could now find himself in a different situation, but that didn't mean that it was all over for him. thoughts are distracted from the right moment because hearing the announcement that the gentleman has finally arrived, quickly descending the steps, the beauty runs to hug the guy. Leonard smiles as if the last few days had never happened. He is glad that he can see his sister, and that is enough for him, even if she has turned very pale. The young man's face doesn't look completely healthy either. He understands that this is all because of the arrest, but it's not over yet. The guards who were with him earlier will arrive tomorrow. What happened was a slight misunderstanding that needed to be quickly corrected, so the men probably called so urgently to find out everything, and thanks to the payment, he had a lot of time. Horio did the investigation, so of course it ended better than expected. A piece of paper appeared in the boy's hands, which he hands over. The girl looks at what she sees in surprise. She heard that the piece disappeared, so she didn't immediately understand where it came from. The boss and Hawk did a good job, so now the brother is standing right in front of Helena, who consoles herself with the thought that this is all for the sake of their family. It was very easy, but in the end, there is even a long version of the story that was heard. Fresca, of course, agrees to listen to what they will tell her. The exact information did not please Helena too much. As it turned out, Horio and the Empress had indeed united in order to oppose the Duchess, who was in their way. The Horio family are entrepreneurs. They are known to have their own business. They are engaged in the ship trade, and they have large vessels. The Duke does not understand what made the Empress unite with them and her family, because they already have money and glory to spare. Such alliances are not made just like that, so it makes it clear that the family has some kind of vulnerability, because the Empress takes advantage of it. An investigation needs to be conducted. With the help of people who are involved, or rather with the help of employees and clients, they will be able to find out what is going on there. It is possible that the employees do know some information, but no one knows it yet. They may not want to tell the truth to someone on the outside. The most important thing is that the workers know for sure. The ship is stuck at sea, and if the guys work at the plant, even temporarily, you can find out absolutely everything that happens there. Be prepared for this to take a long time, but it will definitely be worth it. Fresca never gets angry because the clan is only taking revenge on its enemies. Everyone will do their job until the investigation is over, and then we will be able to understand what to do next with the Queen. Less than a month had passed since Helena's deal with the Empress, but the Emperor's family had already announced the engagement of Ulika and Kaisar, who were preparing for the wedding. A wedding invitation has arrived at the Duke's estate. It seems that the Queen is mocking in this way in order to take revenge, but her motives are extremely difficult to understand, no matter how you look at them. Looking at the written invitation, the lady sighs. She did not want to go there because she did not want to see everything that was happening. The girl doesn't know if it's necessary because she's already being dragged to a strange wedding. The only thing that pissed her off was that the family made it official, and the preparations had already begun. Putting Lady Frescu on display, the girl asked her if she wanted to change anything. She wanted to run away, but, collecting her thoughts, the beauty says that she has nothing to do with the wedding of the Crown Prince and will not discuss it with anyone around. The blonde has the last word. She is not going to discuss such things because she will not become the Crown Princess. Kaisar wanted to disgrace Helena by sending an invitation to his wedding. It would be better to say that the gentlemen are not feeling well and will not go anywhere. The lady may have urgent matters. The Empress won't believe that the heroine is sick, so it won't even be possible to pull something like that off. We need to find cases, but creating them won't be easy either. The Draco religion will meet in a few days. Agathe herself learned about this, so without forgetting, she passed everything on to the lady. Everett told me about it. This is the girl who delivers food to the residents. She called for this meeting so they can go there. Such a matter could be presented as important, so the beauty asks to prepare everything before they quickly go there. Pulling her hood over herself, the girl arrived at the house, which turned out to be closed. From behind, the voice of a man who did not even expect them was heard. Today was a day off from groceries, so the lady did not immediately understand what they needed. Helena takes off her hood, so she is almost immediately recognized, realizing who exactly is standing in front of them. The Duchess is in a very determined mood. She wants to know more about Draco's meeting, and she wants it told now, rather than a little later. This is not something you should talk about on the street, so the brunette invites the couple into her house, placing cups of tea on the table. Everett is a member of the cult, but it turns out she is scared there, so the lady rarely shows up at meetings. It's not the first time she's seen something like this. As you know, the cult leader uses the powers of the dragon and calls it magic. It is somewhat similar to teleportation or levitation, which makes you feel like something is wrong. It's hard to believe that there are still such magicians left, but what's most interesting is that many say that the man sacrifices people to put on a show. Agathe is the first to regain her voice, and she insistently asks for more information about what they are saying. In truth, Everett delivers food not only to Foresca, and among the villages the heroine goes to, there was one where many people disappeared. Only one person ever returned, the one who managed to escape, and all he said was that the brunette tried to eat him, continuing to stutter to keep from getting confused. The man was so scared that he repeated these words over and over again. He couldn't stop because he was trying to realize that he was safe, where no one would touch him. The woman heard only this news. As far as is known, she knew nothing more because after this, people continued to disappear in the usual manner without returns. The cult leader is remarkable, but the lady has only seen him from afar. He is younger than he appears, and he also has long golden hair, which certainly attracts attention. The description sounds very similar to an old acquaintance of the Duchess. She is not sure whether it is Noe or not, but this is something that will be revealed very soon. I need to know when the next meeting is, and my interlocutor helpfully provides this information. It is next weekend in an alley on Pot Square. The girl was very helpful, so when the time came, the lady went to the square. The meeting was starting, so people from different houses started to appear around, gathering in a crowd. Agathe followed the Duchess, so she also grabbed a cloak. They are going to walk closer to take seats and see everything from the back row. Every minute there are more and more people, but what is strange is the number of followers of this cult, which was not so popular. The girl walks faster forward, but someone accidentally touches her back. She asks not to do this and hears an apology. The voice is suspiciously familiar, as if the heroine has heard it more than once. The dragon is respected, even if he has done nothing for these people. A man appears on the platform, literally floating, radiating golden energy. Looking at the crowd that had gathered, the young man sincerely thanks each and every one who decided to come to the meeting on this hot day. This is how people show their loyalty, because when the dragon comes, they will receive the greatest mercy. The man's voice is young, so according to Everett, he is no more than 30 years old. When the lady met Noe, he was about 20 years old, which meant that most likely he was the same acquaintance from the alley who now runs the Draco cult. Rising a few more meters into the air, the young man shouts that the dragon will arrive any minute in order to stir up the interest of the people around him. When the spirit is ready, it will finally return. If it returns, Noe says, nothing else will matter. Some people begin to float as if it were a force that has been summoned. Only a select few can use the power of the dragon. It is not given to everyone, but everyone who attends the meetings will have at least one slim chance to try. To become like that, you have to pray hard and keep going, which makes Helena's insides clench. She can't believe it all, but she feels uneasy. Without magic, anyone would be fascinated by something like this, because for ordinary people, it is a mysterious phenomenon. Everything will unfold right before their eyes, and no one will remain indifferent. Even Agathe became the one who began to admire. Something powerful happened, and it was this strange phenomenon that made everyone open their mouths and try to find out. Holding out his hand, the young man asks those who believe to follow him, because they will go to where the dragon is. There are certainly people here who would like to see the dragon. The girl stands with her mouth open. This is either a hoax or something is mixed up. It is impossible to see someone who has long since disappeared from the planet, even with the help of some magic. A quarrel begins around them. People raise their hands in the air, begging to be taken with them to see the one who will soon save them. They couldn't believe it. Helena is pushed to the side, causing her to almost fall to the ground due to the excitement that never stops, only gaining new waves. Noticing someone behind her again, the lady asks not to touch her with her hands. She does not want to be involved because she only came to become a spy. Asking to step aside, the lady hears apologies again and then sees the man's face. It turns out to be Viscount Noct, who, like the Duchess, was very surprised to meet someone familiar. The people around heard the statuses that were said in a fit of surprise, so they began to whisper that nobles had come to the meeting. The couple quickly realized that they were finished. Trying to justify himself, the young man says that Viscount is his name, but Fresca, who is standing nearby, steps on his foot to make him shut up. They came to disrupt the meeting, which the people around don't like. No one knows how they got here, but everyone rushes forward to try to grab at least one. Grabbing Hamilton, the beauty runs as fast as possible away from here, so as not to get into trouble. No, standing on the stage, orders to find them and bring them back. Today there are nice guests at the meeting, so they can show something interesting. In the air appears, according to another, a part of a dragon with hair like Dante Renatus, who has long since died. Freezing, the maiden tries to digest this, but Agat grabs her hand and pulls her forward. The path will be longer if you go through the alleys, but this time Hamilton comes into play. Nearby is his mansion, where they all go together to be safe.